The Second Universe Series, Part 8, Hell, Chapter 1, The Wasteland. You need to kill him, Jason. A rugged man scowled, wearing an eye patch while clutching the hilt of two identical katana blades resting in scabbards on his hips. Jason shook his slightly large, bald head. Clemo, I have explained this to you too many times. We need him. We could have had the three good gods on our side right now. Instead, you chose to save Jarius Kane. This has cost the lives of two of those gods. I can only imagine what the mortal universe even looks like now because of this. Clemo unsheathed his two swords. We cannot fight evil with evil. If you cannot kill Jarius, then I will. A third man wearing dark robes spun away from the massive iron gate to face the other two. Magic surrounded his hand. I'm right here. Threatening me when I can kill you any time I desire is the fastest way to die yourself. Clemo slashed at the air, causing the air around Jarius to flicker and flash. Nothing happened. With his non-magic hand, Jarius pointed at the glow surrounding his fist. Teleporting me into pieces cannot work. I did not come this far just to have the stupidest psychic take me out. Jason stepped in between Jarius and Clemo. Stop! Clemo, stand down. Jason pointed at Jarius, allowing psychic energy to gather around himself. Jarius, will you not harm Clemo? My thoughts are faster than your magic. Lowering his arm, Jarius turned back around, looking at the massive iron gates before him. Clemo, I only did what I had to. If I have to kill 1,000 innocents just to accomplish our goal, I will. He did not turn back to the other two. That alone is reason enough to kill him, Jason. Clemo sheathed his swords, giving up on Jarius for the time being. We will not get another chance to rest. Hell is just on the other side. I strongly suggest using your psychic energy sparingly. I know I will use my arcane magic the same. Holding his right arm out with fist open, a greatsword materialized into his palm. He clutched it with no difficulty, even swinging it casually, giving the appearance of weightlessness, though that would be impossible. Jarius stepped through the gates first. I do not know his full capability, Clemo, Jason said as he walked in second. Clemo frowned. I hate this. He proceeded as well. The entrance looked like vertical dark red water. As Clemo approached the red gates, red goo oozed out of his skin, covering all of his flesh. I almost forgot. The red-skinned psychic rushed through the portal, plunging into hell itself. A rushing sensation overwhelmed him. Fire blazed past as his body moved uncontrollably through the void, passing from dimension to dimension. A series of blurred scenarios cascaded too fast to fully process. Mortals are not meant to do this. Clemo felt his body stretching apart. Narrowing his eyes, the psychic focused his will, concentrating to keep his molecules intact. Limbs ceased their unraveling as his body returned to the natural static state. His face relaxed as stars soared by with lightning speed by the dozens. Soon the stars ceased passing him as his body thrusted beyond what even telescopes have ever viewed. Darkness flowed around him as his body rushed ever further into finally the end of the tunnel was seen far off in the distance. He saw his own body moving towards it, or the end of the tunnel was rushing to him. Opening his eyes, Clemo saw fire all around. We are in hell. Stop wasting time! Jarius swung his sword, cutting a winged monster in two. Jason pointed at several nearby monsters, causing them to explode. Clemo, step out of it! All around these three were winged, dark-skinned things, attacking from every direction. Their assault was relentless. Their skin was solid black. Their wings had black feathers. They moved with their twisted, majestic patterns. Something about these creatures seemed familiar to Clemo, yet he couldn't deduce it. Quickly regaining his composure, the swordsman sprang into action, unsheathing his swords. Fission! I'm ready, Klimo, the glowing green sword said in a singular woman's voice. While battling these hideous creatures, Klimo cut the black feathered wings from one. There was a peculiarity to how those wings fell. Something about their movement struck Klimo with that strangeness once again. They glided through the air with grace and elegance. When their feathers fell, it left a feeling of emptiness, as if such a thing was a tragedy. Something about their very presence caused his soul to sink from the sight. Those black, human-shaped things screeched through the burning sky as they fought the three. Finally, one cut their feather, glided inches from Klimo. He saw exactly what it was, and he knew what they were fighting. Angels. These are angels. Klimo lost his balance, falling towards the ground. Jarius pointed to him, causing the psychic to cease his fall. Yet what did you expect? Garrix has the power of 2 of the good gods. What did you think he would do with those angels? Klimo covered his face, holding back his tears as this revelation, while still being held in the spell Jarius cast. Klimo, we have no time. Weep later. We must fight, Fission, the swords said. Shaking his head, Klimo gripped his blades, throwing the thought of the corrupted angels to the back of his mind. Jarius ended the spell, returning his focus to the fight. Instead of falling, Klimo vanished. He reappeared behind one of the corrupted things, slicing it in half, then vanished again, only to reappear behind a different one. He repeated this fight pattern. Stop wasting energy, my friend. Jason sent the telepathic message to Klimo. Teleporting next to Jason and Jarius on the ground, the three had their backs to each other. How else can we fight them? Relax, Klimo. I will deal with them. Jarius raised his sword above his head. He pulled it apart, causing the sword to multiply in two. Letting go of the 2 blades, they multiplied on their own in a rapid fashion. Each new sword flew off, chasing a weakened corruption. Surrounding the 3 were flying swords in constant rotating motion around them, refusing to allow anything near them. Conserve your psychic energy. Klimo admitted to himself the truth the evil wizard spoke. A hand brushed across his foot. Klimo quickly stepped away, almost stepping into the wall of swords in motion. Idiot! Do not go near it unless I say! Looking down, Klimo saw what tried to grab him. What the? The sight was void of logic entirely. Bodies littered the ground. In fact, no ground was seen at all. Most bodies were motionless. Some moved slightly, like the one that attempted to grab him. Everything appeared aware. What is that? I knew the first hell would be this, my friend, Jason said. Are these the souls of the damned? Jarius snickered. Ignoring the vile wizard, Jason grabbed Klimo by the shoulder. Yes, they are, and it is hard to see in the distance now, due to the attack of these former angels, but I could tell you right now that... Klimo focused his enchanted eyes to scan through the attacking angels, and far off in the distance as Jason was talking. There is no ground here. Klimo nodded his head. I can see it. My eyes can see everything here. The torment of these poor souls is indescribable. They only did this to themselves, Jarius said. Both psychics looked at him. They are the souls of those guilty of the first offense. The gods deemed apathy, laziness, and the unaccomplished, deserving of the eternal fate we see before us. Looking up to avert his eyes from the grotesque sight below them, Klimo sighed. Rip that band-aid off and get used to seeing them. Jarius pointed at the corrupted angels as they fled from his wall of swords, trying to escape their demise. For the sight of these poor souls is just the beginning. Welcome to the first hell, Klimo. Clemo stared at the damned that combined to form the ground all throughout the first hell. The corrupted have fled. What do we do now? Recombining back into a singular blade by the will of Jarius, he answered the inquiry. We have a long path ahead of us. Let's go. The three walked single file with Jarius in the front and Clemo in the rear. Are we going in the right direction? Clemo looked around, seeing the wasteland never ending in every direction. My magic, and no doubt Jason's psychic senses, are pointing us the correct direction. Great. Where do I teleport us to? Not bothering to look back at Clemo, Jarius responded, You won't. We have to walk. Clemo cocked his head in confusion. Explain, he said while still walking with the other two. Jason held his hand up. That teleport would be diverted into a rock by the Fire Lord. If he's powerful enough to throw us into a rock, why doesn't he just come here and kill us himself? Clemo asked. Jarius turned his head back as he continued to walk across the souls of the damned. To him, that would be a waste of time. How? Jason is destined to kill him. Jarius chuckled. Clemo, you yourself have witnessed time change. Destiny doesn't really mean anything. Still, if I were as powerful as 4 gods, I would take us out very seriously. That is why you will never be as powerful as 4 gods, Jarius said dryly, turning his head back forward. Clemo, the Fire Lord, that is Garrix, no doubt, is busy with bigger things. He has already beaten us once. Well, not taking us seriously will be the last mistake he will ever make. Finally, something we agree on, Jarius commented. It still makes no sense that he isn't smiting us. He won't bother with us. We have to go to him. If he isn't bothering with us, then why did those corrupted angels attack us? I said he's not bothering us. He will send everything he has prior to confronting us directly. Even now, you can see the next obstacle that is in that burning sky above us, Jarius pointed up. Looking up, Clemo saw dragons gathering in the far sky, off in the distance. Dragons? In hell? Even the most mighty of creatures is subject to eternal damnation, should they follow the path of darkness, Jason said. Clemo was prevented from asking another question. All evil dragons upon their death go to Garrix here in the first hell. The same damnation that humans have for their apathy is not the same as these dragons. They, he pointed at the swarm of dragons in the sky, are doomed to obey Garrix with no will of their own for all eternity. There's lots of them. Clemo was amazed by the ever-increasing number of dragons throughout the sky. They were so numerous that less than half of the burning sky was visible. The three stopped in front of a bundle of souls in the shape of a tree. Limbs connected and heads dangled hopelessly. Hanging on the tree of the damned was a wooden sign. Lake of Fire, it read. Clemo frowned. Dragons in the sky and the lake in the endless fire ahead. What do we do? Fire shouldn't bother you. Yeah, but I have never swam a body of water this big before. I mean, even with my enchanted eyes, I cannot see the end. Pointing at the liquid fire just past the tree, Clemo gave a sigh of exhaustion. We have no idea how far we even have to go. Excuse me, sirs. May I please have your ear, but for a moment? One of the damned souls hung on the tree as a branch dangling down just over the three. His skin was charred, eyes hollowed, and he, like the rest, wore no clothing. Straining to extend his burning arm their direction, he spoke again. Please, sirs, Help me. His pleas for help were not unique. Moaning sounds were heard constantly since their arrival to this wretched wasteland. A white glow exited the ring of Jarius. It surrounded his body, causing him to lift from the ground 3 feet into the air to be face to face with this upside down damned soul. You dare speak to us? You are the lowest thing in the universe. You are one of the unaccomplished. For me to even waste these words on you and spend this much time on a worthless thing like you annoys me far more than anything. Give me one reason why I should not torture you here and now, let alone help you. Clemo stepped forward to interject Jarius, only to be halted by Jason extending his arm. Is it really so terrible of a crime to do nothing with my life that I must suffer for all eternity? Narrowing his eyes, Jarius moved his face closer to the soul. That's it? Appeal to mercy? You do realize that I created this place. The evil wizard laughed, a loud, obnoxious laugh. He raised his glowing fist to make his suffering all the more horrid. A look of mixed anger and glee covered his face. Clemo waved his hand, teleporting the unaccomplished soul away from Jarius to behind his own back. You will do no such thing! The teleporting swordsman stared at the wizard, who had already turned around, wearing no expression on his face. If you truly wish this pathetic thing no harm for me, consider it done, or not done in this case. Jarius shrugged his shoulders as he slowly returned his body to the massive bodies that served as the ground. Though now that you have disturbed this place in hell, he is your responsibility. Devils will come to put him back in his place. He is a beacon that will soon attract everything here. That is my problem to worry about now. Clemo lifted the dead body onto his back. Using rope, Clemo secured him in place. Clemo, Jarius is right. The devils no doubt know our location. He is literally dead weight. I know you are strong. The choice is yours on having his burden, Jason said as he continued to walk, approaching the lake of fire. Jarius pointed at himself and the two comrades. Magic exited his fingertip, surrounding the three. A light blue aura covered their bodies. Jarius was the first to walk on the lake of fire, followed by Jason and then Clemo. Without looking at Clemo, Jarius spoke. I am glad you deduced my spell is water working. It pleases me to see you are not a complete idiot. The one-eyed man shook his head. Like the rest of the first hell, the lake of fire was full of unmoving souls, packed in, suffering the unrelenting pain of fire. The fire itself boiled, giving the lazy souls their eternity here. They walked on top of the liquid with no difficulty, walking 4 countless miles to come. Looming above them were the dragons that followed from a distance far in the sky. Taking note of dragons, Clemo refused to verbally admit Jarius is right about his new friend not being worth the trouble. The walk was silent on this watery body of fire. Tell me your name, Clemo said to the soul on his back. Timothy, and thank you for taking me. Well, Tim, we have a long way to go. I'll do my best, but I promise nothing if we have to ditch you. I apologize if I have raised your hopes in any way. Hope? I have not heard or thought of that word in a long time. You show me mercy, a thing I have never seen, even when I was alive. Why? Maybe it's pride. Maybe I believe in second chances. Maybe I did it just to spite Jarius. I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but having pity in this place can get a mortal like yourself killed. That sounds like a me problem. Tell me why you were here, Tim. Because you showed mercy? Clemo twisted his mouth and sighed. Oh, sorry. I was damned to this eternity because the gods saw fit to place me here because I lived a lazy life to them. No shit, Jarius said. Looks like you found someone intellectually inferior to yourself there, Clemo. Shut up! Clemo pointed at Jarius. Go on, Tim. We will be walking this lake for a fire for hours, if not days. I want to hear it. My mortal life consisted of working on a farm. I did the minimal work and paid the ultimate price for my apathy. My father never ceased calling me lazy. I was born on that farm, inherited nothing, given no advantage of any kind. That wizard over there is right. I am, and always was, stupid. Spending thousands of years here has had me ask each and every moment why the gods made me incapable of achieving anything, and then punish me for it. Jarius waved his hand back casually. If it makes you feel any better, Timothy, we engineered the death of 2 of those gods. I was always told there are 3 good gods and 9 evil ones. After my first day rotting here, I realized that there are no good gods. Even with 2 less gods, there are still 10 that I truly hate. Anyways, I never stood a chance, and here I am. Do I honestly deserve this? Do you have anything useful to offer us, or do you solely rely on pity to get yourself out of hell? Jarius said with an annoyed tone. The souls of the damned do more than just burn in agony. We talk. We might know things. Maybe I can help you. What are you trying to do? We seek passage to the second hell. Ah, you are going to the Black Tower. I know where that is. Jarius abruptly stopped walking. He turned around, looking directly into his hollow eyes. A small stream of psychic energy exited his eyes, aimed directly into the hollow openings. Nothing happened. Damn! You have no brain to scan. I cannot take the knowledge from you. Jason raised an eyebrow. Did you just try to read his mind? Yes. He's dead. I know you are new to psychic powers, but even a novice knows the secrets of the dead cannot be taken against their will. Having his hand dismissing the notion, Jarius questioned the dead man. Tell us where that tower is. Are you saying you will take me out of hell just for telling you that? I give you my word that your suffering will be no more should you tell us that and one other thing. He almost smiled at the prospect of ending his eternal damnation. The charred lips slightly curled with the idea of burning no more. You are already heading to the home of Garrix, the Black Tower. Just after you finish crossing this wretched lake of fire, it is less than a day's journey from there. What is your second question? Somewhere in this hell that we occupy is a box, roughly 4 times the size of your head. Do you know of the box I speak of? He was quiet for a long moment, trying to think. Jarius, what is this box? I have been through the vast majority of your memories and have no idea what you are talking about, Jason said. Clemo looked at Jason. Jason, if he wants it, it can't be good. I have never claimed to be good, Jarius screamed at Clemo. Clemo drew his swords. Jason, whatever that box is, we cannot let him have it. Jason stepped in between the two, allowing his psychic energy to surround his own body. Calm down, Clemo. We are not even at it, this box. Jarius, what is that? The wizard shrugged. It contains a long-lost part of myself. Cretan. Jason allowed the blasphemous name to fall from his lips. Yes! I am here to destroy hell, to destroy every demon and devil. I am not here to help you to return to the worst one, Jason declared. Jarius held his hands up. You need me, Jason. The Hellbox cannot be destroyed. If it makes you feel any better, you can hold on to it. Besides, I don't even know where it is. Clemo still had his swords raised. Jason, we truly do not need him. The two of us could take on hell. I know we can. Jarius looked at the damned soul again. Where is it? It is inside of the Black Tower. That is all I know. With a desperate, pleading face, even having no eyes, he stared at Jarius, begging for the nightmare to end. The soul disappeared from Clemo's back, reappearing in the sky. Jarius snapped his fingers, commanding 4 of his blades to slice through the damned soul, instantly ending him. How could you? Clemo screamed, pushing himself past Jason, rushed into the evil wizard. Psychic energy flowed from the wizard's eyes and into the eye of Clemo, pushing his soul into the teleporter through the ocular senses. Jarius rushed into his nervous system. Jason spun around, attempting to act, manifesting a psychic block to stop the wizard from doing whatever damage he might do inside of Clemo's brain. As the counter power swirled, manifesting around Jason's mind, trying to act fast enough, Jarius had already reached his destination, the psychic stem. Pushing the teleporting portion of Clemo's brain to activate, Jarius rushed to his frontal lobe to focus the control what this powerful part could do. While all of this was happening, faster than Clemo could process, faster than he might swing his swords at Jarius, his powers were in use. A power far beyond what he had ever manifested. The power swelled inside of his head, causing his body to glow with light. Exiting his head, Jarius returned to his own body, jumping back in the process, effectively dodging the swinging blades of the mass psychic energy that fired into the sky. One thing loomed in the sky above these 3, an army of dragons. Making contact with those dragons caused the psychic energy to erupt faster than lightning, covering the sky. Within the blink of an eye, every dragon vanished, dropping his swords. Clemo fell to the peopled ground, instantly unconscious. Jason fired the nullifying power, making contact with an unresisting Jarius. Clemo was right. You have to die. Jason was already in the process of manifesting a second power, one to attack this evil wizard. A portal opened behind Jarius. Without even looking, he jumped back, allowing it to close the instant he was through. Bending down to assist Clemo, Jason scanned him as well as the surrounding area, ensuring Jarius had indeed left. I am sorry, old friend. I should have just killed him. Jason had Clemo levitating behind himself as he continued to walk across the lake of fire. Hours passed before Clemo opened his single eye. What happened? Jarius. Widening his one eye, the teleporter jumped up, ready to attack the wizard. Fission. Fission teleported to his hands. Where is he? Stay calm, my friend. He forced you to overload your powers. Allowing those words to calm himself, Clemo sheathed his loyal sword in 2 form. He noticed the massive headache. He held his forehead with his hand. I do not think I can teleport for a while. Jason nodded. You need to rest. Laughing, Clemo responded. There is no rest in hell. We need to find out where he went. I know where he is going. There's only one place he could be going. That Black Tower. You keep resting. I will take care of everything. You already believe in me. I need you at your best. You've been drained, Go back to sleep. He has psychic powers, Jason. He mind-controlled me. Shh. Rest. The teleporter entered a meditative rest. Without realizing it, Klimo had his senses dulled all the while. Jason was constantly under attack by devils, dragons, and corrupted angels. They seized the opportunity to attack while Jason had no help. A massive bubble extending 10 meters in every direction surrounded Jason and Klimo. Jason casually walked while countless fiends would plummet into this sphere, into their own annihilation, disintegrating upon contact. Wake up! Standing up to view his surroundings, Klimo saw the bubble that surrounded himself and Jason. Nothing was getting through this protection. Just on the other side, pounding relentlessly, were those same corrupted angels. Their screams, as well as the screams of the tormented souls beneath them, were audible to him. Those angels scratched with futility, trying to get into their protective area Jason has manifested. Above the bubble were dragons breathing down, fire down. Their numbers were in the dozens. Only with his enchanted eye was Klimo able to see a line of docile devils far behind those once holy angels. Those devils only stared at Klimo and Jason, waiting. Each of them were scaled, winged, horned, red-skinned things. They sat perched. Looking down, he saw that they crossed the lake of fire. Behind those devils was the Black Tower. It stood straight. Of what material it was made, Klimo did not know. The structure was the first and only thing witnessed that was not constructed of damned souls. Klimo was about to question what to do about the surrounding attacking enemies. Jason waved his hand, dismissing the question before it could even be spoken. The superior psychic walked forward, unconcerned with them. They walked towards the Black Tower. All the while, those things were attacking their protective barrier. The devils moved out of the bubble's path, making contact with the Black Tower. The walls pressed through the sphere by Jason's will. Jason placed his hand onto the wall. He activated a power Klimo did not recognize. Refusing to disturb him, the teleporter looked around at the enemies whose number increased by the second. He raised a finger, opening his mouth to speak a question, only to stop himself at the last moment. Jason knows what he is doing. Maybe he feels these creatures are a waste of time. They are a waste of time. You are correct, Jason said. And yes, I am in your head. Klimo opened his mouth to ask why, but was interrupted by Jason. Jarius got in your head with ease. I am currently preventing those devils from invading your mind. We will remain psychically linked indefinitely. You can hear my thoughts as I can hear yours. His hand moved across the surface. Jason walked, with his hand still making contact with the tower wall. The entrance to this tower is a mystery. We should not teleport inside for obvious reasons. Because we cannot see what is inside? Yes, that and our teleports can only be diverted by Garrix. This is his home, you know. Garrix has ruled the first hell for countless centuries from inside of here. We will be facing both Jarius and Garrix. Jarius teleported, didn't he? I have been pondering that. He opened a portal, similar to teleportation, but not exactly the same. A portal can be diverted. If I were not drained, I could have done it. Jason made a mental nod, agreeing with Klimo. Klimo, I believe I have found the entrance. This portion of the wall is different. Different how? Through the psychic conversation, the monsters continued to bang on their barrier. They are distracting me. Come on, follow me. Jason walked to the wall. Whether it was an illusion or Jason activated some kind of phase power, Klimo could not tell. He followed. They found themselves inside of a dark corridor. Klimo had no difficulty seeing in the dark. Looking one direction revealed the hall to be an endless line. Looking the other revealed the same. This was in contrast to how big the tower looked from the outside. Neither psychic was surprised by this revelation. I can see through their eyes, Jason commented. The two ventured through the never-ending hallway. Remaining focused, they ceased conversation, paying attention to their surroundings, refusing to allow the alteration of this anticipated reality alter their awareness. Stepping forward with care, Klimo stepped to the first door on the right. His enchanted eye saw magic surrounding it. What should we do? There is no telling what is on the other side of this door. More importantly, there is no telling what magic is on that door. I could teleport the door off the hinges. Jason shook his head. No. We need to rely on stealth as much as possible. Jarius is somewhere in this place. We have to locate that hell box before him. Klimo looked back to Jason. How do we do that? The man wields demon magic, arcane magic, and psychic powers. He has that sword, too. How do you propose we stop him? Jason let out a mental sigh. Until we figure something out, let's explore this place. Allow me. Jason lightly pushed Klimo aside. Using his kinetic powers, he forced the doorknob to turn open, swinging the door wide open. Skeletons littered the room. The outside light touched their dust-covered bones for the first time in perhaps centuries. Their empty sockets glowed red from the hollows, giving away their demonic secret. With no surprise to these two, every skeleton sprang to life. Psychic energy swelled inside of Jason, arcing across his entire body. Moving with speed faster than Klimo could keep track of, Jason zoomed across the room, and using an ordinary mace, he bashed their skulls one by one in the blink of an eye. Crushed skulls and broken bones fell to the ground, lifeless once more. Jason stopped in front of Klimo, allowing the power to end and his body to slow down to a normal pace. So what? Are we too powerful for hell? Klimo asked. When I was a god a few days ago, yes. Don't get cocky, Klimo. The bones, skulls, and dust moved once again, pulling themselves back together. Only the numbers were fewer, and their sizes larger. Looking from the skeleton monsters back to his comrade, Jason shook his head. You just had to say that, didn't you? Klimo shrugged. What? It's not something we haven't faced before. Allow me this time. Pointing at the skeletal abominations, Klimo quickly calculated in his head as they still formed their bodies, slowly standing back up. Just before they finished forming, Klimo executed his psychic attack. The mass teleported, forced them into the wall as part of the surrounding structure itself. Skeletal arms, parts of skulls, rib pieces, and legs dangled from the walls and ceiling all around the room. Do you think that will stop them? No. It did not take a psychic to figure out these things could not be killed. Those skeletal pieces wormed their way from the walls, detaching, falling to the ground, slithering to the center of the room, recombining into a singular, massive skeleton. Final form? Klimo asked. Who cares? Jason said, not asked. Grabbing Klimo by the arm, he tugged his comrade out of the room, closing the door behind them using the same kinetics. Next door! They ventured down the hallway, checking door after door for hours. Each room was different, yet the same in the sense that they were a waste of their time. Klimo sat down on the floor of the hallway. Was this designed to waste our energy? Unlikely, Jason said. Garrix made this place. This is his home, and Garrix has not shown any interest in our adventures until less than a year ago. Placing his hand on his chin to ponder as he continued. That devil god made this for a different purpose. Speaking of him, something is not right. What is it? He has not directly attacked us. Jarius said that he wouldn't be worth the trouble. Jason paced back and forth. That was before we crossed the Lake of Fire, destroyed at least half of his dragons, devils, and corrupted angels. We need to... He was cut off from speaking by a door bursting open down the hall. Rushing out in full sprint was the unmistakable robes of one Jarius Kane. Klimo drew his swords and teleported behind the evil wizard, attempting to slash. His blades were blocked by that greatsword, appearing the same moment Klimo did, both materializing at the same time, making contact. Attempting to push the blade down, Klimo made no progress in his efforts. With but a flick of his wrist, and not slowing his pace, a spell was tossed from Jarius to both of the psychics, pursuing him. Waves of familiar magic began to affect them. Wave after wave pulsated, taking hold of the psychics. Looking at Jarius, Klimo saw the wizard moving with incredible speed away from himself. The sword then vanished as well. What is going on? Klimo thought to himself as he moved forward, chasing after the evil one. Klimo, we must move forward quickly. Jason sent the telepathic message. His mental voice was pushed with great urgency. Klimo did not question it. Vision pointed behind, aimed at Jason. From the power of the sword itself, both psychics vanished, reappearing 20 feet ahead in the hallway, just outside of that spell's effective range. Klimo sheathed Vision in two form. I had no idea Jarius could move so fast. He cannot. Jason pointed ahead, refusing to cease moving. A pressing tone was in his voice. We have to hurry. Klimo was about to speak, only to be cut off by Jason. Too much time was already wasted just now, so I will explain really quickly as we move. Jason picked up speed, actually running through the hallway. Klimo had no difficulty keeping pace. I have seen and done this before. Jarius slowed down time for us. Hours have passed within that short little time just now. Pushing his abilities, Jason traced the surrounding air, allowing a projection to become visible by these two, a projection of Jarius running through the hall. We will follow that and know where he went. They continued down the hall, following the ghostly figure. After not even 2 minutes, the projection vanished. They stopped, confused. What? Klimo outburst. A bubble expanded from Jason in every direction, rapidly growing by the second. He did not teleport. Give me a moment, Klimo. The superior psychic studied the area. Klimo stepped back, vanishing in the process. They were in a massive room. If room was even the appropriate word to describe the area, Vision was already drawn by Klimo, spun his body around, ready to attack anything. There was no light source here. His eye had no difficulty making out the details of this place. Cavernous with gold pieces, golden idols, and golden things were piled and scattered all around. The treasure itself had no end in sight that Klimo could see, and he could see miles in every direction. The ceiling was hundreds of feet above. Silence existed here in this massive cavern. Do not move, Klimo. Jason's voice echoed in his head louder than normal due to the surrounding silence. Looking up, Jason became visible, floating in the air. The finger on his lips and the look on his face said it all. Do not touch the gold and do not make a sound. Pointing at the teleporter, a simple power was shared, allowing Klimo to float with Jason. He waved his hand, manifesting the spectral image of Jarius. They observed it floating in the air in a similar fashion. They followed. For miles, the past image of their foe led them on. How much farther? Klimo asked. Jason did not answer. Klimo frowned, feeling stupid for asking a question Jason could not have the answer to. The scenery did not change. Only gold and stone, along with the occasional speletheums, were all that existed here. Ha! Klimo laughed in his head. What do you find funny? Klimo pointed at the gold. I really could have used that a while ago. Gold has no real value. If some wizard desires to work hard on a magical item and then trade it off for these worthless pieces of gold, I feel sorry for him. Jerking his head back with surprise, Klimo had no idea how to respond. One day you might understand that, Klimo. I know you in vain searched the multiverse for a mythical plane of gold for years. You wasted your time in that endeavor. Klimo scoffed in his head, thinking of a pfft sound. How do you consider that a waste of time? If I had unlimited gold, I would be far better equipped. That toy on your finger that makes you invisible, that is a novelty at best. Depending on these magical trinkets you wear all over your person, only serves to make you depend on them. While they have saved you from time to time, to which I am grateful for, they, in the long run, will make you weak. I disagree, Jason. We could right now take this gold we see all around and buy an arsenal to help us defeat hell all the faster and more effectively. Not anymore, Clemo. You forget that the mortal planes are no longer in motion. Everything is frozen in time due to both chaos and law having no place. The two gods that held those aspects died, leaving only the neutral one, making everything eternally frozen. Will you ever place the universe back into motion? Sabin, the neutral good god of magic, will be dealt with in time. I have no quarrel with him. Is that a no? I would rather work with him than against him, even though I killed one of his brothers and took a direct role in ending the other. I believe Sabin is wise enough to work with me instead of fighting against me. They flew past a massive mountain of gold, watching the spectral past version of Jarius come to a stop there. They ceased moving as well, watching where he went. Previous events unfolded before them, but only the motions of the wizards, not any of the no longer present foes. He swung his sword at unseen forces while charging up the mountain. The wizard fired Eldritch blast after Eldritch blast. Psychic energy welled inside of this past version as he performed mind and magic feats in this long-over battle. At one point he fought dual-wielded his blades. Jarius never stopped rushing up the mountain, fighting all the way, never slowing his pace. Reaching the top, his fight raged, increasing in intensity. Spells neither psychic had ever witnessed arched from Jarius, splashing magic all around. Whatever Jarius fought was no easy enemy, even for him. Eventually, he swung his swords down, ending the deadly foe. On the top of this mountain of gold where Jarius stood, on the left and right of this his spectral visage was a split in two draconic devil dead. They witnessed Jarius wipe his brow while slowly walking forward towards an open box. He moved his hand in several motions, performing magic neither psychic recognized. Kneeling down, his hand made the motion of opening the box. His body lifted into the air from something that could not be determined. Pain etched across his face, yet he smiled all the same. "Finally!" the spectral Jarius declared. He vanished again. Jason landed on the ground next to the box. The first hell box is his. Get ready, Clemo. He is nearby. Are you saying he waited for us? Why would he do that? Surely he's halfway into the second hell by now. It's all part of his twisted plan. He will use us to the bitter end. No doubt he wants us to go in first. Jarius has already killed a dragon, the guardian of the gates to the second hell. Look! Jason pointed at the massive dragon corpse. The thing had 5 heads. There was a massive wound with a large puddle of blood, dried blood on the ground. Jarius killed that thing, took whatever was in that hell box, and hides here now. If he really were here, I would see him, Clemo said. I know, which makes no sense. The corpse shook. Jason smirked at a sort of frown. I am not surprised. Garrix is not done attacking us after all. 5 dragon heads slowly rose, their milky white dead eyes ensured this thing was undead. Clemo teleported on top of it, flying down with his sword pointed. With a slash, he gashed the creature, effectively doing nothing. Jason joined the fray. In the distance, Jason saw the portal to the next hell, the very thing this creature once guarded. Rushing into the portal was the wicked wizard himself. Jason glared momentarily, knowing he will not have time. Run while you can. Garrix possessed power over the living dead. No undead can deny his orders. With but a whim, he could create such things as well. Garrix made this dragon all the more formidable. This undead five-headed dragon possessed all of its abilities it once had in life. Each head spit a breath weapon, different from the next. The first head has fire shooting, second lightning, third cold, fourth acid, and the final one was poisonous gas. The gas and fire did nothing to Climo. Jason jumped back, having no way to avoid the noxious stench. Their fight was long. The five-headed dragon was tougher than Jason anticipated. Jarius was long gone. This dragon was swift for such a large creature. Every time Climo attempted to teleport a head off, it somehow detected the attack and moved out of the way unscathed. Being undead made psychic attacks useless as well. Somehow he felt Garrix laughing at him. Climo was blasted by lightning, his body hurled, smashing into the mountain of gold. The teleporter got back up, refusing to surrender. With a teleporting maneuver, Climo teleported behind the lightning head, swinging his sword in singular form. It was much stronger this way. One head down, 4 to go. Fire shot from the beast and covered Climo's red body, doing nothing but making him bright for the moment. Swing again, the fire one was beheaded. A claw swiped at him. He dodged with another teleport, aimed for behind the acidic head. Lopping that one off, he failed to dodge the next claw swipe. As Climo fell to the ground, Jason swooped in, grabbing him and blasting the eyes of the acidic head, disintegrating them. Climo regained his balance. The swordsman ran along the ground, calculating where to teleport next. A claw smashed down, almost crushing him. Off came the fourth head, leaving only the poisonous one. It turned to Climo, snapping its great maw. Jason seized the opportunity by blasting this final head, thus re-killing the beast. We need to hurry. Jarius used this as a distraction to slow us down. Through the portal to the second hell, my friend, Jason said. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, The City of Dis. It is time we talked, a familiar voice said. Who is this? Where am I? Climo asked. You are between hells. I will return you after we talk. Jason, I will destroy all of you devils. Be calm, Climo. I am not a devil. Do you not recognize my voice? We fought together when I was alive. You are the one who released me from my torment. You killed me. Everything was white. A figure started to materialize. Climo narrowed his eyes, trying to make out the person. Only robes and their dark skin were made out. You do seem familiar, but it makes no sense who or what you are. I will not fall for a trick of the devil's. He stepped fully into view, revealing his hairless head, reflected a glow from the halo floating above it. The robes were feathery. Mark Johnson? Yes, Climo. Climo relaxed, feeling the divine radiance, knowing this could not be a trick. Why are you talking to me? Sabin has sent me, Climo. I am to talk sense into you. But Sabin surely desires my demise for taking part in the deaths of Guardian and Deity. If Sabin were a devil god, yes, he would. It is not too late for you to redeem yourself. How? Continue on your quest to destroy the 9 hells. However, yes? You cannot side with evil. Jarius must be killed at all costs. You cannot allow him to tame the other 8 hell boxes. I've been trying to kill him. He's powerful. Jason's prevented me from doing it each time I have tried. Sabin knows. Sabin knows everything you know. He can see through your eyes. Climo, you still have faith. You have not given up on Sabin like Jason has. You need to stop Jarius at all costs. Should he become Cretan again, it will be far worse than if The hells controlled all reality. Our time is over, Clemo. Stop him at all costs. The surrounding witness brightened to a blinding light, making Clemo's vision impossible. Darkness, stone, dangled chains, and a maddening silence stretched out in every direction. Dis looked akin to the inside of a massive castle. The ceiling was 30 feet high. This corridor stretched on for miles, intersecting with other vast corridors of similar style. Examining the walls showed a thin layer of slime. A grotesque feeling came over Clemo at the sight of this substance that covered every wall. The stench of it was atrocious to his senses. Walking these endless halls filled him with a disturbed feeling. He expected to be knee-deep in constant combat, yet being met with no battle unnerved him.
Jason, I have too many questions. How will we kill Jarius? He is a step ahead of us. Why aren't we met with devils trying to kill us? Mark talked to me in between hells. What? Be calm, Clemo. I have no answers for you. All we can do is focus on here and now.
The tortured screams of the damned were very different here from the first hell. Back there, their agony was from the burning flame. Their pain existed from being cast into the wasteland left to rot for all eternity. The city of Dist was vastly different. Each and every soul here had their very own personal hell. As Clemo and Jason walked the halls, they passed by rooms each with a singular soul. Some souls were suspended in the air by hooks, having their flesh pulled, ripped, and torn apart from their bones. Hooks and chains tormented too many of these individuals to count. There were devils of torment that delighted in causing this agony. Those chain devils took great pride in their work. Any given chiton, chain devil, had roughly over 100 souls to personally look after. Everyone's suffering differed based on their own displeasure. Jason made a point to pay no attention to the suffering of the damned. Clemo reluctantly agreed that there were bigger problems to worry about. The souls of the second hell were guilty of the second offense of the gods, those that delight in the suffering of others, whether it was through direct causation or merely from observing those in pain. These wretched souls had been deemed worthy of eternal torment for their sadistic nature. The good gods want nothing to do with them. Thus, without putting up a fight, the 9 evil ones have always been free to decide their eternal fate. Despator, the god of the second hell, deemed this a fitting damnation for those happy to find misery in others. The plan was to beat Jarius to the second hell box, then destroy Despator. After that, the third hell was next. Clemo knew this, though his goal of killing Jarius could not be deterred, even if Jason insisted.
Jason,
Clemo was cut off by Jason, quickly waving his hand to silence his friend. Clemo, we have a long journey here, and my concentration cannot be diverted. My focus must remain. Should I get distracted, I would not be able to protect us. Do you understand?
Yes.
Clemo lied, pretending to understand so as not to distract his friend from whatever hell Jason was keeping at bay. Jason made no expression. They walked through the endless corridors with no clue as to where to go.
I could help you,
a voice inside of Jason's mind said.
Who is this?
Jason did not slow down his pace, nor did he give any indication to Clemo about his telepathic conversation.
You know who I am.
Jarius, you went too far by taking control of Clemo. We will kill you. No words will save you the next time we meet.
I know. I don't care. We have work to do, you and I.
Unbelievable. Are you even listening to me?
Yes, you will kill me on sight the next time we meet. Trust me, you won't. However, that doesn't mean we can't work together until then.
Absurd. You sure have the biggest balls, Jarius.
Relax, my psychic creation. You want to destroy hell, and I want those hell boxes. No point in compounding our problems by trying to kill each other.
You should have thought about that before you mind-controlled Klimo.
Klimo was a tool to use. Those dragons were a threat.
Justify yourself as much as you want. You will die next time we meet.
Then you are ready to work with me until then?
Just tell me what you want.
Have your astral projection meet mine. From there, I want your help going through the worst part of hell.
Clever. Jarius, you are more powerful than any god, even now. Why would you even need my help?
Stop wasting time. Do what I say, and you will get your goal all the faster.
My goal right now is to kill you.
Well, you can't kill me if you can't find me. Besides, you get to keep an eye on me on the way.
Jason could think of no way to deny his logic. His thoughts were silent for a long moment.
Fine.
Where? Psychic energy pulsated around his head as his consciousness split, half exiting his body, while the other half maintained control over his psychic form.
Oh, one thing you will need to know. All of your powers will be useless. Be prepared for that.
Their astral projections met in a silent alleyway within the city of Dis. They were alone.
This will take a very long time. You have no idea what terrible horrors await us,
Jarius said. I refuse to go uninformed. What can I expect? Waving his astral hand casually, Jarius responded,
For starters, no magic, psychic force, divinity, or physical ability can do anything where we are going.
He paused, giving Jason a chance to interject. The psychic said nothing.
We go to the center of Dis, and in all honesty, the worst place hell has.
You will need Form 37 AC 9-24 in order to file that request, the red-skinned devil said from behind their desk. He was a peculiar-looking creature, small, squat, wearing a jacketless suit revealing his suspenders and a blank expression of indifference. Jarius looked around at the office space. To his left, right, and as far as he saw were countless desks with devils behind each one of them, dealing with their different clients. Behind Jason was a line stretching farther than his ordinary eyes perceived. The other clients ranged from devils, demons, mortals, souls, and even a few angels. He attempted to manifest a power, squinting his eyes, concentrating. Nothing happened. Not even a spark of psychic energy. Jarius extended his hand forward.
Give me that form,
he said to the same devil. I am sorry. The devil was cut off by Jarius.
Do you have any idea who I am?
Picking up a paper with one hand and spectacles with the other, the devil proceeded to examine the paper. Squinting, he spoke.
You are, or were, Lord Master Cretan.
He continued with his uncaring, dry, hoarse tone.
You created all of us in the previous universe. You reincarnated yourself into this current multiverse as one... That's enough, Jarius growled.
Are you sure, sir? The devil asked.
I have all of your misdeeds written here in front of me. You do belong in hell. Of this I can assure you.
Jarius gritted his teeth.
That is not why we are here.
Jason raised his finger. Excuse me, he aggressively interjected, but I would like to see all of his misdeeds. Jarius waved his hand in between Jason and the devil at the desk.
Stop wasting time, Jason.
How is that wasting time? Jason said with a half smile.
You have been inside of my head. You know everything I know.
Next, the devil shouted to the soul waiting in line.
Hold on now. We aren't done here.
Jarius waved his fist in an empty gesture. Jarius and Jason vanished in a puff of smoke. The soul hovered forward to meet this bureaucratic devil. Yes, I think there was a mistake in me being here. Oh? The devil said in a sarcastic, surprised tone. Let's see what we can do about this terrible mistake. Jason and Jarius appeared in a puff of smoke standing behind a large demon waiting in line. Ahead of them, the line continues farther than their eyes could see. Behind them, more clients appeared in the same puff of smoke. Jarius fumed with anger. Jason shook a small stack of papers in his hands. Look at that! He was nice enough to give me the list of your misdeeds. This will be a long wait. At least I have something to read. I didn't create this hell, you know, Jarius spouted. Yes, I know. One of those devil princes did. You created him and he created this place. Technically, you created this place, Jason said. I created you. Does that mean I get credit for everything you do? Jason read the papers, ignoring the question. Oh, look at this! He pointed at the paper while smiling at Jarius. According to this... Jason was cut off. I already know I killed my family. I am not bothered by that. Oh, no, not that. According to this, you actually stole candy from a baby. Jarius stared at Jason, squinting his eyes, thinking, is he serious? He opened his mouth to speak, but was at a loss for words. He shook the papers while speaking. Well, they were 12, but I just gotta know why you did that, Jarius sighed. What form did that devil say we need? 37 AC 9-24. Do not change the subject. I want to know about this candy thievery. How do you think we will get this form? Jarius asked, still ignoring the question. Jason flipped to the next page. No idea. Hey, now look at this. He pointed at the first sentence. You beat up an old lady. Never mind the child's candy. I want to know about this. Climo and Jason. You've been awfully quiet, my friend, Climo commented. Jason almost didn't hear him. His face was focused, concentrating on maintaining his dual thought process. Jason? Yes, Climo. Where are we going? Jason stopped running. He placed his hand on his head, then looked at Climo with frustration in his eyes. I've been looking for the Hellbox and Despator since we got here. I cannot locate either one. Are they shielded? The Hellbox no doubt is. Despator, though. He should be easy to find. A torture devil god that does not want to be found doesn't make much sense to me. Climo looked around, attempting to formulate an idea. Why don't we just ask someone? Jason frowned at the question, looking at his companion with dubious suspicion. Climo, Then his eyes straightened out with an idea. I like that idea. Why not? Follow me. The two turned a corner, rushing into a nearby room containing one of the many chitons torturing some poor damn soul. The chiton turned to the intruders immediately. How dare you interrupt my pleasures? You will suffer. The room was covered in chains that flailed as the chain devil turned his full attention to Jason and Climo. Jason waved his hand, causing every scrap of chain metal to evaporate within the room. I'm sorry, you were going to what? The chiton rushed forward, lunging at Climo, who in turn teleported the thing's head off. Climo chuckled. Devils are easier to kill than demons. Yes, when you catch them off guard, they are. I was hoping to avoid something like this, though. Jason held up his finger to prevent Climo from saying anything. You see, my friend, they are now completely aware of our presence. It won't be long now before they attack us endlessly. Please, sir, the motionless soul pleaded from the floor. Climo picked him up and began strapping him to his back. Climo, it is a bad idea to take pity on the damned like this. Fission said. I don't care, Climo responded. Jason shrugged. It doesn't matter. Take him, leave him, up to you, friend. We aren't going to stay here, though. Jason focused his psychic energy. A power surrounded them. I am attempting to camouflage us. Jason felt silly for saying that. The room flooded with a mist that did not pierce the mental barrier Jason set up. Green gas flowed all around. Only Climo saw through, but even he had to squint to get a decent look. Claws, chains, and horns were seen, yet uncountable within that mist. The three vanished, teleporting away. They reappeared back in the hallway, which had the same green gas spread out. Clemo, your eyes will have to guide us. Stay close to me. The devils shouldn't be able to hear or see us. However, they can touch us, so do be careful. Clemo stepped in front of Jason, leading the way. The soul on his back was slumped over his head, laying lethargically. Might as well tell your story, poor soul. I was damned here by no fault of my own, Jason chuckled. Is that what you keep telling yourself? Tell your tale, Clemo commanded. My name is Michael Geoffrey. I lived my life in Babylon. I spent my entire life studying evil in order to vanquish it. The gods even blessed me with powers in order to neutralize magics. You were a witch hunter, Jason interrupted. Yes, how did you know? I knew you when you were alive. You even captured me at one point. I have been tortured for years. I do not understand why the gods have damned me. I know why they damned you, but I want to hear you tell your life story first, Jason said. I was raised to be a righteous man. I did everything that correlated with Guardian's will. I helped those in need. I was a good man. Jason lifted Michael's head from Clemo's shoulders. No, you were not a good man. You took pleasure in killing anyone that was not human or practiced magic. You tried to have me put on trial for being psychic. You belong here, Michael. Jason, did he really try to kill you? Clemo asked. He captured me, and you couldn't guess who came to my rescue. None other than Jarius Kane. That is when I met the evil wizard. Evil came to your aid? It sounds more like you belong here instead of me. Guardian has made a grievous error in placing me here and allowed you to live. We killed Guardian. Your god is dead. Garrix, the devil god, wields his power now. That cannot be. Good always triumphs over evil. I should not be forsaken. I do not believe you. Clemo, I have heard enough. Clemo nodded his agreement, then removed Michael from his back, placing him on the ground. Please don't leave me. His pleas went unanswered as Jason and Clemo continued walking forward, abandoning him in the green mist. His torture screams caused by the things within the gas were all that could be heard, fading the farther they got. He took pleasure in the suffering of arcane users and non-humans alike. It is why he is here, Clemo. The two continued their journey. Jason and Jarius reached the front of the line. And what can I help you two with? The stubby devil said behind the desk. Form 37AC9-24, please, Jarius said. Oh, that form, huh? Well, you are in the line to find out what line to go to. You need to go to that line over there to obtain form 37AC9-24. The devil laughed as he pointed to the even longer line. This is absurd, Jarius screamed. You will give me what I want. Jarius and Jason vanished in a puff of smoke, reappearing in the back of the line that devil pointed at. I can see why you hate this hell, Jason chuckled. Jarius did not respond as he scowled his frustration. I don't see why you wanted me here, though. Because no power either of us possess can do anything here. That doesn't explain why you want me here. Would you believe me if I told you I just want company? Jason laughed. Company?
You can't be serious. Jason, I am not sorry for anything I have done. I know you want me to feel some kind of remorse or guilt, but you know what? I am far beyond good and evil. No, you aren't. You invented evil. I have no desire to have a moral debate with you.
Why not? Do you have anything better to do? Jason mocked. Besides, I know you have other motives. You have never experienced loneliness, so come clean as to why you are really here.
I am going to need your help.
You should have thought of that before you took over Klimo.
Damn it, Jason. Klimo is not that important. We could destroy hell and every last god, then reshape the multiverse to anything we want. Do you honestly not see the bigger picture here?
You are doing pretty well on your own. Why would you even want my help? Jarius smiled. You know something I don't.
Yes, I do.
Out with it. It was Jason's turn to scowl.
How have you honestly not figured this out on your own? Tell me, Jason, what the biggest threat in hell is.
You?
I am flattered, but no.
Asmodeus?
No.
Despator. How could a devil of torture honestly be a bigger threat than the master of hell?
Guardian, Deity, Loth, and Dagon.
They're dead, Jarius.
Think about it.
Jason cocked his head. Then it dawned on him.
Fuck. Oh, those brilliant cogs finally turning in the massive head of yours. Seriously, how did you not figure this out sooner? Garrix. Yeah. You think he sits quietly, sipping booze from a coconut. No, Garrix is a force that becomes more powerful with each passing moment.
He has the power of 5 gods. Jarius waved his hand.
6 by now. No doubt he has already killed Despator.
How could I possibly stop him? His power grows exponentially, like mine, but on a multiversal scale. Jason looked around, frustrated.
Now you understand why I want your help. And we sit here rotting in bureaucratic hell. We have to stop him.
It was the evil wizard's turn to smile.
What is this place?
Klimo asked. We are still within the city of Dis, but this area is open. I have no idea what this is.
This is where you meet your end, Metamind.
A loud, booming voice from a distance said. The mist rolled back, revealing the entire area. This place was in the shape of a massive circle spanning over a mile in every direction. At the edge were countless rows of seats. Devils sat, observing. Jason and Klimo did not need to word their situation. These two were in an arena. Above was a glowing ceiling with no doubt protections preventing any form of escape.
Jason, what do we do?
Klimo asked. I do not think we have an option. We will have to fight. To earn our freedom or some such thing? No such reward awaits us, I am afraid. Looking into a probable future, I know what we will do.
I am ready to fight,
Klimo said. The fight will not end, my friend. They are going to send wave after wave, opponent after opponent, until we have no more fight left in us.
Teleport out?
I doubt we have that option. We will have to fight until I can come up with something. The first of many devil monsters appeared before them. It was a massive, hulking beast, already barreling its way to the two psychics. A very long time passed until Jarius and Jason reached the front of the line.
Here is Form 37, AC 9-24,
the devil said with a smile. The two vanished in another puff of smoke, finding themselves back at yet another line. The two conversed as Jarius filled it out. They have me and Klimo trapped, Jason informed.
I am not surprised. What are you trapped in?
A combat arena with no escape. Inevitable death. Your psychic powers will become exhausted given enough time. Conserve them as much as possible. Let me guess, you will save me if we work with you again. No, Jarius said bluntly. This is your chance, though. Explain. Yes, I could just as easily save you. I could heroically bust in there and get the two of you out of there. And what is stopping you from doing that? Jason asked. You will not be working with me, but for me. I'm not surprised that you take advantage of our disadvantage, nor should you be. His tone was annoyed. How do you plan on getting us out? I already said I don't. Then what was the point in having anything to do with me? You serve my purpose in your current situation. All of Dis is watching you. Using us as a distraction? Jarius nodded. From what? Their attention is diverted from what we do in here, in this bureaucratic hell. I believe you and Klimo will last long enough to ensure that. Jarius looked out to the front of the line. The distance was over a mile away. Besides, if you can't figure out how to get yourself out of this dilemma, then I don't want your help. Yet another massive foe fell to the ground, lifeless. Klimo held his swords at the ready. 3 more hours of non-stop combat passed. Jason and Jarius reached the front of the line. Jarius handed the devil the filled-out form. Can we see him now? Jarius asked. The devil looked at the form, frowning. You have filled out this paperwork without error. May I ask why you desire an audience with Despator himself? Stop wasting my time and send us to him, Jarius fumed. The devil half smiled, pointing to a small section in the middle of the form. If you fail, he has your soul immediately. You already signed it. Enjoy eternity in servitude, Lord Master Cretan. Jarius waved his hand, motioning for the devil to hurry up. Without another word, both Jarius and Jason vanished. Their astral projections found themselves in a massive room that resembled something akin to a modern business meeting room. They were already seated at one end of the table. At the other end sat a large demon wearing a business suit. His horns were on the sides of his hair that sat back in a ponytail. His hands were folded in front of him as he sat patiently. The room itself was casual. Beyond a few paintings and pictures decorating the walls, the table was only notable features in the room. Behind that devil, sitting down, were windows revealing the city of Dis from a high-up position. While Jason and Jarius did not look directly out of those windows, if they did, they would witness the arena that his physical body currently battled. Above that arena, and much further in the distance, a red dragon, far larger than any ever witnessed, loomed. The massive red carried itself with pride and confidence. The Fire Lord is quite an amazing sight, wouldn't you agree? The devil said, commenting on the dragon. Despator, I see Garrix has not gotten to you yet, Jarius said, examining the devil sitting across from himself. Or has he? Despator waved his hand, dismissing any insult within the wizard's words. Yes, I have spoken to the Fire Lord. In his infinite mercy, he has decided to spare me. I am even allowed to maintain my position over the second hell. Allowed, Jarius sarcastically said. Yes, allowed, which is far more than I could say if you were in charge. Despator stood up, his massive body well kept under the business suit he wore. He paced back and forth as he spoke. You made a foolish mistake by gambling your soul Just to see me. And, Jarius said. So has he. Despator pointed at Jason, his long black fingernails showing. No, I haven't. I didn't sign anything. Despator chuckled. That doesn't matter. Merely by accompanying Jarius is equal to signing. You should have read the form. Absurd. I do not forfeit my soul. You get nothing from me. Jason, devils do this. They use the rules they make to essentially do anything they want, Jarius said casually. Despator shook his head. I don't normally do this, but I will make a deal with the devil with you. You wouldn't if you didn't have to, Jason shook his head. You get nothing from me, no deals, no agreements, nothing. You have two choices, Metamind. You either go along with the contract your companion has filled out, or deny it like you are doing and forfeit your soul immediately. Just to let you know, I love it when they give up. Jason snatched the papers from Jarius. He read it, while a strange feeling slowly crept over him. Something is watching me. Looking up, he looked straight into the eyes of the massive dragon outside over the city. The eyes of Garrix met his own. Jason felt his astral projection being absorbed into the Fire Lord. He quickly looked away and back to the form. Jarius chuckled. Yeah, Garrix would do that. Best to avoid his gaze. Jarius looked at the Despator. So you are no longer a god, are you? The Fire Lord would have beaten me with no difficulty. Submitting to his will is the only way to survive. He has promised me a fine place just under him since I submitted without a fight. You are a fool to stand up to him. Despator pointed at Jarius and Jason. Jason stepped forward. What is the contest? According to this contract, we have to best you in some kind of contest. It says here that you get his soul if we lose. He, Jason pointed at Jarius, gets that hell box of his. If we lose, I lose everything. What do I get if we win? Despator sat back down. His hand brushed across the top of his hair as he cleared his throat. With a simple smile, the former god spoke. You get to escape the arena. Jason frowned. Jarius elbowed him. Idiot, this is the only way you are going to get out of that arena. Even now my body fights. I don't have much psychic energy left. I couldn't last longer than 2 more hours. Klimo has maybe 30 minutes before he can no longer teleport, and will rely solely on his swords. A grin, larger than seemed possible, was worn by Despator. Good, it is settled then. He rubbed his hands together, then extended his left hand, snapping his fingers. Jason and Jarius vanished. Jason and Jarius opened their eyes, looking all around to figure out their surroundings. Jarius grabbed Jason by the right shoulder from behind. Be ready for anything. We have no idea what kind of contest this devil has set up for us. Jason smacked his hand away. Idiot! You bet my soul just to further your own goals? I am not surprised. Jason looked around. The area was a small enclosed room in the shape of a perfect cube. There were no doors and no windows, just the solid walls, ceiling, and floor. Jarius looked on the wall, gauging its hardness. It felt like solid rock. Holding his hand out, he attempted to fire an Eldritch Blast. Nothing happened. Placing his hand on his forehead, he attempted to manifest a psychic power. Nothing happened. Krazakt! Jarius waved his hand, attempting to cast a spell. Nothing happened. Why don't you summon your sword? Jason asked. Jarius shook his head. I need it with my body, like you. I am in constant combat. If I send that blade here, or break my concentration on it with my body, they would break through my defenses and kill me. You are fairly new with psychic powers, yet your astral project with no difficulty. Is your body in motion? Jarius asked. Nope. My sword protects it through, though. The devils found me a while ago. They keep sending wave after wave of lesser devils to die needlessly just to keep me from using that sword here and now. Jason felt the walls, moving his hands around, searching for a hidden switch or anything his eyes could not detect. Jerry shook his head. Despator designed this with the intention of stopping us. We need to figure out what the objective is to beat this. Without looking at Jarius, Jason continued to move his hands around the walls in search. That is obvious. We have to figure out how to escape this room. Do we have a time limit? We have no way of knowing, Jarius said. Jason turned his head to him with a confused, angry glare. I know. He didn't have to tell us anything about what we have to do. Devils are devious like that. There could be a time limit. Escape might not even be the goal. If Despator wanted, he could have made the goal for us to say some word in obscure forgotten language. The only stability we have is that this contest or puzzle was pre-designed. Despator cannot interfere or change what he made for us to solve. And you agreed to go along with this? I regret nothing. I really do need to kill you. Jason turned his attention back to the walls. Like I said, most likely the goal is to escape this room. Seems like that, doesn't it? Jarius said. Jason did not stop searching. He moved his search to the floor, kneeling down, touching every inch he could. You said he designed this specifically for us? Yes. How well do you think he knows us? Jason asked. He knows everything about us, Jarius said. Jason stopped searching. The goal cannot be to escape, then. He stood up straight. Jarius casually waved his hand without saying anything. He designed this for us, knowing everything about us. The goal cannot be something we would do. Jarius finished the sentence. But something we would never do. And we would do anything to achieve our goals, wouldn't we? Jason asked. What haven't I done? Whom have I not killed? Who wouldn't I kill? Exactly. I believe the goal is to give up, Jason said. Pfft, Jarius scoffed. I'm not joking. That is the one thing we would never do. Jason sat down, crossing his legs. Despator is clever. He might have deduced beforehand that you might try that, Jarius said. I am ending my astral projection, thus trapping all of myself in that arena and inevitably losing. Jason closed his eyes, allowing the power to end. His astral body disappeared, leaving Jarius alone. Jason and Klimo blinked their eyes, realizing they were no longer in the arena. Klimo did not relax as he held his swords at the ready. Jason, what happened? Jason held up a hand. We can move on to the third hell. Jarius is one step ahead of us, and Despator is no longer a threat. How do we get there? Klimo asked expectantly. This way, a new voice said just in front of them. Forming its body out of the surrounding darkness, a shadowy devil appeared. Did Despator send you? Jason asked. This way to the third hell. You have earned safe passage. Hell is pure evil, but it always honors its deals, the thing said. Jason looked up to the sky of Dis. Garrix was long gone, moved on to the third hell. Jason turned to Klimo. My friend, do you remember what Jarius did to you to destroy those things back in the first hell? Yeah, what about it? Nothing for now. Come on, let's go to the third hell. Jason focused his psychic energy on the shadowy devil in front of him. The thing erupted into light, vaporizing instantly. Right after we take care of Despator, Jason and Klimo vanished. They reappeared in the same office that Despator was in earlier. Jason already had his hand pointing, palm out, towards the former devil god. "We had a deal!" Despator screamed. "A deal I never agreed upon," Jason said, unleashing a psychic blast onto the devil. He vaporized immediately. Clemo turned to Jason. "Holy shit, that was easy." "Yes, it was. I am willing to bet that they will all be pushovers like this. Garrix is absorbing their divinity, leaving them with just enough power to do his bidding." "Garrix has the power of 6 gods now?" Jason didn't answer the question. The two teleported away. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3. The Frozen. Everything was once again white in between the hells. "Mark, are you here?" Clemo called out. "Yes, I am. Sabin can see everything you see and knows everything that you know. He knows that your journey is not easy." Mark Johnson became visible in front of Clemo. "I haven't had a chance to kill Jarius. How can I possibly do this?" "Patience, my friend. Your opportunity will arise. You are about to enter the third hell. In here, if Garrix has not yet taken another god, you will find Levistus, a grave threat. Beware, my friend. Even through his frozen prison, Levistus rules that terrible place." "Mark, I could summon you. Together we could fight." Mark shook his head. "No, my friend. Sabin's will is for me as his emissary and not his weapon." So, kill Jarius, then what?" "One thing at a time, my friend." "Cold! I can barely move!" Clemo screamed. Jason pulsed with psychic energy that quickly covered himself and Clemo. "That was close. This hell is entirely frozen. Something has changed here." Clemo shook snow and ice off of his person, feeling relieved of the biting cold that surrounded them. "We have been considerably drained from the long fight in that arena." "I know. Hell has no resting place. We may never get a chance to replenish our strength." "This place is cold. I never imagined a cold hell, especially with that old phrase about hell freezing over." "I stopped expecting things years ago," Jason said. "Conserve what energy you can. Jarius already has 2 of his hell boxes. We won't be able to track him down, but we can find his blasphemous box before him." They searched out the frozen hell. Along the way, they avoided massive ice monsters and devils. Neither were delighted at the prospect of fighting. Their psychic exhaustion knew no limit. Looking out, they witnessed countless mountains stretching out for millions of miles. Jason took note of how linear this hell was. While it stretched in every direction endlessly, it was not like a planet. Millions of miles were seen off in the distance. It was impossible to tell if some mountains were massively large or if they were closer than others. Few souls were visible as well. There were not countless hordes of devils spread around everywhere. Even with Clemo's eyes, he detected very few devils and souls. They were not invisible. The third hell was for the third offense of the gods, greed. That being the desire to have more than needed. For one to give in to the greedy desires and hold their own greed above the needs of others was one the gods have always found loathsome. Levistus, the third devil prince, had taken full advantage of the vastness of his realm. Damned souls were packed frozen all around, but too far from each other to ever communicate in any fashion. They were buried deep into the ice, never to see another damned soul. On a very rare occasion, an ice devil might get bored and torture one of the damned souls. Those tortures might include simple pain. More than likely, though, they formed a torture out of the soul's memory, making them go mad in the process. Jason and Clemo have been moving through this hell via a fast-moving power. Jason manifested. Jason abruptly stopped. He held up his hand, letting Clemo know to wait. Looking down at the ice beneath them, Jason nodded as if agreeing with something. Pointing his hand down, the superior psychic blasted a hole into the ice. Jumping in with Klimo right behind him, he turned to his companion. "This area will do. We are exhausted, and we should be able to hide and rest here." He answered the unspoken question Klimo was about to ask. Jason manifested several protections around the area. Klimo put up no argument as the two sat down, crossed their legs, and entered the meditation that all Elans must enter in order to rest. Through this method, the REM cycle was accessed much faster, while at the same time they remained half aware of their surroundings. 1 hour passed. "Please, no more." A voice was heard from within the ice just beside the two psychics. Klimo opened his eye to look. "Who are you?" He stood up, then approached a soul trapped in ice. This is not entirely unexpected. "Oh, I see. So you are one of the damned." "Yes, devil, I am. You come to torture me by showing yourself as a man," his weary voice said. His face was showing, giving Klimo a sense of familiarity. "I am no devil, but I know I cannot convince you otherwise. We have ventured through the first two hells and are now here in your hell. Tell me your story, damned soul." "I am too tired and cold to play along with your maddening games." Klimo sighed. Pointing at the soul, he utilized his psychic ability, twisting space to remove the soul from the ice. The dead man collapsed onto the floor. "I can feel warmth for the first time in over 200 years, he said. "Now do you believe me?" Klimo asked. Jason continued to meditate, either unaware or uninterested in this interaction. "The devils would never allow me, even for a moment of reprieve from my damnation. You cannot be one of them." "Now that that is cleared up, you can tell me your name," Klimo said. "Klimo," the damned soul said. The one-eyed teleporter smirked. "You must have gotten down here for so long that you have forgotten your own name. My friend here called me that earlier. I am sorry for your suffering." The withered spirit did not change his facial expression. "But Klimo is my name." Klimo continued to look at the damned soul while wearing a dubious expression. "You do not look like a Klimo, at least not one I have ever met." He referred to alternate versions of themselves that existed all across the multiverse. "Other Klimos?" the spirit asked. "Tell me your story, Klimo. I desire to hear it." "There's not much to tell, to be honest. I used my psychic gift of teleportation to become a master thief. Me and my wife were eventually killed by witch hunters. In truth, I belong here." "My parents were killed by witch hunters," Klimo said. Jason sighed. "Klimo, this is your father." I scanned his mind. "You have his name. This should be obvious by now." Klimo turned to Jason, astonished. "But my father?" The withered spirit sighed. "Oh, so this is the game you devils play on me now. You torture me by making me believe that you are my son. Nothing you say will ever convince me it's true. Please put me back on the ice, you devil." "But if you are my father, we have so much to talk about," Klimo pleaded. The damned soul looked down, refusing to look at Klimo and refusing to listen. Klimo turned back to Jason. "What should I do?" "There is nothing you can do. He's been tormented for so long that he will not believe you no matter what you say. Even now he believes my words are some kind of trick." His eyes were still closed. "Father? I know you will not reply. You were a thief in life. That is why you are here in the third hell. I will not burden myself by carrying you, but if you wish, I will kill your soul and end your suffering." The soul said nothing as it continued to stare down, ignoring his son. Klimo gave up, shaking his head. He returned back to his place next to Jason to meditate. They rested fully. Climbing out of the hole, Clemo looked in the distance.
Do you know where we are going from here?
Jarius cannot be found. I did locate his hell box at least. He has gotten to it. He has not gotten to it yet. I will place the location in your mind. Take us there, Jason said. Clemo took one last look at his father inside of the hole in the ice. Shaking his head once more, he sighed. With no words, the two psychics vanished. Levistus. This was a god of hell that had defied Asmodeus to the point of permanent retribution. Levistus was a god that both terrified and excited every devil in his domain. Harnessing the power of all four elements, Levistus would burn with water and crush with the wind. He combined elemental properties and created elemental devils. While his fire abilities were not as powerful as Garrick's, he was mighty all the same. Levistus was not only a master of elemental magics, but also massive in stature and size. As a giant alone, he was fearsome. Like all devils, Levistus was not above betrayal for higher gains. When Jason first entered the early abyss so long ago, Asmodeus sent a crystalline monster to attack the psychic. With the top devil diverting his attention even for a moment, Levistus took full advantage. The chamber Asmodeus was occupied at the same time erupted with the sudden arrival of elemental devils teleporting in. Asmodeus was never a pushover and was never unprepared even during that moment. Levistus stood no chance and was defeated. Asmodeus spared the life of Levistus, not out of pity, but for the purpose of making an example out of him. The former elemental devil god was drained of control over the elements and encased in ice for all eternity. Asmodeus decreed that from within the ice prison, Levistus could only command his remaining ice devils. His hell froze over, no longer sharing equal space with all four elements, but solely that of ice. Levistus existed perfectly still within a mountain of magical demonic ice that not even Garrick's could melt. Behind Levistus stood several smaller frozen mountains, each encasing someone or something that Levistus loved. Levistus lived with the knowledge that the things he loved shared his never-ending fate just behind himself, where he could never see. To the left of Levistus, within his own mountain, clear ice, 12 feet from his reach, was the hell box of the third hell. Jarius stood before that mountain, staring at that box, stuck in that ice. This is quite the unexpected turn of events, I must say. Levistus looked down at Jarius and could not speak. You are powerless to do anything to me, while at the same time my hell box is with you. I would have to free you in order to get it, wouldn't I? Levistus continued to stare at Jarius. The psychic wizard sighed. Pointing at Levistus, a spark of psychic energy pulsated across his temple. There, we can speak now. I have not spoken to anyone for some time now. Asmodeus wouldn't be quite upset to discover this. Jarius laughed. Yes, he would be quite upset by a lot of things I have done. If Asmodeus could kill me, he would have done so by now. The devil of devils is not as blunt as you, father of demons. He opened his mouth to speak, only to say nothing. Behind himself, Jarius sensed something. Damn! He's here much faster than I thought he would get here. Do me a favor and don't tell him I was here. Jarius snapped his fingers, vanishing from sight. Jason and Clemo materialized just behind where Jarius stood a moment ago. So this is Levistus. Jason looked at the devil god trapped in ice, then looked at the trapped hell box. And what is this? 2 birds with 1 stone, as the old saying goes. Jason, how will we... Klimo was cut off by Jason. Nothing is beyond our power, my friend. Jason held up his hand, surrounded by psychic energy. The superior psychic commenced to fire multiple blasts at the ice. Each blast differed from the last. Fire at first did nothing, then lightning was equally ineffective. Jason blasted every element and several non-elements. His body surrounded itself in writhing tentacles of dark purple energy. Slashing them into the ice did nothing, as did a similar power using positive energy. He finally turned to Klimo. Can you teleport them out? Klimo manifested several teleportation techniques. Nothing happened. No, I can't. Klimo slumped down, giving up. Jason laughed. We have only just begun. We have many things left to try on this ice. Something is bound to work. What if nothing we can do will work? Klimo asked. You figure out additional options while I keep blasting it with different things. Klimo stood up, then shrugged. The teleporting swordsman began pacing back and forth as he pondered what to do. Jason resumed his plethora of attacks. What will you do when they give up? Levistus thought. That's what I am waiting for, Jarius responded. Hours passed. Jason stepped back, finally ceasing his attacks. That was every power I have, Klimo. Have you come up with any ideas? Force cannot work on this. I do not understand exactly what this ice even is here, Klimo said. Well, Asmodeus has cursed that devil god by trapping him inside. Why? To make an example out of him. Klimo shook his head. So we could try something that devils could not possibly do. What can't devils do? Jason asked. What if the curse that frees the ice can only be done by either Asmodeus or a force of good? Asmodeus won't help us, so we can forget about that option. How could we possibly get Sabin or one of his angels to help us? We killed his brothers. Do you remember how I told you that Mark has talked to me? Jason looked away from Levistus and to Klimo. Wait, has he been watching us through you? Mark told me that Sabin knows everything that I know. Jason narrowed his eyes. So you still have faith in Sabin, huh? Klimo stepped back, alarmed by the question. You know I have always believed in the gods. You say that as if there were some doubt that the gods exist. You believe anything Sabin would tell you, wouldn't you? I know the two of you are enemies, but both of you do not see me as your enemy. Sabin wants me to kill Jarius, and I agree. I will kill him, Jason, the next chance I get. And so will I. Jason turned around, returning his gaze back to Leviscus in the hell box. We need to get that box before Jarius can. If Asmodeus cursed this ice so that only himself or good can pierce it, maybe Sabin could help us. Jason turned back to Klimo. Do you think he would? Klimo shook his head, shrugging his shoulders. Closing his eyes, Klimo prayed to Sabin. His prayer was not so much in words as it was a yearning or a feeling. His heart and soul reached out, calling to the last good god in existence. Klimo had not prayed too many times within his life, yet his faith in the good gods had never waned. A flash of memory crossed his mind's eye. Klimo saw the scenes from the previous years. He saw Deity, the chaotic good god of monsters and non-humans, die. Then he saw Guardian, the lawful good god of humans, fall. Magic wisped past him, forming the shape of a robed figure in the distance. Standing before that robed figure was the angelic shape of Mark Johnson, the former paladin and now current emissary of Sabin, the good god of neutrality and magic. My friend, Sabin has heard your prayer. While you have faith in Sabin, Sabin has had faith in you. Klimo opened his eye to see Mark standing there between himself and Jason. His wings settled down. The emissary of Sabin turned to Klimo. He placed his hand on his shoulder. I am here to see the destruction of that hellbox. Only the power of good can overcome evil.
You see, we both will get what we want. I will get my hellbox, and you will be free.
Jason stepped aside as Mark walked past him, approaching the ice encasing Levistus. What evil powers do you still possess? Mark asked himself just as much as he asked the silent devil god. His halo in hand illuminated as divine power slowly gathered around himself. The Archon, Mark Johnson, pushed his hand through the ice with no difficulty. The surrounding ice melted, skipping the liquidation process straight into evaporation. Steam flooded out of the hole Mark made as it expanded in every direction. The ice mountain rapidly evaporated. As the section passed over Levistus, the devil god twitched his long frozen limbs. The eyes moved around for the first time in years. Levistus blinked. His mouth curled into a smile. Opening his mouth to speak, Leviscus attempted to form words. You fools! You should not have freed me, for I will! His head vanished before his words finished. Klimo lowered his hand. Die by my hand! He said, ad-libbing the remainder of that devil god statement.
He was supposed to distract you.
The voice of Jarius Kane came from where the free hellbox was. Jason fired a psychic beam at the evil wizard. The beam was deflected by the Godslayer sword that floated around Jarius. Jason tilts his head. Quite bold of you, Jarius. How do you expect to get away from the greatest psychic, teleporter, and emissary of Sabin? Jason pointed at Klimo without taking his eyes off of Jarius. Do not let him teleport away. Klimo stared intently at the wizard, fully concentrating on canceling out any teleports Jarius might do. Mark spread his wings, floating in the air, readying himself to attack. Both himself and Jason charged the Vile One. Both psychic and divine energy surrounded them. They both passed through the image of Jarius Kane, never attacking him. They came to a halt, slamming into the ice on the ground. How? Jason screamed in confusion. Klimo blinked, equally confused. A voice whispered in the air. Thanks for summoning the Archon. It was the voice of Jarius. Klimo spun around, swinging his swords, only to strike the cold air. His enchanted eye could have detected the illusion of Jarius set up. Yet he was dumbfounded to discover his vision actually failed him. How? Klimo exclaimed. Mark and Jason approached Klimo. Looking behind them, Klimo saw the empty space where the hellbox once occupied. Taken by Jarius, Klimo averted his gaze, looking down, embarrassed to be fooled by Jarius once again. Mark stopped in front of Klimo. Sabin foresaw this as a possibility, Mark said. So did I, Jason added. Mark, we have to stop him. You should come with us, Klimo said. I should return to Sabin. I do not know what dark magic he has used on you to hinder your enchanted eye, but I will find out. Jason looked at Klimo. We have to go. With or without Mark, we cannot allow him to attain the next hellbox. What devil god awaits us now? Klimo asked. Thossoth. We are not done here. I am, Mark said, vanishing. Klimo frowned. What else do we have to do here? Figure out how to get to the fourth hell. Jason pointed in every direction. Everything looked the same. The two took flight by a power Jason manifested, while in the cold air he manifested several other powers that baffled Klimo on their differentiation. Klimo didn't bother to ask. It would only be a waste of time. Time. Now that's funny. I don't think time even exists anymore. Klimo pondered, remembering how the entire material realm, essentially the entire multiverse, was frozen in time. Looking down at the frozen souls spread out all around, scattered like discarded food specks, Klimo frowned. This hell is too similar to the real universe. Everything I know is frozen, not in ice, but in time itself. The people are unaware of their inability to move. That is probably the only difference between here and the rest of the multiverse. Jason! Klimo looked at him. Why don't you have an army? Jason's eyes were flashing a stream of colors across his pupils. The colors ceased as he looked at Klimo without stopping their flight. Why would I need one, and why are you asking now? You had an army, several armies. You had the Wizards of Overby, the Angels and Archons, demons at one point. Finally you had every Klimo in the multiverse helping you. Why don't we free my alternates from the timeless universes? Jason looked away from Klimo, returning his concentration back to finding the way to the fourth hell. You didn't answer either of my questions. Klimo felt the disinterest Jason had with the conversation. Under his breath, Klimo said, You didn't answer mine. Hours passed, possibly days. Neither psychic could tell. Jason ended their flight on top of a mountain. Down below, they saw something they did not expect. A cloaked man, or woman, standing in front of the unguarded entrance to the fourth hell. The cloak was tattered and dirty. The cloaked figure had snow on top of their hood, as well as on their shoulders. They had been standing there for a very long time. The cloak was yellow, opening in the center only a sliver, giving the two psychics a glimpse at their full frame. Jason couldn't make out any details. Klimo, however, with his enchanted eye, saw all of the details of the grotesque monstrosity standing before the entrance. Within that cloak was a maze of tentacles, eyes, and swirling, abominable shapes that should not exist. Their arms were crossed or folded into their sleeves, revealing nothing from within. With the hood pulled low over their face was also indistinguishable. Moving under the snow around this figure, movement was seen, yet remained unidentified. The figure remained motionless. Jason, can you see them? Not as good as you, but yes. Should we just teleport past them and move on? Jason shook his head. I doubt it will be that easy. Klimo's eyes widened with surprise. Teleport! That thing is teleporting! The robed thing vanished. Klimo spun around, drawing his sword, swinging in an upward arc in a single motion. Behind us! The monster was sliced in half from bottom to top. Inky, gooey black tar spread out, covering both Klimo and Jason. This goo clung to their bodies. There was nothing left of this creature but a puddle of slime on the ground, and sliced in twain yellow robes, falling to the ground with a gentle gust of the wind, they swirled down. Within the center of that puddle was a familiar crystal that Jason had seen more than one occasion. Klimo darted his eyes wildly. Why can't I move? To answer your question, a guttural voice responded. That black stuff prevents you from moving, and that crystal prevents you from manifesting. Jason narrowed his eyes, annoyed by his helpless situation. Everything went black for the two psychics. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. Thossoth. Dangling before him at eye level was that accursed crystal hindering all psychic abilities.
Clemo tugged at his arms and legs, realizing that he was no longer paralyzed. However, he did feel the physical restraints holding him in place. He could only move a few inches in any given direction. Beyond the faint glow of that crystal, only blackness lingered all about. "Jason!" Clemo called out. There was no response. Attempting to regain his bearings, he moved his head around to determine that he was in a lying position on a soft surface. "Where am I?" he asked himself. Under his head, he felt a soft object propping him in a comfortable place. Tugging on his restraints, he realized that everything, including the restraints, were comfortable. "What is this? What kind of hell forces me to relax?" Shh. Clemo noticed a shadow cast between himself and that crystal. He then felt a finger on his lips. "Who are you? What is going on?" That finger gently glided down his chin, then neck, slithering down his naked chest. "Where did my clothes and armor go?" He was entranced by the movement to the point of silence on his end. The remaining fingers on that hand crawled across his chest as an additional hand caressed him, then another hand, and another. Clemo lost count of the additional hands as ecstasy overtook him. Hands were all over his entire body, even between himself and the bed, as if they came from the bed itself. Clemo shook his head, realizing that he could not give in to this indulgence. "No!" Attempting to tug his hands and feet free proved futile, as if his resistance summoned additional hands. Several took gentle hold of his genitals, leaving no untouched skin on them. The teleporter continued to resist the temptation, refusing to give in to this. He struggled all the more, only to be met with even more hands that smothered him with their orgasmic touch. The man twisted so hard it caused the hands to follow him, tugging him back. The twisting and tugging caused the crystal to tumble to the floor, rolling away. Far away enough that Clemo was able to use his power. His eyes lit up, activating his enchanted eye once more. Psychic energy quickly coursed through his body, making the teleporter vanish. He reappeared 20 feet away and turned around to get a good look at his assailants. The hands were all connected to the bed itself, if bed was even what one would call this thing. The soft pillow was no pillow, nor was the bed a bed. The hands themselves, while feminine in appearance, were a grotesque sight all the same. The pillows were actually eyes that somehow smiled at his revelation. Clemo shook his head, trying to get the image out of his mind. This devil-bed thing wobbled his direction. He screamed in fright, terrified at the prospect of laying on that creature just a moment ago. The hands reached out only to take hold of empty air. Clemo teleported away. He cared not where he went. Any place but near that thing was sufficient. The teleport was strange, not like any he has ever experienced before. Clemo opened his eye to find himself laying down once again with the same crystal floating above him. The same hands started to touch him again. Turning his head back, he saw the massive eye looking right at him. He screamed, twisting his body, trying to escape. The hands were stronger this time as they tugged at him, preventing the same escape. While they physically felt good, he was frustrated at this predicament. Clemo twisted his arm around, stabbing his fist into that mess of eye. The lids closed down on his wrist, and a squealing sound was heard like no other he had ever heard. The hands instantly let go out of pain. Seizing the opportunity, Clemo jumped out of this monstrosity, trying to get away from that bed as fast as possible. Instinctively, he teleported. A mistake, to be sure. Opening his eyes, he found himself a third time on that bed. "No!" he shouted. Twisting his fist to punch that eye again, his hand was stopped by several hands catching his own. His face flushed with anger. Clemo thrashed harder this time, only to have even more hands emerge, taking hold of his body, clinging him to that horrid bed devil. Jason opened his eyes. He let out a sigh, not out of relief, but of agitation. "So this is where I die, huh?" Everything was black.
Nothing could be seen except that power negation crystal just beyond his reach. Attempting to move his arms, he discovered to his surprise that he was not restrained. Jason took hold of that crystal and tossed it across the dark room. It was never heard. Strange. He commented on the silence of this place. He closed his eyes to concentrate on manifesting a power. The power didn't matter because he was unsuccessful. Damn! He cursed under his breath. Taking a step forward, he was overcome by a tingling sensation in his groin. Jason fell to his knees. What is this? It was too dark to see, but his hand felt himself to explore what the problem was. His penis was throbbing and fully erect. I shouldn't be surprised. An overwhelming lust took hold of him, demanding that he touch himself. Jason shook his head, refusing to give in. Thosoth, you will not conquer my will so easily. Jason stood up, taking another step forward, forced him down once more. This time the urge was twice as strong. He clasped his hands together tight, refusing to allow them to wander. While he rarely masturbated, Jason had nothing against the act in general. He knew that to give in to this would drain him, and needed every ounce of energy and willpower he could muster. Standing up, narrowing his eyes, Jason began chanting a mantra, something he had never done before. Anything would help to resist this sexual temptation. He readied himself for the next step while clinging his hands together. It would take a crowbar to separate his hands. As he stepped forward again, he anticipated the sexual urge to come over himself. He did not fall to his knees. While pushing himself forward, he kept his hands tight together. He focused solely on moving forward. He didn't notice his clasped hands slip down into his pants. Damn it! He screamed when he realized that he was masturbating without knowing it. His hands acted with minds of their own, never ceasing their movement. While performing the act, his mind started to bend. The psychic fell to the dark ground, helpless. Do we have a deal, Thosoth? Jarius Kane asked. The room was full of naked bodies, all caressing and touching one another in an eternal orgy with no release. The damned souls moaned, never feeling any real pleasure. Numbered in the hundreds, they surrounded a creature that was a mass of tentacles and eyeballs, all varying in size and shape. The smaller tentacles engaged in joining the surrounding orgy, while the larger ones swayed on occasion. Responding in a guttural voice that subtly echoed in the room, slightly louder than the moans, Thosoth spoke. You are always so focused on this whole Cretan revival. It paused. Jarius said nothing. You should join my orgy room. Thosoth laughed. It was the kind of laugh that caused the sexual participants to pause, cringing. Jarius made no sign of care. Thosoth finally sighed. You are no fun, father. Yes, we have a deal. You can have your precious hell box, and I will keep those two psychics. One of the larger tentacles from behind the bulk of the beast raised, wrapped around the fourth hell box. Jarius reached his hand out to grab it, only to have Thosoth pull back at the last second. Or, the devil god said, I could just keep this, take you three, and turn you into my sex slave like everything else here. Tentacles swiftly reached out from unknown places all around the massive orgy room, taking hold of Jarius. The wizard summoned his Godslayer sword. The blade appeared in the air, just in front of himself. Fool! Jarius shouted in confidence at the reliability of his weapon. I would have honored our deal. You die instead. Jarius chuckled a bit as his weapon floated in the air. With a bright flash, the sword fell to the ground. Jarius dropped his jaw in surprise. Nothing is powerful enough to do that. I am. A booming voice from all around spoke. The ceiling was ripped open, then flew away by the force of a power that made Jarius shrink down, believing his death imminent.
Garrix!
Jarius could not move. The massive dragon's head became visible. The wizard avoided eye contact with the Fire Lord. A huff of fire exited his nostril as he stared down at the trapped wizard.
The Fire Lord is the new Asmodeus. You could have joined him, Father,
Thossoth said.
You killed Asmodeus?
Jarius asked. Garrix did not answer the question. His eyes flashed with his divine power. In front of the wizard, 2 large bubbles appeared. One revealed Jason uncontrollably masturbating, while the other showed Klimo stuck in that disgusting touchy-feely bed. Garrix remained smiling and silently gloating. Thossoth brought one of his countless eyes close to Jarius.
You see,
the voice came from nowhere.
Garrix did not make a deal with me. His will is law now. He was gracious enough to allow me to retain my divinity. Seeing as how easily you 3 have been killed, killing devil princes, it made sense to allow me to keep it.
All of your divinity? Jarius humorously asked. The eye narrowed with anger at Jarius.
I have enough. Whatever scraps your master allows you to nibble on, I see.
Garrix brought his massive claw close to Jarius, pointing at him.
Such insolence. Take away his hands. Yes, Fire Lord,
Thossoth said with glee. Tentacles tugged, ripping off the hands of Jarius with no difficulty. He screamed in pain. The hands fell to the ground, lifeless. On one of those hands was the ring that granted Jarius his warlock abilities, the ring that had the captured demon lord Pale Knight. That ring slipped off from the fall. It rolled away naturally across the room.
Now to add a special little touch of mine.
Magic surrounded the wizard, circling around him, rotating, getting closer to his genitals with each rotation. The magic took hold of him, causing the mortal wizard to be aroused. Thossoth dropped him onto the ground. Garrix retracted his massive claw, chuckling at the mortal's sexual torment.
No way to pleasure yourself.
Jarius groaned in frustration as he crawled across the room, with only his psychic powers remaining. Dagon, within his mind, shielded the handless wizard's thoughts. He saw where that ring fell. Jarius attempted to make his crawling look desperate and unintentional. Garrix vanished, satisfied that the mortals that opposed him were dealt with.
Get that ring,
Jarius thought to Dagon.
It is taking everything I have just to shield your thoughts,
Dagon responded.
That ring is far more important. I can maze my thoughts. You worry about retrieving that without him noticing. Look at you,
Thossoth spoke in a soft, mocking tone.
Crawling, sexually frustrated, powerless, and helpless. Your hellboxes are mine. Your sword does nothing by the will of Garrix, and nobody is coming to save you.
Jarius looked at the ring. He felt the stealthy psychic energy slowly reaching for it. The wizard continued with his ploy, crawling randomly with a look of desperation covering his face.
Well, no sense in leaving you with no sexual stimulation,
Thossoth said. Tentacles ripped off the wizard's robe. A lumbering body moved towards Jarius. This man had a massive erect penis aimed at the backside of the wizard.
I need you to hurry up,
Jarius screamed in his thoughts.
If I go any faster, Thossoth will notice. You are going to have to just be raped. You are going to let our body get violated. If it is any consolation to you, I won't be feeling it. Besides, you had worse torture.
Jarius cringed at the inevitability of his situation as tentacles spread his legs apart, giving the lumbering man plenty of room. His senses picked up the details of this grotesque thing coming to violate him. Their skin was a sickly yellow, peeled in scattered places over its flesh. His face was full of pockmarks, giving away a number of diseases. Around his neck was a rope marking, the kind caused by strangulation. This body was an actual body, not just a materialized one. This was once a man on the material plane that died from a hanging. Their eyes were empty, not of eyeballs, but of life, yet they breathed. They must be an animated corpse. Thossoth has solely to use as a sexual weapon for his own amusements. The corpse was bent over Jarius, ready to begin the humiliation of having the father of all demons brutally sodomized. Jarius felt that rough, almost scaly flesh rub against his own back. Bits of flesh rubbed off, crumbling to the ground. Thossoth has given this undead thing breath. It was actually breathing heavily on the back of his neck, allowing the thoughts to sink in deeper with the frustrating, trapped feeling. Their smell was a repulsive, awful stench, full of not only decay, but also of feces and foul sex acts. This was not the first time Thossoth has used this grotesque method to torture a soul. His eyes cringed in horrid anticipation. Dagon will not come to his rescue in time. With a singular deep thrust, Jarius let out a scream of pain. Gotta give Thossoth the satisfaction, he thought in his sub-thoughts. The monster immediately sped up, shaking the wizard's body back and forth. This creation of mine, orgasms on command, Thossoth snapped his fingers. Jarius felt his anus splitting and blood trickling, and the thing violating him, pumping him full of hot liquid that burned like acid. The rape did not relent in the least. Yes, and he only stops when I command it as well. His penis will not soften. The magic was quite simple. Thossoth laughed as he slithered a small tentacle around the wizard's neck. Hurry up! Jarius screamed to Dagon, feeling his ability to hide his intentions impossible to conceal any longer. Thossoth raised the wizard's chin as the rape continued. The large tentacles held his body down. An eye opened in front of Jarius. What's this now? Thossoth asked. The ring shot back to Jarius, floating in place where his hands were. Thossoth noticed the severed hands were not bleeding. Oh! The ring glowed, bursting with light, causing the tentacles to reel, letting go of the victimized Jarius. He fell to the ground in pain. Dagon, heal me now! His body was surrounded by psychic energy. When the light dimmed, Jarius stood. He was not fully healed, but his wounds were closed. Thossoth moved in to attack, to further torture this wizard, to remove him of his power once again. No! Jarius screamed. The wizard vanished by the power of his ring. Or maybe the psychic powers in his head. Either way, he was no longer here. The bed continued to molest Climo, touching him across his body with dozens of hands. His body wriggled around, still struggling to escape this fate. If I free you, are you going to kill me? If I free you, are you going to kill me? Climo narrowed his eyes, not surprised in the least by Jarius trying to make this offer. Yes, I will, he screamed out loud. The bed's eyes squinted, almost confused by the outburst, but the eyes rolled shortly after dismissing the words. Are you sure? If I leave, I won't be coming back. And if Sabin were going to save you, he would have done it already. You must die. I will kill you at every opportunity I get. Well, if you promise not to kill me yet, you can not only be free, but also have the opportunity to kill me later. Otherwise, you will just be stuck here for all eternity. If that happens, then who would kill me? Jason will kill you. Climo,
Can we please stop having this circular argument? I give you one last chance to listen to reason. We can kill the devil, Thossoth together, you, me, and Jason. Then we can hash it out.
Klimo shook his head, still fighting the bed. He sighed, knowing that he could not deny this wizard's logic yet again.
Fine. Now free me. Hang on. I will. You have to be bound to your word with magic. Do you agree not to harm me until Thossoth is dead?
Klimo's face was covered in anger. He knew he had no choice.
Yes!
He screamed. The bed grew bright red. An alien gurgling scream was heard coming from it as it disintegrated into dust. Klimo stood up. He refused to look Jarius in the eyes.
Where is my weapon?
Right here. Jarius stepped out of the darkness. The handless wizard had the ring floating before where one hand would be, and the sword floating where the other would be. Spectral glowing green hands flashed like lightning, appearing and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Where his hands should be shone holding the sword and wearing the ring.
We need to get Jason. Where is he?
Don't worry, I'm getting him now. Jason was lying on the floor, still furiously masturbating uncontrollably. His psychic energy was continuously draining in order to prevent himself from getting hurt. His body was constantly repairing itself. He could not focus on anything else. The astral projection of Jarius Kane appeared in front of Jason.
Oh, am I glad I did not come here physically. Well, Jason, are you ready to stop jerking around?
Jason sighed, already knowing he had no other option. Jarius opened his eyes. Klimo stood with his arms folded. Jason teleported in the room next to them. The superior psychic was frowning, shaking his head. The two psychics looked at each other, embarrassed by not only their sexual torture, but also at the knowledge that both of them had accepted the wizard's terms.
Relax, you two, Jarius said coldly. After we kill Thossoth, you can go back to trying to kill me.
Klimo and Jason shot each other a look. Without using any sort of telepathy, they expressed their thoughts perfectly. A sour, plain, doubtful look that essentially said, "He is up to something." A man sat in a room surrounded by beautiful naked women. He was staring down, lethargic, refusing to look at the slender women, all dancing seductively with their breasts flopping this way and that. Some rubbed their flesh inches from his face, while others rubbed his back with their asses. His eyes were shut tight, trying to ignore the sexual torture. Jason, Klimo, and Jarius ran past this room. Klimo halted.
"Hang on,"
the teleporter said, as the tortured soul's familiarity caught his attention. "I know you." Klimo walked in the room, ignoring the women. "What is your name?" The soul ignored Klimo's words, refusing to open his eyes. Klimo shook him by the shoulder with one hand while shooing the women away with his other.
"Hey now! I'm talking to you. Open your eyes."
The man opened his eyes, looking straight at Klimo.
"What do you want, devil? Haven't you tortured me enough?"
His tone was without will. "I am no devil. Why are you a damn soul? I know you, but can't place your identity to your face." The women closed in once again, dancing and taunting. Klimo sighed. A psychic wave caused a circle to form around himself and this soul. As the women crossed the line of the circle, they were teleported to the edge of the room, where they approached again and again. "Ah, that's better. I know I should conserve my energy, but I want to know who you are." The soul raised its chin. "I have not known any sort of reprieve for over 200 years. His tone was flat. "My name was Orion Dragonsbane. I was king of Babylon." Klimo chuckled. "Oh, you. Yes, I remember now." The soul opened his mouth to speak. Klimo held his hand up to silence him. "Yes, you charged into battle and died in vain against his army of undead." Klimo pointed back to Jarius. The wizard stood in the archway with his arms crossed impatiently.
I don't care. This is a waste of time.
Clemo turned his head slightly to Jarius without taking his eyes off of the soul. I can't kill you, but I am not your slave. Jason chuckled. The superior psychic waved his hand uncaringly. Clemo returned his attention back to the former king. You were king of Babylon. We briefly met once. I actually saw you die. You really should not have panicked like you did and charged that army of undead like that. I mean, what were you even thinking? Clemo, I hate to agree with Jarius, but we really shouldn't linger like this, Jason said. Clemo held his hand up. Hang on now. I have actually wondered this for years. I really want to know what the hell you were thinking when you did that. Jarius narrowed his eyes, shaking his head. Jason shrugged. The tormented soul stared at Clemo, not knowing what to say. I died for more people. I died a martyr. Clemo made a contorted face, almost laughing. Is that what you've been telling yourself all these years? By Sabin, you really do belong in hell, though I had no idea you were such a sex fiend that you belonged in the fourth hell. But it would kind of be like splitting hairs to argue which damnation you deserve. The women never ceased their robotic seductive dance. They thoughtlessly walked towards the circle and were teleported away, only to do it again. Clemo snapped his fingers, ending the power, thus allowing them to continue to torment this damned soul. They left Orion alone to his eternity. They began to tell a telepathic conversation as they trekked through this sexual hell. What is the plan, Jarius? Jason asked. Oh, aren't you usually the one to defeat the major threat? You always get credit for it. Jason did defeat every demon lord, Clemo interjected. Jarius laughed out loud. This caught the attention of a nearby devil. He was obliterated by a psychic blast before he could warn any other. Be quiet, Jason thought. Clemo, I defeated most of them. Name one. Grotst. Name another. Ammon. What about Pazuzu? Alvaro Listo, Jason thought. What about Orcus? I can't take credit for that one. You Clemos did that along with Darren Overby's help. Demogorgon? He wasn't actually a demon lord, but a trap set by a Dagon. What about Dagon, then? Technically, Dagon interjected from inside of the mind of Jarius. I never actually died. What? Clemo's face was etched with surprise. He stumbled in his steps, almost falling. Jason caught him. When I was a god, I left Dagon in his body as a punishment. Jarius managed to get it to his body. Frankly, I am not surprised, Jason said. What about Loth? Surely Jason killed her. Nope. Me again. In fact, that was how I became a god for a brief time. Clemo shook his head, trying to organize his thoughts. The teleporter gave up on the conversation. The ruler of this hell is a god. Remember that. Do not even think of his name. Even with his reduced divinity, he will know where we are if you do. Stealth is our only advantage. And friend right now. What are you worried about, Jarius? You've killed Loth in her own realm of darkness. She was far more powerful than this sex devil. Clemo noticed his annoyance. Well, Clemo, I had the Godslayer sword with me at the time. I no longer have that. I also had real hands at the time, too. Clemo noticed the neon green spectral hands where flesh once should be. He cringed at the sight of them. So what do we do? Every god can be killed. That sword wasn't called the Godslayer for nothing. Every god can be killed. Jarius repeated the thought. We just have to figure out what can kill this one. Their immortality is directly tied to what makes them a god. I have an idea on how we can find out. A thin, tall devil wore a cloth mask over the mouth portion of their face. Blood was dripping from behind that mask. Laying on a table just a few feet in front of a bound and gagged soul trapped in a corner of this room. The ropes dug into their temporary skin, granting them the sensation of pain. This devil had a feminine aspect to it as it crept forward, slithering its body. The closer it got to the soul, the lower it hunched. It waved a gloved hand at the soul, casting a spell. The soul's penis sat inside of a chastity device. Their trapped penis grew hard inside of that confined space. They let out a muffled sound in pain. The devil was at their feet. They slithered up their legs, stopping at the man's penis. While looking the man in the eyes, this devil slowly, with a gloved hand, removed the cloth mask, revealing their hideous mouth. That triangle-shaped orifice was open, revealing blood where saliva should be. A tongue covered in protruding needles flapped around. Waving their hand a second time, commanded the constricting device to fall off. Yet their penis remained unmoved as if still confined. The tongue wrapped around the soul's penis, sliding and slithering, all the while stabbing into it with the needles. They removed one of the gloved hands, revealing that their fingers were more akin to pus-covered diseased dicks rather than fingers. As they tortured this soul's front, the hand slipped down to forcibly probe from behind. "Now!" came the mental command of Jarius. Jason Klimo teleported into the room, grabbing this sex devil, then teleporting out. Jarius placed a finger over his mouth in a hushed fashion to the stationary soul. Hours passed. "What is taking so long?" the wizard demanded. "This is not the mind of a mortal. Probing their thoughts is completely different. Klimo, are you okay holding him?" "It's an anti-time field," Klimo responded. "I can hold it as long as you need." The sex devil was crouched with its vaginal mouth still open and tongue curled around a penis that was not there. The ungloved hand was held down as if still about to insert into their victim. The creature was unmoving. "I think I know what can kill the devil god of sex. I do not like what I am learning. Klimo, put this devil back where we found it." "You mean back to raping that guy? Are you sure?" "Yeah. He was a child rapist. It's fine." Klimo nodded his head. With the wave of his hand, the devil vanished. The soul was immediately alarmed at the return of the same devil, and it continued its tortures, completely unaware of any stopping. "I know what can kill him. I need you to do exactly as I say. If you don't, then we will fail." "What can kill him?" Jarius asked. Jason shook his head. "Not this time. You do what I say when I say it. We will use you as bait for starters." Jarius smiled. "You do know that you cannot kill me so long as that god lives. It is our little unbreakable deal." "Our pact said nothing about getting you really hurt," Klimo chuckled. The cold eyes of Jarius stared at the two psychics before him. His face was unreadable. The sex chamber of Thossoth was a rank place full of disgusting acts constantly taking place. Every soul here was forced against their will to participate in this humiliating debauchery. The homophobes were forced to engage with one another, while the rapists themselves were raped. Women that were appalled at the prospect of touching another woman during their mortal life were eternally face-planted into the slit of another woman that mirrored their own disgust. There were a few souls here that delighted in their eternity. These poor former mortals were sexually tortured or abused during their life, causing themselves to commit atrocities of a sexual nature before their mortal demise. While most victims of sexual misdeeds were too wounded to seek revenge, these particular ones became twisted from it, obsessed with causing as much sexual pain to those they deemed deserving it. One particular woman that escalated into sexual torture among men was herself victim of a terrible rape. She spent the remainder of her life seducing men into a private space where she could repeatedly rape the men using anything she could, especially things that could not in ordinary circumstances fit into a rectum. She was sooner or later caught and put to the gallows for her death. Here in the afterlife, she thrived doing that which set her apart from other women. Thossoth gave her a wide variety of tools at her disposal. While she had the body of a woman, her genitalia was that of a man. She had been granted power over herself in a fashion to make it as big or small as she desired. She could even go so far as to change the shape of it. For the homophobe racist souls, she on occasion changed the color of it merely for an added thrill. This woman was in the process of sodomizing yet another rapist. She wore a smile on her face as she delighted in blood trickling from their anus. The man's cries of pain were music to her ears. Thossoth and her had a very strange yet understanding relationship. She delighted in torturing the rapist, and Thossoth delighted in her delight. An eldritch blast struck Thossoth from his left side, pushing the mass of tentacles, causing it to lean to the right. Thossoth immediately regained himself. 1,000 eyes sprang out of the beast, all staring in the direction of that blast. Jarius stood there with his hand extended, palm open, preparing to fire another blast. His hand was retracted by a thin black line newly wrapped around his wrist. His other hand and feet were also being pulled back by identical lines. They moved too fast to even notice until after they were wrapped. Turning his head to look upon his assailant, Jarius saw the lines stretching back to a central location, meeting tied together at the base of a barbed wire shaft, dripping with a most unpleasant green liquid. Attached to this tool of pain and ultimate discomfort was the very same woman. She stood arms akimbo, laughing at the torture soon about to take place. Jarius moved his fingers in an intricate formation, attempting a spell. 10 new lines shot out, faster than his fingers could move. Each finger was wrapped in the same lines, holding them, thus preventing any arcane magic forming from somatic methods. Opening his mouth to attempt another spell verbally, the woman caused a thicker line to wrap across his mouth and head, wrapping around several times, gagging the wizard. She laughed even harder. "Oh, it won't be that easy for you, though I must say it was really creative of you to make new hands after God cut yours off." She pointed at her lines protruding from her crotch, then snapped her fingers. The lines dragged Jarius in closer to the tool of defilement. Thossoth moved his swarming mass of tentacles to Jarius. The god of debauchery assisted in the re-raping of one Jarius Kane. "I didn't think it would be half as fun doing this to you a second time. Seems I was wrong." "What's happening?" Climo asked. Jason had his hand to his temple. "You don't want to know." The teleporter shook his head. "Yes, I do," he corrected. Jason sighed, removing his hand. "They have already begun. Jarius is in great pain, both physically and humiliatingly. He is having one of his servants do the deed again." Jason was careful not to say the name Thossoth. Climo frowned. "That's bad. We need him to orgasm, I thought." "Yes, but I think he will." Jason placed his hand back on his temple, resuming the scrying power. "Yes, we do. The woman doing the deed is—" He was cut off. "A woman? How?" Climo was shocked. "She has something, some kind of shape-shifting member. It can easily form a penis. I believe it is part of him. Even as a weaker god, he could become aware of his presence simply by invoking his name. That sex god will want to feel this one. Our little plan seems to be working. I can see his aura, and it is intensifying the more Jarius is violated. I don't know how much more he can take before they rape him to death." "Would that honestly be a bad thing?" Climo asked. Jason shrugged. "Stay ready. On my mark, you will have only a short moment to act. Before you go, let me see your sword fission. Klimo unsheathed fission in two forms.
What is it, Jason?
Fission asked. Be one sword for this, Jason said in a hurried voice. Neither Fission nor Klimo questioned Jason on this. The sword was quick to combine into a singular sword. The effect was quick, watching the two swords meld into one another. Jason placed his hand on the bladed portion. Psychic energy revolved around the top of his head. The same energy spiraled down his arm and through his hand, surrounding the sword, sweeping into the metal.
Jason, what is this?
Fission asked. A powerful attack, is all Jason said. He wasn't questioned. He closed his eyes, concentrating on something else now. He was quiet, lifting his hand from the sword with a single finger raised.
Klimo, no matter what you see, you must focus on him, not Jarius. Now, go, now!
Jarius tightened his grip on his weapon, newly empowered with a power he had total confidence in. He vanished, moving with his teleportation talent to battle a god. Jarius was bent over with his wrists and legs being spread by those black lines. The psychic power made those hands vanish the moment this violation started. His screams of agony echoed louder than every other tormented soul here in this chamber of violation. The lair of Thossoth, the only other sound that came close to the tortured screams of Jarius, was the ecstasy of Thossoth himself. The devil sex god screamed his passion. It was not every day that he himself felt the sexual agony of his father. Klimo knew he shouldn't pay attention to the scene, but how could he not? The very sight made him disgusted instead of satisfied, as he believed he would.
Even Jarius shouldn't go through that,
Klimo thought to himself.
Hurry! I must hurry!
Thossoth heard a small psychic voice in his chamber. His body was still writhing from the orgasm he continued to feel at the expense of Jarius. That wizard still lived, even as a woman continued to thrust in and out of his rectum. The pleasure was too great for this devil to distract himself with an intruder. Pointing his sword down from his position up high, Klimo held onto the ceiling by a groove that was part of the design. His body fluctuated as it became visible. His ring of invisibility was deactivated the moment he let go of the ceiling, allowing his body to hurl down towards Thossoth. Gripping the sword with both hands, he was not concerned with his body falling. Activating the unknown psychic power imbued by Jason, the sword glowed with that power. At the same time, Klimo focused his own psychic talent on ripping the space apart that Thossoth occupied. This caused the devil god Thossoth to be cut in half vertically and horizontally. A blast fired from the blade, shooting light, both green and blue, arcing like lightning, speeding to the foe with such force that it caused Klimo to fly up, halting his descent, remaining suspended in the air as long as that power left Fission. His muscles buckled as the teleporter found it difficult to hold on to the sword. He felt the strain causing his own arms to tear randomly across his skin. The power was too much, yet he refused to let go of his weapon and his friend. Psychic energy sparked from the blade, striking his head. This caused his hair to change from brown to white. Still, Klimo persisted in refusing to let go. For him, everything went black. Klimo opened his eye. Everything was sideways and silent. He heard nothing. It all felt fuzzy to the teleporter, who must have fallen, hitting the ground, and now was incoherent due to some kind of concussion. Half of his vision blurred and even turned red. Everything was on fire here. While it was hell, it was not a hell that utilized fire. The blast from Fission must have caused this. The woman that engaged in raping the one and only Jarius Kane must have ceased her activity before Klimo saw her fighting Jason. The world straightened as Klimo struggled to stand up. Blood fell from his face, dripping on the ground. Jason continued to fight that woman in the distance as Klimo staggered with his steps. He faintly heard Jason screaming his name, but due to the concussion, every sound was too distant and too dreamlike for Klimo to give any heed to. Opening his palms, Klimo summoned Fission in two form.
I must.
Klimo could not form the words as he staggered to the crawling body of Jarius. Blood continued to drip from his face, leaving a trail where he stood up to his current location in a zigzagging pattern. Klimo was unable to walk straight. Jarius struggled to lift his head. His legs failed to work as he himself left his own blood trail as he crawled. One look at Klimo's face told Jarius all he needed to know. The handless wizard had his body surrounded with psychic energy, which was too low to do anything. His words coughed out, failing to produce any arcane magic. Fission in two form was raised high with both hands just above Jarius. Klimo did not pause. He did not hesitate. He did not gloat, and most importantly, he did not falter in stepping down, passing through that weak psychic energy with no difficulty, and through the heart of the wizard Klimo hated above all others. His fatal expression was blank. He should have taken great pleasure in finally ending him, but his head wound made all of this as surreal as a dream. Jarius managed to mutter one word of magic. Klimo couldn't hear it. The moment was too blurry for him to notice anything. From under the dead Thossoth, and from inside of the soul of Jarius, was the mysterious power of 4 hellboxes. They lifted into the air, levitating slowly and circling around his own body. Jarius was already dead by the time these powers existed. His eyes showed no remaining life. Something dark flowed out of the dead wizard, creeping with a speed too quick for even a coherent Klimo to have noticed. The alien contents surged into an unaware Klimo. The teleporter fell to the ground uncaring. He allowed the sleep to overtake him without knowing if Jason could save him or not. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, Beelzebub.
Well done, Klimo.
The voice of Mark Johnson entered his mind.
You have finally slain the vile wizard, preventing him from ever doing any harm to anyone or anything.
Everything was bright from light emanating from everywhere. A hand pierced the light, extending to Klimo. Taking his hand, he felt his body standing up.
What about Jason? Jason is no longer your concern.
The voice was Mark's, but there was a cold indifference to it. But when asked about Jason,
What do you mean?
the light faded, revealing a city Klimo believed to be destroyed. Yet here it was, in perfect condition. The city of Klimo. But how?
Sabin is a good god. His reward to you for your unerring loyalty is to give you that which you truly desire the most, camaraderie.
The city is full of alternate versions of myself. Did they rebuild it so fast, or Sabin restore it? Mark shook his head.
It does not matter.
Klimo looked at him, confused at the response. He opened his mouth to speak for the first time since awakening here. Instead of words, he was rushed upon by his friends and alternate versions of himself, teleporting to him. 4 Klimo smiled at him, standing picturesque side by side, directly in front of the young teleporter.
Junior!
The woman version of Klimo said, using the nickname all Klimos give one another in order to set themselves apart. They called her Gray.
Missed you, friend.
Twinkle said, as he was probably the greatest teleporter, usually a stealthy one.
Shall we conjure a wave of mischief together?
Magic spellcasting Klimo said. Their words felt strange to him. They said that's what he would want them to say, yet not what they would actually say. Something didn't feel right. Opening his mouth again to speak, his concern and confusion, Klimo was interrupted by Twinkle appearing next to him, holding a drink, extending it.
For you! We have to celebrate together, my friend.
Something's not right here. Klimo took the drink, trying to figure out what was wrong. Bringing it to his mouth, he paused.
Klimo!
A woman's voice called out. He looked to the left to see a familiar woman running to him. Theresa? He said in disbelief. But you hate me for taking part in killing Deity.
Silly man, you destroyed hell. I love you, Clemo.
She jumped on him, wrapping her arms around him. Clemo looked back at the other four alternates. You four hate me for choosing Jason over you. Then he looked directly at strong Clemo. And you're dead.
Sabin brought me back. It is part of your reward,
he said. My reward for what? Clemo asked, narrowing his eyes in suspicion. Mark waved his hand in a dismissive fashion.
For destroying hell, of course.
Clemo pushed Theresa away. Except I didn't destroy hell. Strong appeared behind him, putting his hand on his shoulder.
Listen, friend, you destroyed hell, believe it or not.
Pulling free of the giant Clemo, he teleported 20 feet ahead, spinning his body to face his comrades. Yeah? Then why do I only remember killing Thossoth? He threw the drink down.
Clemo, calm down.
Theresa had her hands up in a friendly, calming fashion.
Sabin wouldn't bring Strong back. The gods are beyond doing that much for me.
Calm, Clemo. You border on blasphemy, Mark said.
No, I don't.
Clemo had his hands on the hilts of his sheathed swords at his sides. I truly do believe in Sabin, and Sabin would not do this. Why would he help me so much, reward me so much, when there is far too much work to be done? Frankly, I am simply not worth this. Strong slowly approached Clemo. Clemo? The largest Clemo was cut off by Junior, drawing his swords.
There it is. I could almost buy that Theresa would forgive me and even act like this. I could almost believe that Sabin would find it best to restore this city. I would even buy these three, he pointed at Magic Gray and Twinkle, would welcome me with open arms, even after everything. But I would never believe that Sabin would do something as reckless as bring you back.
Clemo turned, pointing a finger at Strong accusingly with one sword raised while his other hand tightened his grip. Before Strong could interject, Clemo continued while his eyes stared straight at his large friend. Orcus melded with you. The two of you became one and are inseparable. Sabin would never risk bringing that monstrosity back. I almost believed it, though, but up until you called me Clemo instead of Junior, I would have accepted it. Clemos do not call each other Clemo. Everything went black. Yet he felt still conscious. Swinging, or believing he was swinging his body around, he no longer felt his hands grabbing his swords. Turning even further, or believing he was turning, he realized he no longer felt any of his body. Clemo tried to open his mouth to speak, yet he was not doing that.
What is this?
I told you not to make them that friendly, Jason's voice said.
What do you expect? Came a guttural, unfamiliar voice. I can only do so much.
We will just have to try again, Jason said.
I don't think we have that option. He is conscious. Do you think he can hear us?
Let me check. There was a pause before Jason spoke again. Yes, but none of his other senses are working. This includes his teleportation.
Well, erase his mind and we'll start over.
No. We've done this thousands of times now. His mind is getting resistant to this. If we keep doing this, he will be completely immune. I need to pull him out.
Don't you dare! How do you think he will respond the moment he discovers what you have done? He will go berserk and destroy everything. Not to mention, we have no idea what it can do.
I knew you were Lord of Lies, but you do not have to treat me like an idiot, Beelzebub. Illumination slowly formed, revealing a rocky surface everywhere. The night sky showed countless stars. Clemo looked down at his hands. He breathed a sigh of relief at the ability to move. Hearing his audible sound caused him to speak. What is going on? I am sorry for this, my friend. Jason said as his body materialized just a few feet in front of Clemo. Jason, nothing makes sense. What is going on? Jason raised his palm open. It is not going to make sense. We are inside of your head. This will not be easy to explain. Do you remember killing Jarius Kane? Yes. As you killed him, as a final action, he opened the power of his hellboxes. Whatever was inside of them entered your body that surrounds your soul. All right, why are we inside of my head instead of awake? Why did you fool me so much back there? You said you have done this more than once. What is going on? Are you working with Beelzebub? Jason sighed. This would have been much easier with you unaware, but that is unavoidable now. What would be easier? Extracting those things from you. What are those? What are they? Those things that came from the hellboxes. Hard to explain. They are shapeless, colorless, non-corporeal. They almost look like gas, but they are not even that. They are what Jarius Kane has been striving to attain his entire life. They are the essence of Cretan, and if we were to obtain them all, he would be that which he was once again in the previous universe. Yes, but I killed him, so nothing to worry about. Yes, you did. However, you could, for all we know, become Cretan, Jason said. How? I have no idea what those things are or what they do beyond being essential components for that long-dead over-deity. Well, get it out of me and destroy it. I wish it were that simple. I mean, these are literal evil incarnations. I am not convinced they can be destroyed. My best bet is to somehow get them out of you and back into those boxes. And I have to be unconscious for this process because I believe they have become a part of you to the point where they will react based on what you perceive. If that's true, then why are you telling me this? Why not just do it and be done with it while I am asleep? Jason frowned. What's the problem? I've been trying to do exactly that. So try again. Mind wiping or whatever and give it another go. Jason said nothing. Wait. You can no longer do that, can you? Why is that? Either your mind is strengthening, or more likely it is those things that cling to your soul. Then I don't want to be here in this fake world. Let me out. Promise you will not overreact when I pull you out. What will I see that could possibly cause that? Beelzebub. You've worked with demons and demon lords before. I will never understand why you do that. Please make me understand. Here you are again, this time with the Lord of Lies himself. How can you possibly want this? Those things in you are far worse than any devil god. What will it take? You will not like that answer. Jason sighed. I will wake you up now. Please remain calm. Everything turned black once again. The room was dimly lit, making it easy on the eyes. Clemo found himself lying on a metal table. This room was filled with scrying portals revealing things far beyond Clemo's understanding, and even computer monitors the teleporter had little to no experience with. His world of origin was that of sorcery and steel, not logic and technology. Those technologically advanced worlds, as far as Clemo could understand, are or were too self-worshipped in their own achievements to give any worship to the gods. In this thought, he always consoled himself. Comforts were not superior to doing good in the universe. There were only two things in this room. With his enchanted eye, he saw every detail all around. Whether the dim lighting was for his own comfort due to his night vision, or merely a coincidence, he could not tell. The first being was Jason standing next to his metallic bed. The other being was unknown. His magical vision did not detect this second entity, but rather his sense of smell did. That being lingering in the back of the room just in front of the only door smelled horrendous. That thing gave off a stench so vile, Clemo fully awakened from it. His instinct was to draw fission. His weapon and friend were not there as his hands clutched at empty air. The teleporter looked directly at Jason for answers. You are under my protection, Clemo, was the only explanation Jason offered up. You can't possibly be this naive, Clemo shouted, infuriated, facing Jason as his finger pointed to the creature on the other side of the room. For fuck's sakes, he is the Lord of Lies! I know, friend, I know. Clemo looked at Beelzebub directly for the first time, absorbing his repulsive features. Its bottom half was that of a slug, while its top half was akin to a morbid, decayed half-man, with arms that drooped or dangled in a useless fashion. Pockmarks were evident on both the slug portion and the man portion. The thing stood or sat, or whatever, on top of a puddle of slime. Its own body was constantly and slowly excreting. His pores, if pores they were, oozed out that slime in a breathing fashion. As a side thought, Clemo imagined that those pores must sound like, and the thought forced him to convulse in disgust. His head had scattered bits of hair protruding from many of these awful oozy pores. The face of this monstrosity shared many expressions that showed no dominant trait. Within that strange face, sadness, happiness, agony, pleasure, joy, misery, anger, calm, compassion, friendliness, danger, animosity, hope, hopelessness, disgust, attraction, somehow, and a host of many others that gave Beelzebub an unreadable poker face. The slug god slithered through the door without saying a word. Clemo convulsed a second time. Jason, I refuse to accept this. Working with evil to vanquish evil? Jason asked. I know you are far smarter than I could ever be, and you know best, but how can this make sense to you? Jason began to walk away towards the same door Beelzebub walked through. Let me show you something. There is someone I want you to see. They proceeded through a hallway that had no definitive features. It struck Clemo as strange, but he couldn't pay attention to it. Entering a room that was too big to be part of any house, Clemo took mental note of the strangeness here, especially with the obscure line patterns reminding him of magic. What is this? He is here, Clemo. Who is here? Him. Jason pointed to the center of the room. Here, in this room, housed a singular soul that thrashed in agony and confusion. What is this soul's crime? Jason chuckled. Look closer at him. You and I know this soul. Peering closer, Clemo squinted, his magical vision not working. It was only then that he noticed. My magical eye. It isn't working here. Why? This room hinders all magic, Jason hastily said. Ah. Clemo stepped closer to get a better look at this soul. They had long blonde hair, blue eyes, a slender frame, and that all too familiar face Clemo recognized. Jarius Kane, but I killed him. Where did you think his soul would go upon his death? Jason still held a smile. What is his eternity? He prided himself on his magic and cleverness, so Beelzebub has made him an eternally confused, powerless wizard. Clemo chuckled, then frowned. No punishment is too harsh for this one. Shaking his head, he continued, I find no pleasure in seeing him in this pathetic state of stupidity. I thought I would, though. I feel the same. Jason wrapped his arm around Clemo's neck, pulling him gently to leave the room. Come, Clemo, there is more to show you. Clemo did not resist the forced physical movement, a thing that was odd for Jason to do. He kept his eye on Jarius until they left the room. After the door closed, he turned to his friend. Is it wise to keep his soul alive? I mean, we only risk his return. The former over-deity has no chance of ever coming back to life, Jason said with his eyes staring straight as they continued to walk. And everything is just wrapped up all nice and neat? What about Garrix? As if Garrix himself were listening, the entire hall shook uncontrollably. He is attacking Beelzebub as we speak. Clemo stopped walking. Jason stopped with him, almost tugging the teleporter with the abrupt stop. With a frown of disbelief, Clemo shook his head, lifting the arm of Jason from his person. Clemo expressed that disbelief. Too convenient, Beelzebub. What do you mean? Jason turned to Clemo as he turned his face. The part of his face that was turned away, as it was revealed, was melted like a painting, fleshly turpentined. At the far end of the hall, the slug god sat or stood watching. Clemo noticed him in the distance. The features of Jason were twofold. The part of Jason that were seen a moment ago still looked exactly like him, while the unseen parts, such as his left half, were mutated, like a bad dream. The arm that wrapped around his neck was long and snake-like. Even the hand of that mutant arm was that of a snake. It snapped at Clemo. Clemo vanished, teleporting the other side of the false Jason. He ran towards Beelzebub, drawing his swords. "How many fake worlds will you put me in?" As Clemo reached the Lord of Lies, he swung Vision. The god waved like water as his swords passed through. It felt even like water. The form of Beelzebub evaporated. False Jason stretched his snake arm to Clemo, wrapping around him, strangling him this time. "As many as the Masters wants." His voice hissed like a snake. "I do not care how real this feels. I refuse to accept this sensation of suffocation," Clemo declared. His vision blurred as the creature laughed. Soon, everything went black. Flailing his arms, waking up, he sat drenched in a cold sweat. He sat on cold stone, as were the walls and ceiling. Merely a singular solid iron door existed here. "This room is dark. My enchanted eye does not work here," proving this is yet another false reality. Across from him, already awake and staring back, was Jason, hunched against the wall, wearing ragged clothing. Struggling to stand up, Jason stopped him with words. "Save your strength. Where are we? You probably aren't even Jason." "I could just as easily say the same about you." Jason waved his hand, dismissing Clemo's words, while eyeing the teleporter with his own suspicion. Clemo wore a skeptical frown. Metal scraping sounds protruded from the door, turning his attention to it. The heavy metallic door swung open. In walked two men wearing blank, thoughtless expressions. Without a word, they grabbed Jason, hauling him out. Clemo jumped to his feet, ready to defend himself, even if he was just an illusion. Reaching for Vision at his sides, he realized that his blade was not with him. He pointed at Jason to teleport him to the side, only to have nothing happen. The two men took Jason away, shutting the door behind themselves, locking it before Clemo could even reach them. He fell back against the nearby wall, sliding down in a crouched position, placing his head into his hands. "Damn it! Is anything even real anymore?" "Nice try, Beelzebub," a voice called from outside. Clemo looked up at the small barred window in the middle of the door. A face was seen. It was his own face, except it had both eyes. The one-eyed man cocked his head in confusion. "Who are you?" The outsider shook his head. "Pfft, yeah, I don't buy it." They left. Clemo rushed to the bars, trying to get as close as possible. "Wait, but—" They were already gone. Looking out of his small window, he viewed the outside hallway, revealing countless rooms identical to the one he occupied. Or so he assumed. The full length of the hallway could not be determined, due to his visual angle. No soul was seen until he looked directly at the adjacent room. It held a man that looked identical to himself. He glared at the doppelganger. "Who are you?" The stranger, wearing his face, looked up at him. "How many illusions will you throw at me, devil?" "What insanity is this? I am no illusion." "Prove it," the stranger screamed. "I am Clemo. You appear to be Clemo as well. Tell me something only a Clemo could know, and I will do the same." The other Clemo laughed. "Are you really going to try that again?" Their laughter became hysterical. "How many times will you devils tell me that? I am done with this. All of you are fake." Clemo pulled his head back, returning his body to the wall, slumped his body back down. "What the hell is this?" Hours passed. Clemo was just passed out, for he was awakened by the door opening and Jason being thrown back in, followed by the door shutting again. He rushed over to Jason to see if he was all right. Real or not, you were the only one I could talk to. Jason, what did you do? What did they do to you? What are they going to do to me? Jason sat up against the wall. Every thought I have has been scanned by Beelzebub. Every memory, skill, psychic power, capability, and feeling I have, he now has access to. If you are real, he's done the same to you. Jason eyed Klima with uncaring eyes. He knows how to counter any power we have. He knows what we know the moment we know it. We cannot formulate a plan against a foe that can alter our senses any way he desires. Even now, he has his attention on me. I've been bested, Klimo. Klimo paced. He continues to run me through illusion after illusion. Why? Jason shook his head. I do not know. To confuse us, maybe? Well, he's succeeded in that. What if there is some truth to these lies? The best lies are always spun around the truth, Jason commented. I have something he wants. Psychic energy? You have more of that than me, Jason. No. Klimo shook his head and thought. One of the illusions pointed out that whatever was in those hell boxes is now inside of me. It must be. The door swung open. No unlocking sounds were heard. Through the door, the same two hulking men lumbered in. Their faces were still blank, with either dead or hypnotized eyes. Without a word, they seized Klimo by the arms, hauling him out. He tried to resist, but couldn't outmatch their strength. Surely this, too, is another false reality. They brought him down to the end of the hallway, where there was no door but an open indoor area. Tossing him onto a large platform, Klimo took in the surroundings. The men walked to the doorway and stood on both sides, thus preventing any possible escape. The platform was metallic, with no other definitive features. Beyond the platform was a control panel with a plethora of buttons and levers. At the controls was none other than Beelzebub staring at Klimo. With his impossible-to-read face, the devil god of lies said nothing as he flipped one switch. Klimo tried to back away, only to discover that whatever Beelzebub did, it had hindered his leg movement entirely. The bottom of his feet were glued to the platform, or stuck like a strong magnetic pole. Now what? The devil shrugged as he pulled another lever. The part of the platform directly under Klimo shifted and slithered, forming a shape of a chair as it lifted up, forcing the helpless swordsman to sit down. It enveloped his wrists and even formed a seatbelt, strapping him in. Just take the hellbox stuff. I have no desire to have that evil in me. I have no desire to have that from you, the devil god said. Klimo contorted his face, confused. Then what do you want? He laughed his devil laughed, bellowing with a guttural voice that slithered with every sound. Absolutely disgusting was that sound which the devil made out of mockery. I can see your mind, little teleporter. Just kill me and get it over with already. Lifting a thin yellow finger, Beelzebub shook it at Klimo. No, he said without looking at his victim. Your eternity has only just begun. The finger came down, pushing a button. Electricity shot through Klimo from the chair. Pain surged all around him. The pain rendered every muscle stiff and useless. Even his voice was lost. Klimo! Came a distant whisper in his mind. The pain was too intense to pay attention to whatever that was. I have to experiment with you to find out what exactly is inside of you and how I can use it. We have a lot of variations of pain to go through before I will try another method on you. His finger pushed the same button. No effect. The muscle spasm ceased. He took in a deep breath of relief, trying to pull himself together psychologically. Beelzebub pushed in a different button. This caused ice to form from the chair. Extreme cold did not give a numbing sensation, but just the bitter frostbite feeling all across his body. His body shivered as he tried to thrash to escape this chair, but to no avail. "Clemo!" came the same mental call in the back of his mind. Still, he could not notice or pay attention to it. Beelzebub ceased the cold treatment. With a hand on his chin, the Lord of Lies pondered out loud. "Something is not quite right here. I can't quite pinpoint exactly what it is." With a shrug, he dismissed the thought. "Time for the next one." Pushing another button, he caused the platform to form into a second object. A large tube solidified just in front of Clemo. It was large, but became smaller the further from he it was. It could only be described as a funnel. Beelzebub slithered his way to the small farther end of the funnel. His lips were placed around the tiny end of it. Before anything happened, he knew what this thing was. Before he could form horn in his mind, he was blasted by the immense vocal power of Beelzebub. The rushing sound boomed just inches from his face. His hair was blown back, flowing from the immense power of this sonic thrust. A loud pop was felt, not heard, from both his ears, and before blood even trickled down, Clemo knew it would. His eyes shut tightly, trying to endure this awful pain in his head. "Clemo, you must listen to me," came the voice a third time. This time Clemo could not deny it. Someone or something was trying to communicate with him. Beelzebub moved his head around the horn to look at Clemo. While the sight of this grotesque devil horrified him, it was a relief to have a reprieve from the noise. The deity frowned. "Nothing. What a shame." He slithered back to the control panel. "What torture would you prefer next?" "There are at least 42 different pains we have to go through. Perhaps you might enjoy something sexual. I know, sexual tortures are a Thossoth thing, but I really want that stuff from you." Pushing a button caused the horn to reshape into a person, yet paper-thin. "This will cover your entire body, and will..." Beelzebub frowned unexpectedly. "No, you aren't ready for that one." Pushing the button again, he caused it to melt back into the platform. He pulled the lever, causing the chair to straighten out, forcing Clemo to lay down. "Have you ever felt the pain of being skinned alive?" Clemo made no facial expression. He refused to give this devil the satisfaction. "Of course you haven't. We will have to get started on that one. Yes, I know it seems like a despator method, but we are talking about physical pain here, so it cannot be avoided." The platform formed a variety of long, sharp objects, from barbs to razors to talons, and even a few unidentifiable things. They lashed out, tearing into the flesh, ripping off of the muscle. The pain was unbearable. Clemo could not help but scream from this. Soon there was no skin left, and yet those horrible torture blades continued to rip pieces from his body. "Clemo, you must escape!" "I'm trapped! Help me!" Clemo screamed out. Beelzebub looked at him. His expression was unreadable. "What is this now? Of course you are trapped. You should not be delirious. No one is coming to help you or save you, silly Elin." The devices continued to rip bits and pieces from Clemo. "Clemo, only you can escape." "No, I am powerless and trapped." Beelzebub ignored his torture screams. Pulling a lever caused the blades to work faster, tearing off flesh and splattering blood across the room from the speed they moved. "Clemo, just wake up and come to me. Only you can save you. The Lord of Lies has fooled you." "Fooled me? Both Beelzebub and Clemo realized at the very same moment what was going on. The devil realized that a voice was contacting him during the torture, the most likely moment to break through his divine illusion. While Clemo realized that none of this was real, he had been deceived into believing his powers did not work. Clemo vanished from the chair. Opening his eyes, Clemo found himself surrounded by floating, legless things. They were as physical as they were ethereal. There were strings of psychic energy coming from them and flowing into him. Drawing Fission, the swordsman immediately swung, cutting them down. Finally! You've been trapped in there way too long. We have to get to Jason, the sword said. I do not know if this is real or not, Clemo slashed with an anger he had never known, but I am glad to kill something. It did not take long for him to make short work of these psychic intruders. They had no physical prowess of any kind. Rushing out of the room, he looked around with tightly gripping Fission. Where is Jason? Beelzebub did something to his mind. Be careful, Clemo, Fission said. The path was simple with its singular direction. He sprinted into a room that resembled the room he was just tortured in. Where the platform stood, Jason had his back to him. Nothing else was in the room. Clemo, I don't like this, Fission commented. Real or not, I have no choice. He proceeded with caution, his swords at the ready. As he approached, Fission felt warm, then hot, and finally too hot to hold. The blades became bright white. Clemo dropped Fission in two forms. Ah! You will not be needing that, Beelzebub, Jason said. Shit, Clemo said. Jason turned around. Clemo realized that his enchanted eye worked once again. He actually saw things as they truly were. This is no illusion. Unfortunately, around Jason's eyes lay some kind of magic. Jason's, it's me, Clemo. Sure you are. Jason fired a bolt of psychic energy at his friend. Clemo teleported behind Jason, grappling him, trying to hold him down. He controls what you see. It is me, the real Clemo, not that hideous slug. Jason's body surrounded himself with fire. Clemo let go, jumping back before he was burned. We have traveled together for years. Another bolt was hurled at Clemo. The swordsman tumbled to the left, avoiding it. Together we killed demon lords. Another bolt, along with another dodge. We even killed gods, Jason. Clemo was lifted into the air by a psychic hold. You must snap out of this. I believe in you more than the gods. Clemo vanished, teleporting to the other side of the room. You will not fool me again, Beelzebub. Jason stared into Clemo's eyes, making psychic contact through his ocular senses. Wow, even your thoughts are identical to Clemo's. You copied his memories and everything. Lord Elias, you are remarkable at your perseverance. Jason, it is me. Your psychic defenses are strong, but you fool me not in the least. Clemo did the only thing he could think to do. With Jason rummaging through his head, he had no time to think. Jason knew his every thought and intention. Clemo performed an emergency teleport on both himself and Jason. The teleport was faster than thought, and more dangerous than running into a minefield. This was the cause of his missing eye, pinky finger, and several other deformities across his body. Transported across time, space, dimension, universe, and plane of existence, the two could end up anywhere or anywhen. Light protruded across the two as they tried to ascertain their surroundings. Jason rushed to attack, but ceased his movement. The magic over his eyes faded away as it could not exist where they were. Clemo? Is it really you? Clemo clutched his shoulder where his right arm used to be. This was the price for using an emergency teleport. The wound was cauterized and closed. A small mercy, whatever that was worth. The pain persisted, though. It slowly numbed itself, but was still present. I have no idea what I would do if that did not work. We are no longer in hell. Beelzebub cannot use his illusions on us wherever we are, Jason said.
Do not use that blasphemous name here, in this holy place,
that familiar angelic voice said. The two psychics looked about, finally taking in their surroundings. Mark Johnson, the Archon, stood nearby as if he was expecting them.
We are in Celestia, Jason said.
Yes, you are. This is the only heaven remaining in all of creation, Mark said. Jason approached the Archon.
It is not a coincidence that we are here, is it?
No, it is not. By the power of Sabin, you have been guided here. Manipulating that teleportation was no easy feat. Mark, I like you, but why doesn't Sabin show himself instead of sending you? Why not contact us directly? Jason asked. Mark shook his head. This is the will of Sabin. You have killed his brothers, and for this, his aid to you is limited. He will never reveal himself to you. Can the power of Sabin restore my arm, or is his help going to be that limited? Klimo's serious tone was as polite as he could muster. The power of Sabin can accomplish anything. Can his power restore the universe and bring it back into motion, or is that beyond your God? Jason said more than asked. Sabin is balanced, and his wisdom finds no fault in a universe without time. Everything is still and unmoving, with no law or chaos, Mark answered. Jason, we cannot afford a fight with Sabin, especially in his realm, Klimo interjected. Jason nodded his agreement and said nothing. He backed away from Mark. Why guide us here, Mark? Klimo asked. This was the best course of action. I have been instructed to give you something to protect you from the deceptions of the Lord of Lies. The spell is the most we can do for you this time. A faint glow surrounded both Jason and Klimo. Klimo was still clutching where his arm was. Am I truly expected to attack a devil god with just one arm? Mark did not answer the question. Klimo glared, accepting the permanent loss of his arm. He changed the subject. How can we kill him? If you have not deduced that by now, then you are not as capable as Sabin and I believe. Jason turned to Klimo to face him. Klimo, he is the Lord of Lies. His death must have something to do with dishonesty or honesty. You cannot remain here. Sabin cannot have the evil that resides within you, Klimo, to taint this holy realm. I wish I could do more for you, my friend. This is our goodbye. It is unlikely we will see one another again. Before Klimo could protest, Jason pulled him away. Come on, time to leave. How will we kill Beelzebub? He's the Lord of Lies. In order to make him vulnerable to mortality, we must make him admit a universal truth, and not something like gravity or something that goes against the very core of his nature. Finally returned, I see, Beelzebub commented with his back turned to Jason and Klimo. He snapped his fingers, altering everything around these two, changing the stone cavernous environment to that of a small village. Your tricks will not work on us, Jason said as he stepped forward. No? The devil's voice mocked his statement. You do not recognize this place, do you? We refuse to give in to your shit. Klimo stepped forward alongside Jason. You should. Jason turned around. Oh, you bastard. Even by manifesting my home village as it was before it was destroyed, your kind will do nothing to alter your fate. The first hint of discernible features showed on Beelzebub's face. He smiled, snapping his fingers a second time manifested people walking around this place. Did you ever wonder what happened to the people of this village? Your kind slaughtered them, Jason said, still approaching the devil. The creature waved his hand, dismissing the blunt comment. Not their lives, their souls. What do you think happened to them? Who cares? Clemo teleported next to Beelzebub, swinging his singular sword. The other was sheathed. Clemo suddenly stopped in mid-air, unable to move. He looked back at Jason to see his psychic energy held him at bay. Jason, why? I care. Go on, devil, enlighten me. What happened to their souls? With a chuckle, the devil talked. You are probably thinking they went to some heaven somewhere. He paused, giving Jason a chance to interject. Jason said nothing. Well, most of them did, yes. Well, all but one, that is. Not only have the good gods been watching you, but so have we. There were 2 survivors of the demonic attack. One of them stands before me. The other, you see, well... Jason narrowed his eyes. The good gods made a terrible mistake in allowing your kind to attack that place. They did the only thing they could to attempt to make up for their atrocity. This ensured every victim was sent to the highest heaven. There is no way you devils could have intervened. Correct, Beelzebub said. None of the people that died by the hands of demons on that day in that place could possibly go to any other place than the one you said. Someone other than yourself, however, died neither on that day nor in that place. And most importantly, not by any demonic means. The devil was laughing. An old memory flashed across Jason's mind's eye. A memory of someone that meant the universe to him and made him refuse to walk down the path of destiny. Long before Jason even became an Elin, long before any true power ever manifested from this psyche, long before even the term metamind was ever heard of, Jason escaped the demonic attack on his town as an 8-year-old. He and one other got out alive and intact. This person, Jason, had sworn to take care of. Clemo confronted Jason on many occasions to follow the path to become the superior psychic. Only Jason refused each and every time due to his responsibility to his younger sister. Then one day, there was a break-in, and Jason could do nothing to save his sister from their assault. She died, and Jason pursued his path at Clemo's request. Jaina. Jason whispered her name. Beelzebub snapped his fingers again, this time conjuring an image of Jaina exactly as Jason remembered her. Jason, he is the Lord of Lies. Do not believe this, Clemo pleaded, still trapped in the air. Beelzebub chuckled. Maybe I am lying. Maybe I'm half lying. Or maybe I am telling the truth. Think about it, Metamind. It was no easy task, but not impossible for us to accomplish if you really think about it. Those good gods, as they are known, would have no reason to care about this little girl. He pointed at the image. Clemo is right. I refuse to believe anything Lord Elias says. The image of Beelzebub altered, his face a bit. His expression was easily readable for the first time. His laughter was hysterical, yet had confidence in it. You will believe me, because I have absolutely no reason to lie. You would still lie, Jason said. True. If you want her back, or even to know she is fine, you will do exactly as I say. Jason, do not give in to this madness, Clemo pleaded. What do you want? Jason demanded. No. Jason, don't. Exactly. We have a great deal of work to do, you and I. Ha! Jason smirked. You conjure an image of my sister, then think I will just fall apart and become your servant? We are going to kill you, devil. Make no mistake about that. Beelzebub ceased his laughter. He made a straight face. Do you see my form? You are a disgusting slug, Clemo said, still stuck in the air.
Do you honestly believe that I enjoy this?
No, you don't. You need our help to fix that, don't you? Jason asked.
You will help me kill Asmodeus. In return, you can have your sister back. There is no other way. Agree to this. Make my bargain.
So all of this nonsense about the hell boxes, and you don't even care about
those, do you?
Clemo said. Beelzebub extended his arm to Clemo. Opening his palm, the hell box materialized before the one-armed man. It opened up. The black smoke exited, the evil device flowing from the box and into Clemo.
Not in the least, it is yours. Whatever vile part of Creedon was in there is now in you, Clemo.
Beelzebub turned back to Jason.
I can further prove my words by giving you what you want.
Jason stared at the devil, wearing no expression on his face.
The Lord of Lies is nothing.
His body shimmered.
The Lord of Lies will never be more than that. Beelzebub will never exceed my position. I will always and forever be a slug. This universal truth I give to you. Now, if you ever want to see your dear Jaina again, I suggest you.
Jason's eyes widened with surprise. As he talked, Jason thought, he actually did just that. Why would he make himself vulnerable like this? What do I do now? I could actually kill him, here and now. I could, but then I would never see Jaina again. Clemo did not wait to contemplate. Seizing the opportunity, his body surged with psychic energy, too much for Jason to continue to hold. Clemo vanished from the air, emerging in front of the slug god. Both slashing his weapon, using his teleporting talent, Clemo swung his blade while tearing the body of Beelzebub apart. The Lord of Lies died with no difficulty. He gambled on Jason's feelings for his dead sister, but thought nothing of Clemo. When a powerful, fiendish entity dies, it commonly has a death throes, usually in the form of an explosion. Something more powerful will have an even more powerful effect. The demon lord Ammon turned into a black hole, decimating his entire abysmal realm with him. Pazuzu exploded with something that reversed the mentality of everything near him. Good turned to evil, evil turned to good, chaos into law, and law into chaos. Orcus ruptured time and space. There were evil creatures far more powerful than demon lords. The devil gods are those creatures, and they themselves get death throes. Garrix is still alive. Despator and Levistus were no longer gods. When they died, Garrix spared them in exchange for their divinity. Their deaths had no special attribute. When the good god of chaos and non-humans' deity died, chaos ceased to exist in the material planes. When the lawful good god of humans, Guardian, died, law ceased to exist in the material planes, leaving the material planes without order and chaos, making themselves timeless and still forever. Clemo was too incoherent to see what happened when Thosoth died, though not nearly as significant as removing time from existence. The loss of sexuality throughout the mortals was still powerful. Now Beelzebub has died. The Lord of Lies is no more. Maybe the multiverse is better off without deceit. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Mephistopheles. Mephisto is a devil among devils, the god of murderers and killers. It was Mephisto that alerted Asmodeus to the treachery that Beelzebub was preparing. Whatever his plans were, whatever he was doing, he knew Jason was here. Long had the devil in charge of the hell for assassins planned for the arrival of the Metamind. Unlike his brethren, he had never taken a single unnecessary risk. His frame was frail for a god. The psychic power of Jason could easily destroy him if it were an option. In the sixth layer of hell, those that took the lives of others were damned to feel death for all eternity. There was a curse that lingered over every soul here. Everyone here begged for a death they will feel but never embrace.
These souls are different from the other souls in the other hells.
Klimo commented on the peculiarity of the spirits having physical bodies. Mortal flesh wrapped around the damned souls of murderers. The two stood in a prison cell looking out of a small window upon a courtyard. The glow of magic that should be around Klimo's eye was not present. Klimo pondered if this Beelzebub was still fooling them. He dismissed the thought immediately, recognizing the truth of their situation. The teleporter looked at Fission. The blade was dim, not glowing its powerful green aura. Something suppressed its power. Jason flexed his hands while shaking his head. Am I correct in assuming that your powers do not work here either? Klimo looked at his comrade, nodding his agreement. Having already drawn Fission, the one-eyed, one-eared teleporter readied himself for a fight. I have no idea what to expect here. All I know is it will take a lot more than suppressing our powers to stop us. The double doors before them rattled from people shaking it from the other side. They swung open inwardly, being pushed by dozens of men with a look in their eyes that was little more than suggestive of madness. They seized the heroes. Klimo managed to stab one in the heart. The man collapsed onto the floor, clutching his fatal wound. Shouts from these mad men made their intent obvious. Get them! Klimo was bound faster than he could resist. Jason somehow vanished. While trying to escape his bonds, Klimo was socked in the face from an assailant that attacked his blind side, thus knocking him out. Wake up! Klimo was smacked in the face by the hand of the voice. Opening his eye, he saw 3 men before him. None of them were familiar. They were large. Pulling on his restraints assured Klimo that he was still bound, but not gagged. Too bad we were only able to get you. He wanted both of you, but made a bigger deal out of you. Mephisto, Klimo whispered. The middleman leaned forward, close to Klimo's mouth. What's that, Runt? You got something to say? Just take me to your devil god. He pulled back, laughing. Oh, he is your god now. You will respect the pecking order. Just below me are them. He pointed at the 2 on the left and right. Below them are the weaklings that wipe our asses. Below them is you. Understood? Klimo opened his mouth to speak, but was smacked a second time by the brute. I did not give you permission to speak. He paused, giving Klimo a chance to give a rebuttal. Klimo said nothing. Ah, good. Not an idiot. I wouldn't go so far as to say that this is hopeless for you, yet there is no hope. But I would say you will make a great bootlicker. Probably won't last long in a fight, though, on account of that one arm. He chuckled. Klimo managed to smile through a tiny trickle of blood beginning to form from his mouth. I could take any one of you one-on-one. The middleman slapped him again, shaking his head. He said, A pity. You struck me as a quick learner. Ah, well. He snapped his fingers as his face lit up with an idea. All right, let's take him this time for a lesson. Boys, let him go. The man looked at him confused. You sure, boss? The middleman waved his hand, dismissing the question. Show our new friend here a fair fight. Showing no expression on their faces, they walked over to Klimo and began pummeling him further, beating him down while he was tied up. Some of his bones even broke from the beating. The middleman snapped his finger. All right, that's enough. The 2 men ceased. They looked up at the middleman. Okay, now continue. The next punch broke his ribs. They continued without relent. Now show him what makes this hell. Hell. One of the men plunged their right hand through Klimo's already broken ribs, pulling his heart out. The pain was immense. A sensation of death gripped the nerfed teleporter, and everything went black. Terrible pain surged all across his body. Klimo felt his limbs form, giving a ripping sensation as he felt every organ grant a sensation of bursting as they reformed. His muscles tore as they crawled across his body. Then finally skin burned all across his frame, giving him new life. His eyelids slowly opened. The room was dark. Looking down at his chest, the wound was gone. Was that a dream, or was I healed? If you want to call that healing, sure. A voice answered from another room, unseen from this one. Who are you? Does it matter? Klimo shrugged. Having no idea how to respond, he realized that he had both arms and both eyes. He looked at his hands, astonished. How? Do I have my body restored? You must be new here, the voice answered. You will grow to hate that, trust me. He shook his head, confused by that statement. Why would I? Klimo took in his surroundings. There was nothing in this stone room, only a single door from which to come and go. That door had the classic tiny barred window from which to look in and out of. Walking to it, he saw nothing but a hallway and another door across from his cell. A face looked back at him from there. You! Both men said in recognition to each other. Warlock, I killed you! Klimo said. The warlock laughed. Yes, you did. I am glad you are here to suffer too. Where the fuck did you think I would go? At least you deserve to be here. Don't talk to me. The warlock withdrew his face from the window. Klimo did the same. He crouched down, pondering what to do, only to realize that he could do nothing so long as he remained here. New voices were heard approaching down the unseen hall. They laughed and mocked with their tones and words. Some cackled as others sent their voice down the hall, ensuring their voice was heard. We're coming for you and your friend. Klimo peeked out of the window to view the threat, mentally preparing himself. They arrived. There were a dozen of them, all bigger and stronger than himself. They had shackles, ropes, and bladed weapons with them. One man carried a saw. They were facing the warlock's cell. We made sure to put you guys right next to each other since you are such good friends. The man talking turned to Klimo's cell. We want you to know that hell has no reward for failure like this man. He pointed at the warlock's cell. He has failed hell, and I want his torment to be left to your imagination. Take him to the place, boys. His cell opened up, and the warlock's screams were heard as three of the men dragged him away. The leader here, who was the same middleman from earlier, waited until those screams were too far away until he turned his full attention back to Klimo. Now for you. His own cell opened up, and the men rushed in. Klimo punched two of them prior to them overpowering his body. Holding him down, they laughed. Now then, we here in the sixth hell do like to have somewhat of a sense of what is and what is not proper. Call it, he paused, giving his hand on his chin, trying to form the right words. Call it a spirit of fairness. You now have more than what you came here with. We should fix that. He nodded at the man holding the bone saw. That man approached Klimo with an insidious smile across his face. 4 men held Klimo down. There was nothing he could do. The saw had a tinge of red across it that was either blood or rust. It was too dark to tell. His magic eyes did not work here. The saw tore through his skin and then muscle. Through the pain, the condition of the red was evident. The saw was in poor shape. This made its work all the more torturous. Every stroke of that wretched saw was agony. Through this terrible effort of removing his arm, the man causing the pain enjoyed every moment. When the work was done, he had handed the arm to the other man that had not spoken. 3 men still held Clemo down. The middleman snapped his fingers. The bone saw man dropped the saw, then took from his pocket some kind of scooping tool. And that too, the middleman said, pointing at Clemo's renewed eye. Their work was grueling, and would not cease until they were satisfied with the removal of all new parts of Clemo. Afterwards, they left Clemo too bloodied, suffering, and weak to move in his cell. He still bled. They left, laughing. Their echoes were heard, fading, until Clemo was certain he was alone once again. Using part of his shirt, he tied a tourniquet around the stump of an arm. Then he stuffed some dirty portions of his shirt into his eye socket. Through the ache, he stopped the bleeding. Shortly thereafter, he passed out. Waking up, still alone and still in anguish, the one-armed, one-eyed former teleporter sat up in his stone cell. The bleeding stopped, but the misery persisted. I have to get out of here. His thirst and hunger pains formed. He dismissed them without care, and they felt strange. Thinking for a moment, if only to distract himself from his situation. When was the last time I have felt hunger? For decades I have relied on my natural psychic ability to nourish my body. I have not eaten since I forgone my humanity and became an Elin. Now I feel hungry and thirsty. New screams broke the long silence, screams that originated from the cell across from his own. He forced his weakened body up, then walked to the tiny window. From his vantage point, he actually saw, within that other cell, a small mass of organic matter moving on its own, shaping into the form of a man. What the hell is that? Limbs formed through the screams, and even a head. A face was revealed. The face of the warlock. Bones grew, then muscle tissue over that, and finally skin over that. Somehow clothing grew over his skin, the same clothing Clemo wore. The warlock ceased his screaming at that moment. He looked up at Clemo, covered in his own sweat from the painful rebirthing process. What the fuck are you looking at? What just... Fuck off! Holy shit, this is eternity? Oh, you just wait and see, idiot. This is only the beginning. I see they had a little fun with you, too, while I was gone. Well, get used to it. Clemo turned away from the window. What the fuck am I gonna do? The two said nothing more to each other. Clemo eventually passed out. The thirst was overwhelming upon waking up. Somehow, that was worse than the pain of his extracting pieces. He peeked out of the window at the warlock, who had his back facing his direction. Then the voices and laughter returned. They came down the hall just as before. Clemo quickly hid from the window. He kept his ear open, trying to mentally prepare himself for a fight, knowing he could not win, but refused to give up. The men opened the warlock's cell. The middleman pointed at him, barking orders to take him away. Their hoots and hollers continued as Clemo heard them dragging the warlock out of the cell and down the hall. Only when the last footfalls faded did Clemo dare steal a glimpse out of the window. No one was there. They left, completely ignoring the teleporter. Why would they ignore me? No answer came to him. Clemo eventually passed out again within his cell. Upon waking up, his throat was too dry to ignore, as he had been trying to do. Keeping his mouth shut in order to conserve what moisture he could, he felt his tongue utterly and completely withered, almost sticking to the dry roof of his mouth. Forcing his exhausted body to stand, he staggered over to the only view possible to gaze at the warlock. His screams have already begun, which was the cause of his own awakening. Staring at the warlock a second time, reforming his body just as before, Clemo shook his head. Will this truly be forever? As if answering his question, the warlock mocked. Nothing will ever save you from this. Clemo opened his dry mouth to respond, but his tongue was too dry to reply. Nothing but a hoarse cough exited his raw throat. The warlock produced an empty, dry laughter at the sight of his foe. You are wondering how long this will last, aren't you? Well, let me tell you right now, whatever you did to you, they will do it again and again. Looks like they took your arm, eye, and ear and are leaving you to die of thirst. When that happens, you will rebirth and they will do it again. Clemo's eye widened with the realization of the truth of this situation. No. His mouth painfully produced the word. This caused the warlock's laughter to cease. Yes, even after they break your spirit, they will continue to do it, if only for their own amusement. The warlock continued talking, probably to himself, Clemo guessed. If I did my job and killed that psychic you worship so much, I would be the one torturing people. I would rank high among the souls of hell. He shook his head at his own failure. They do not look fondly upon failures here. Clemo heard those footfalls approaching just like before. The warlock lowered his head, terrified at the continuation of his damnation. Those men were not seen. Everything went black as Clemo passed out. The overwhelming thirst was too much to handle. Only a voice was heard prior to unconsciousness, or even another death overtook him. Oh, look, he's finally dead. The rebirth process was as painful this time for Clemo as it looked for the warlock. Everything reformed, and his torment screams were impossible to cease during this process. Opening his eyes, he breathed heavily, dreading the next thing to happen. Through that dread, though, Clemo stood up, fighting his fear of pain, determined to fight these men. He shook his fist, refusing to give in. The door burst open. They flooded in. Clemo stood in the middle of the room. His fist flailed, even making contact onto one of them. It was no use. They had him held down just like before. While they were less talkative this time, their smiles and laughter remained just the same. One arm was removed, then his eye, then his ear. They even carved that scar back over his face. His remaining hand was seized and his pinky finger removed. The warlock was heard screaming while being dragged away. Clemo stared into the eyes of the lead tormentor. His eye held a silent promise. I will find a way. They left the former teleporter in his agony, just like before. Bleed out, rebirth, torment, bleed out, rebirth, torment. The cycle went on and on. With each and every time, Clemo stared the lead tormentor in the eyes, with his one eye still promising the silent promise each and every time. Time ended when the second mortal god died. The material plane of existence was motionless. However, hell has its own passage of time. The procession of time exists here, if only to torture the souls of the damned. Clemo counted his rebirths for the longest time. Eventually he ceased counting them, somewhere in the hundreds. Still, even after he no longer counted, the rebirthing process continued. Each and every time, Clemo still stared with his silent promise. The warlock's rebirthing process woke Clemo. Through the pain, he lurched to the window to gaze at his foe. When the process was complete, Clemo spoke. Seth! Fuck off! No, you need to listen to me. I said fuck off! We have been stuck here for too long now. This has been every single day. And it will be another 10,000, you naive fool! Idiot! Listen to me! Clemo looked as far left and right as he could. Even listening for approaching footsteps, the warlock held a skeptical smirk, but said nothing as he stared at Clemo. They will come soon. I do not have long. Did you notice the small change last time they came? Sorry, I was being tortured. What was it, and why does it matter? It matters a lot. Think about it, Warlock. They have been doing the exact same thing over and over. They have gotten so used to their position over us that they have gotten careless. In what way? They used to deal with us one at a time, but yesterday they dealt with us at the same time. There are even less of them now. So we have a chance, granted a very slim chance, of teaming up and overpowering them. The next time we are both healed, which will be in 2 days, if they remain this careless, we stand a chance of attacking back. The warlock shook his head in disbelief. How is that possible? How is what possible? That they would lower their guard? Humans are lazy by nature. I am surprised they have been tenacious for this long, to be honest. No, I mean, how is it possible that they have not broken your spirit after all of this? I gave up after my third life here. We have fought several times. You have even taken my soul at one point. Tell me, while you had all of my memories, was there ever a time I gave up? Klimo ceased talking as he heard footsteps coming. Remain exactly the same. Give no indication. Be tortured and give them the screams of pain you always give them. Do nothing different. While always one to hold a grudge, the warlock was not above putting that aside for his own well-being. Cowardice and anger led his mortal life. While he always chose the easier path, his mistakes were never due to stupidity. Klimo's logic rang true. Cowardice always trumped his hatred. The warlock nodded his head. They did not even bother looking at Klimo as they dragged the warlock again, the same as they have always done. Klimo leaned back, waiting on his own death to occur. When the warlock rebirthed, no words of exchange between these two took place. They must wait, and wait they did, biding their time until their rebirths were synchronized, and they awakened at the same time. Nothing new occurred. The men did exactly as they had been doing, all the while suspecting nothing. After Klimo inevitably died once again, upon the painful rebirthing process, he rushed to his window. The warlock was already waiting. They nodded at each other. Odds of success were not in their favor, but they will never get a better opportunity than this one. Footfalls. The two crouched next to their respective doors, waiting. The doors opened at the same time, as predicted. Both men rushed at the thuggish crowd. Klimo was lucky enough to catch them off guard, to where he was able to seize a sword from one of them. The warlock was not so lucky. 3 of the 5 men grabbed the warlock and commenced beating him and stabbing him with their own weapons. Klimo, with a single swing, decapitated the one with the bone saw, then stabbed the middleman in the heart, while staring at him with both of his refreshed eyes. He wore a smile as he died, a mocking smile that laughed at Klimo with his final breath. Klimo turned his attention to the other 3. They were still pummeling his former foe. I could just leave him. He deserves this. On the warlock's face was a sad expression, pleading for help. Klimo shook his head. No, I'm better than that. Rushing to the rescue with a singular swing, the first man fell dead. The second swing rendered the second man literally disarmed. The third man laughed, dropping his guard entirely. Klimo took the opportunity, ended the final one's life as well. Klimo extended his hand to help the warlock up. They laughed at us. Why do you think that is? I almost want to thank you. Think about it, Klimo. We come back to life every time, so will they. Nothing can truly die here. The warlock picked up the rusty saw. I am terrible at fighting without my powers. If it is true that no one has power of any kind here, then I am the most powerful person here. Klimo walked down the hall with his sword at the ready. The warlock wore a doubtful expression as Klimo walked. Maybe this was a bad idea, he said. Maybe this escape attempt will only make our suffering worse when they catch us. If you truly fear that, then you shouldn't have helped me. Coward, go back to your cell and beg for the lesser punishment then. Seth lowered his head. Hell has changed him. Klimo did not look back at the warlock. He would have argued with me to no end, calling me an idiot for hours when he was mortal. They have truly broken his soul, but not mine. The corridor was long. No other doors were on the left or right, only the ones they occupied back here. For 5 minutes they moved in a straight line, the only light source being from luminescent rocks placed every 20 feet. Their glow was faint but efficient. Finally, they reached the end of the passage with a singular door before them. They looked at each door. Klimo gripped his sword with both hands, preparing to slice anything that came through. While gesturing for the warlock to open it, he leaned forward with a shaky hand, slowly grasping the doorknob. He gave a slow turn. With a gentle tug, a crack was formed. Seth peeked inside. "A dozen men, possibly more," Seth whispered to Klimo. "What else?" "They sit at a table. I don't recognize any of them. Wait! A demon or devil is among them." "Mephistopheles?" Klimo asked. "I've never met him. I have no idea. He sits in a chair. Throne, maybe? He must be in charge here. His skin is red. Must be a devil. This guy is big, muscular, and big. He has 6 arms. I cannot see his face. He's turned away. None of them are facing us. We could very easily sneak in and ambush them, though we would lose. I bet we could sneak past them." "Where did they take you every day?" Klimo asked. "They took me here. None of these men were here before. I could see all of the torture tools they used on me. What do we do?" "We cannot stay here. This is the only way we can go." "We could stay here," Seth whispered, almost became too loud. "Here, in this spot, we are safe." Klimo looked at the warlock sadly. "Never call me an idiot again. Your fear controls your every thought. Summon whatever courage from that shattered soul you have. And if you don't have any, then lie to yourself about it. You're always good at lying, so do that." "Sneak? I could see a door past all of them." Both men remained crouched. Opening the door slowly, they crept in, attempting to step as soundlessly as they possibly could muster, hoping to move unnoticed. The room was filled with torture tools, benches, and devices, along with barrels and shells. There were plenty of things to hide behind as they hugged the wall, slowly progressing through the room. Reaching the halfway point and hiding behind one such barrel, Klimo stole a glance at the devil sitting on the chair with the tall back. His eyes widened with surprise. Uncontrollably, Klimo blurted out, "Red!" Every man in the room turned their attention to Klimo, including Seth, whose eyes were full of terror at Klimo giving away their position. Klimo stood up straight, refusing to hide any longer, fully accepting his blunder. Seth stood up as well, grabbing Klimo by the arm. I got him! I prevented Klimo from escaping! I brought him to you!" Klimo swung around, slashing his sword, cutting the warlock's upper portion of his head clean off. He narrowed his eyes. "I'm not surprised." Klimo turned back to Red, and the dozen men were still staring at him. "So, you finally got out of your cell. I've been waiting for you this entire time, Junior." "You shouldn't exist." Red shrugged, standing up. His 6 arms shared the shrug in unison. "True. Jason saw to that. I am a walking paradox from a timeline that does not exist. I absorbed every single Klimo, including you." He began pacing back and forth, upper left hand on his chin, upper right hand behind his back, and 4 upper right hands cracking their knuckles. "So, where do the things go that should not exist when time changes?" "Well, I never died, yet here I am in hell. It was not hard for me to establish dominance here and gain rank, though I must confess it truly is not fair that none of our powers work here. I could literally do anything." He shook his head, returning his gaze back to Klimo. Their faces were identical. "No idea what you're talking about." Klimo raised his sword. "Me and the other Klimos killed you. We deconverted you, restoring every Klimo. Jason had nothing to do with it." Red ceased his pacing. He faced Klimo. Kill him already," he ordered his men. The surrounding men charged, swinging their weapons. Klimo saw their incompetence with melee combat. These lackeys have been torturing others for so long, they have no idea how to fight. They fell the moment they came in range of Klimo's skilled swings. The final lackey backed away slowly, only to be stabbed in the back by Red. I would call that stupid, but he'll be back tomorrow. Yes, and I'll kill him again and again. The others will get to torture him how they see fit. I've essentially demoted him in the ranks of... Red was cut short, both verbally and physically. Klimo swung. The six-armed Red blocked out of instinct, only to find himself a five-armed man. Attempting to draw his weapons, Klimo seized the opportunity by removing yet another arm. Red jumped back, attempting to space himself from his alternate. Klimo lunged forward, fully expecting that response. Two more swings removed two more arms, leaving just the top two, making their bodies equal. All those Klimos, and you depended fully on their powers, and not in the slightest on their skill. Klimo swung again, only to miss. Red had two swords drawn, still having more weapons than Klimo. He swung both simultaneously in an upper arc. Klimo ducked down, stabbing into the chest. Without slowing down, he pulled the blade up, ripping Red's upper body in half. While still connected, he fell down, lifeless. Klimo slumped down on the ground, catching his breath. Looking around, there was nothing unique here, just the dead bodies. He stood up, facing the other door. No time to hesitate. I have no idea where to go. The thought did not stop him. Picking up both Red's blades, Klimo slashed one while carrying the other two. Can't have too many swords. Walking out the door, Klimo found himself looking upon the courtyard, spied upon earlier with Jason. The sky was gray, with no sun to produce sunlight. The darkness there was dispersed by the same luminescent rocks spread out around. Some prisoners were slumped down against walls, trying desperately to keep to themselves, while others were working in groups to beat down other inmates of the sixth hell. Everyone was either part of a gang or beaten down slowly for the amusement of a gang. Klimo remained unnoticed as he walked through this expansive courtyard. His swords were lowered but firmly held. Why does this place even exist? Klimo paused at the sight of three men beating to death a helpless man. I could save him. Hey! One of those brutes ceased the beating as they looked up at Klimo. Just what the hell do you think you're looking at? Klimo said nothing, yet continued to stare at the man. This man began approaching. You want to stare at me? Do you have any idea who I am? He pulled from his back two short knives to match Klimo. I'm in the 99%, bitch! Just what the hell does that mean, 99%? The man chuckled as he looked back to his men, who had also ceased beating the bloodied man. Hey, boys, look at this, a newbie! He looked back at Klimo wearing a big smile. You are at the bottom, a bottom feeder. You have no rank here. If you have to ask that question, you are at the 100%, which means everyone gets to torture you as much as they want. You see this guy? He kicked one of the men leaning on the wall. He's 100% like you. And just how do I get to be 99% like you? You earn it. The man moved to Klimo. Both men stared into each other's eyes. You can start by dropping those swords and getting on your knees. Then you can suck my dick. After a month of that, maybe I'll... Klimo slashed this man across the chest, refusing to listen to another word. Big mistake, one of the other men said. Well, come at me and see what I do to you, Klimo taunted. The goons shook their heads as they stepped back. What? That's it? Afraid of me, are you? You can take your 99% and shove it up your ass. The men smiled as they backed away further from Klimo. Klimo bent down to help the wounded man on his feet. You fool! I have no idea what you thought attacking a higher ranking soul was a good idea. I don't care. Get up. These people are done hurting us. The ground rumbled. No, we are not. Klimo looked back to see a creature, possibly a devil, or even a demon. Massive in size, scales, claws, wings, and a grin that hungered for Klimo's soul. The old man scrambled to distance himself from the man that saved him mere moments ago. As did everyone. The former teleporter refused to take his eyes off of the fiend before him. Raising his swords, Klimo prepared for a battle. His feet slid apart to ready himself to propel forward to attack this thing. Hurling his body was the last thing he knew prior to everything going black. This demon had no problem crushing him with a single downward swing of a weapon he wielded. Once again, the rebirth process took place, painful as usual. This could never become dull. The pain felt fresh every time, thus ensuring that getting used to the pain was impossible. When his eyes opened, Klimo found himself in the same cell. Standing just outside, peering into the small window, was that red-faced Klimo waiting. They locked eyes. Well, I want to first congratulate you on moving up in hell. I have convinced the superior devils that far outrank us to allow you to move up. Red paused. Klimo said nothing. It was not easy, you know. Why would you even want that? What sick and twisted game are you playing? Red shook his head, chuckling. Interesting question, but ironically, I am not playing a game here. I cannot absorb you, and it would be nice to have a like mind around. So you bastards finally grew tired of tormenting me every day. Not in the least. In fact, there are quite a few of eager souls to hurt you. You made quite the scene yesterday by not only escaping here, but also by killing so many on your way to the courtyard. And you didn't even stop there, did you? Then what? You want me to go up this ridiculous rank system solely to have someone to talk to? Red scoffed. Idiot! You still don't get it, do you? You are damned here, like me and everyone else. Surely being the tormentor is better than being the tormented. You cannot deny that logic. No, it isn't. I will never be like you, Red. Too many times did you do things I would never do. You became corrupted. That is a thing I will never do. I do love your tenacity, Junior. Through your constant fighting of demons and fighting in general, you have exceeded every other Klimo, with the exception of me, of course. Red examined Junior's defiant expression. We are going to break you sooner or later. We have eternity, you know. So that's it, huh? Wanted me to bow down and worship you? Forget it. Just get back to killing me. Oh, you poor naive fool. I tell you what. Let's go for a little walk, you and I. You may go on this walk should you promise not to get out of line. Simply walk with me and observe. Klimo hefted a sigh. Fine. Ah, good. Let's go then. The door opened. Klimo walked out, seeing every single person he killed yesterday standing by, eagerly awaiting Red to give them the okay on inflicting suffering onto Klimo. Red proceeded to walk down the hall, motioning for everyone to get out of the way. All obeyed as the two Klimos walked past. The eyes stared into Junior, promising misery, pain, anguish, and everlasting torture. The two Klimos walked out into the courtyard. Following them were those promising pain with their staring eyes, who kept a short distance. As they walked, Red spoke. You see, Junior, as you already know, nothing works here. Not just magic, psionics, divinity, and other supernatural things, but even fire does not work here. Believe me when I say I have tried to escape this hell. Just outside of this place dwells the things that killed you yesterday. They are massive in size and watch us constantly. They have a very strange respect for the ranking system here. Red paused to look out past their prison at one such creature in the far distance. The thing stared back. You see, I am high enough rank to actually look at them, but only for a moment. He moved his gaze. Even I would be killed by them if I looked long enough. They continued to walk. Your will is strong, my friend. Junior winced at being called a friend. I want to show you what happens to those with strong wills around here. They continued walking into another building. The hallway was very similar to the one from the previous building, with the exception of more cells lining the walls. They stopped at the first cell. Inside, there was a man chained up, currently being stabbed repeatedly in the legs by another man wearing a smile. Red pointed to the chained up man. This guy, in his life, was an executioner. He killed many men, and sometimes women. He might have just been doing his job, but he killed all the same. Therefore, he is damned here. He has a very strong spirit. His will refuses to break because he is self-righteous about what he did in life. Red paused, allowing the suffering man's screams to be heard. He has been here longer than myself. Talking to himself has done nothing. Every time he insists he was just doing his job. The fool will be at this for a very long time. Come, let me show you the next one. They proceeded to the next adjacent cell. Here was a man begging for it all to end. Two men were cutting and stabbing this bound man. Do you notice the difference between this one and the previous one? Red asked. What do you mean? Klemos asked. Oh, come on, think. Oh, what is this one's story? Red sighed. Not that it matters, but their story involves being part of a raiding party that slaughtered dozens of people in order to feed their own hungry mouths. Junior narrowed his eyes at the two men taking pleasure in stabbing this man. Then his face contorted as he realized, this one is begging for them to stop, while the previous insists they did nothing wrong. Red snapped his upper right arm. That's right. Now tell me the real difference. What makes these two different mentally? Junior frowned. The second one, you people have broken their spirit. They will do anything to have their pain stop. He shook his head. But if that is the case, why do you continue to harm him? He is ready to join your ranks and do whatever you want. Red laughed. That's right. However, he took too long to break. Oh, we know he will do anything for us. His loyalty would be unending. We gave him a fair warning about joining us. They refused us for too long. Too many times did we offer him the option to go up rank, and too many times did he deny us. We no longer care if he goes up rank or not. He is far more useful as an example than as a servant. Red turned to Junior. Do you want to guess how many times we offered him rank? Junior looked into his alternate eyes, seeing only malice and hatred. He shook his head in response. Twice. We never offer anyone rank a third time. As much as I want you by my side, you will not receive any special treatment or additional opportunities. I have offered you rank once. The next time you refuse it will not go well for you, my friend. Worry not. I can see the confusion in you, so I will make this completely clear. This person's fate you will share. Red pointed to the third cell, which was empty. That will be your new home. You will be made an example just like these two. Fret not. You will have plenty of time to think about it. Soon you will beg me for rank. Red smiled. That is what I want you to know. I want you to beg me, for me to know that I have finally broken you into submission. Would be a nice little joy for me. Your eternity here would improve. His smile dropped. Otherwise you will occupy that third cell and be just another example. Notice how empty it is, don't you? No one has refused a second offer after being shown this. Hell is relentless, but you will accept being the tormentor of the tormented. Red looked behind Junior. Take him back to his cell and begin your own retribution. Red waved his hand to the men following. Unable to resist or stop them, Klimo was seized by the ones he had killed just yesterday. They dragged him out of this building, through the courtyard, back to the other building, and into his cell. Throwing him into that wretched room, they smiled just under their promising eyes as they took turns beating him, ripping him, tearing him, stabbing him, and eventually one killed him. Rebirth. He opened his eyes. Klimo let out a sigh of exhaustion. Standing at the door was the middleman from before. Behind him was Red. Welcome back, Red mocked. I have some good news and some bad news. The good news is this guy gets to hurt you for hurting him. The bad news is you have to be hurt for hurting him. Red laughed, stepping out of the room and closing the door. Oh, and I do not recommend fighting back this time. Your suffering will multiply every time you do. The middleman stepped forward, revealing a torture tool. He wore a smile. Klimo stood up to defend himself. Red shook his head. Don't be stupid, Junior. I will never give up. Klimo responded to his alternate. Look, do what you want to him. If he overpowers you this time, like last time, it will not go well for you, Red said to the middleman. He's a seasoned fighter, the middleman shouted back at Red. Even with this weapon, I am outmatched. As a ranked man, I deserve retribution. Red sighed. Fine, granted. Junior, I would have been more entertained at you trying to stand up for yourself, but he is right. Red snapped his fingers. Two hulking men walked into the room. We have rules in hell and standards. As much as Klimo struggled, he was overpowered by the two men, held down as the middleman did his painful work on the former teleporter. His death took longer than normal. This man took his time carving into him, ensuring he got his revenge. Every single man Klimo killed during his escape attempt received an opportunity to torture and kill him, however they saw fit. Each and every death was a grueling, torturous process. Every single man desired to make their torture on Klimo unique in its own way. The pain and humiliation held him in every single moment. Never was a reprieve granted. These men truly had nothing better to do than to inflict pain. Eventually, only Red stood before Klimo, waiting for him to regenerate. Red bent down, shoving his face inches from Junior's. You know, the question I am about to ask you, you know what will happen if you say no a second time. You also know that there is no escape, should I be unhappy with what you respond with. It will be my pleasure to attend to you personally each and every day, not just as an example, but for my own amusement. Red paused. Disobey anyone of higher rank, hurt anyone of higher rank, or just plain piss me off, and that will be the end of you, my friend. So, are you ready to join me at my side? The Klimo, laying on the floor, was exhausted. The pain of dying endlessly haunted him. Fear set in as he knew Red was not bluffing. There was no real choice or option. What do I have to do? The weary man said. Red grinned. Whatever I tell you to do. With a heaving sigh, Klimo stood up, ready to serve. Still holding his grin, Red stood next to him. His left arm was around Klimo's neck from the right. His middle arm was patting him on the back, while his bottom left arm was wrapped around his waist. We are going to have so much fun, you and I. I got a few tests for you to go through first. The two walked out of the cell. They stood in the courtyard, looking at the same man Klimo helped, or thought he was helping, when he came here. This ragged man lost all hope. He stared at the two Klimos, awaiting their commands as soon to be inflicted torture. His eyes were dead, while his cheeks sagged. His arms swayed about without thought. This man was borderline lethargic. First, Red began, I want you to torture this man. Red pointed to an adjacent table and tray holding various hooks and knives. I know how you think the idea of harming someone unnecessarily is something you would never do. So go ahead and hurt this man. Hurt him the way the others here have hurt you. Klimo turned to the tray, examining it. They want me to hurt this man. He's a murderer. I can only assume that he deserves to be here. But still, this is wrong. Morally, if I do this, I am no better than these men. If I do not do this, my fate will be sealed, and I will be in agony for all eternity. No matter what I do, I will be under these damn souls forever. Hey! Red shouted. Pick one and get to it. We have eternity, but I don't have all day. I have people to kill, and you are trying my patience. His eyes stared at a long knife. I could kill this man fast. Is that even better? Of course it is preferable. Am I just making excuses? Reducing torture is still torture. Sabin, what should I do? You have 5 seconds to choose one and then do this. Man, what we have done to you. A quick death. His rebirthing would still be torture. 1! What choice do I honestly have? 2! An eternity of being the inflictor or being the inflicted. This is truly hell. 3! I have experienced this pain here for too long. Too many times have they killed me. I hate this. 4! I will not count to 6. Klimo touched the long knife quickly, feeling it, then firmly took hold of it. His eyes winced close, hating this choice, hating this place, and most of all, hating Red. 5! Klimo threw the long knife straight into the man's heart. Before Red could even finish his word, the man let out a gurgling scream of agony as he died from the missile. Red stomped his foot while clapping his hands. Well done. For a moment, you actually made me think you wouldn't do it. Red walked over to the corpse on the ground. He pulled out the long knife. Though I can tell you are not ready to be like us. You are weak of heart, Klimo. Your spirit is not quite broken, but you are on your way. He tossed the blade at the feet of Junior. If morality is really some kind of issue, which it honestly should not be, then take solace in knowing that every single man here deserves to be here. They deserve to be tortured and killed repeatedly. Junior stared at the long knife inches from his feet on the ground. I don't, he whispered in response. Red laughed. You took part in the death of not just one god, but many. Klimo raised his head, looking Red in the eyes. I do not belong here. Red clapped as he approached Junior. Self-righteousness, I like it. Follow me. The two walked through the courtyard to the edge where a massive gate resided. Red pointed far off in the distance. Just on the other side of this gate was a hulking, red-scaled, winged, clawed, fiendish creature, not the same one from before, but not much different. Past that creature was another courtyard, and more buildings, similar to the ones already visited. There was a pattern of courtyards and buildings stretching as far as could be seen. There was a tower, a tall tower, far away that Red pointed at. All around that tower and stretching in every direction were the same courtyards, buildings, monsters, and tortured souls. That tower, the only thing that is remotely different here, that place is where Mephistopheles is, the god of killers. He owns your soul. It is his will that you became like this. You will be like us. You are convinced of that? Red contorted his face. Are you retarded suddenly? How many times have I explained the alternative? Torture or be tortured. Get with the program. I will not warn you again. Come now, we have another test for you. The two walked once again. Red led the way. This next one involves you not killing, but actually making someone suffer. Red's words continued, but Klimo did not hear them. As the two turned a corner into a narrow alleyway, the two-armed Klimo was pulled into a dark corner. Shh! Came the voice of Jason. As Klimo had his mouth covered, the two made eye contact. Klimo nodded and Jason uncovered his mouth, turning around to the wall behind. The former psychic wasted no time in moving part of the wall, revealing a tunnel. Jason rushed in, waving for his friend to follow. Jason returned the entrance to the previous position, concealing it once more from the outside. What? Red's words echoed in the courtyard. Footsteps were heard, rushing every direction. We do not have long, Jason whispered. I am sorry I have taken so long to get to you. They had you under guard the entire time. This is the only opportunity I have had so far. Where have you been this whole time? Klimo asked. Shh! Jason insisted a second time. It is not safe to talk here, or anywhere, but it is less safe to stay here. We must go. This tunnel, Klimo guessed, was hand dug by Jason. Jason looked withered and tired, yet his pace was fast and silent. He wore a determined look. They exchanged no words as they quietly moved through this slowly descending, ever-shrinking shaft. The roof became lower the further they moved, to the point where they needed to crawl. The place was too dark to see and had none of those stones seen in the courtyard and buildings. Klimo had to hold on to Jason's tattered robes just to keep up with him. The leader moved faster through here, never stopping to think or ensure he was going the right way. Making several turns, he felt that they had multiple ways they could have been gone. After over an hour, they finally stopped. Jason stood up, stretching his back. I need you to move forward. Stand if you like. Klimo stood up as he moved as directed. He felt the former superior psychic push something against the passageway, sealing it while concealing it, no doubt. You have taken quite a lot of caution here. We are in hell, Klimo. Jason revealed one of the glowing rocks by removing a thick rag from it. The small makeshift room became illuminated. There was a pile of rags that were once clothing on other damned souls that were clearly Jason's bed. There were several worn crude digging tools made out of metal poles with sharp rocks attached to them. Another pile consisted of bones that appeared freshly gnawed on. Klimo's eyes widened at the sight. Their bloody remains answered a question Klimo had not considered and was too scared to ask. The very thought unnerved the former teleporter. I have starved to death countless times here. Seems he has not. Nothing else occupied this room. Have you been living here the entire time? Klimo asked. At first I was blending in with the other souls, but I soon discovered a small hidden area. Well, it was only hidden during certain times. I took full advantage of those times and made my little tunnel system. Do you like it? Klimo shook his head, removing the question and the sight from this hideous room from his mind. Jason, what's the plan? Plan? Jason retorted, confused. Yes, plan. You know, hell, Mephistopheles, kill him. Oh, that! Well, my friend, We have hit a bit of a snag on that one. My progress is incredibly slow. I only just now managed to save you. When I sneak out, I try to learn everything I can. Jason paced, the same way a crazy person might pace with their hands making too much motion. Klimo noticed the beard Jason wore. It was an unkempt mess. No one knows anything about Mephistopheles. I don't even think he comes here. All the stories are conflicting. Some believe he is a massive in size, while others think he is skinny and small. He ceased pacing to look at Klimo. His eyes were that of a madman. Something about this place changed Jason. I do know where he is, at least, whatever good that does us. If you know where he is, then we stand a chance at killing him. Kill the god of killers? Ha! Jason's laugh was hysterical. That is an interesting, yes, indeed interesting. Well, getting to him is impossible. I tried to dig into his tower. It became hotter the closer I got. Then I found out the source of the heat. Lava, if you can believe that. He waited for Klimo to respond. The swordsman said nothing. That tower has a moat of lava going all around it, and I have no idea how deep it goes. How many times have you died here? Where do you rebirth out? Died? I haven't. Why do you ask? Jason, being secluded here like this might have done something to you. Well, I couldn't possibly be in worse mental shape than you. You died countless times, yet somehow they haven't broken you. How is that possible? Klimo's frown deepened. It shouldn't be, he admitted to himself, just as much as he admitted to Jason. Mentally, I'm no juggernaut. You have far more mental endurance than I, yet I am holding it together far better than yourself, and I have endured far worse. I am just as confused as you. I have an idea, but I think you are right, and we should focus on Mephistopheles. I didn't say that, Klimo said. Shh, it doesn't matter. We gotta kill him. Get out of this hell. Again, Klimo regarded his friend with confusion. How? No idea how to get past that moat. Besides, we never had a problem killing demon lords and devil gods. Yes, we did. And we had our psychic abilities. I had my sword and magical vision. And sometimes we even had help from the good gods. Jason flashed that crazy look in his eyes for a brief moment. I believe we have something. What? He shook his head, refusing to answer. No. I will not tell. Besides, I am not certain I am right. But if I am, Jason snapped his fingers, it is worth the risk. What risk? What is it exactly? We are only going to have one chance at this, and we will have to trust me. Klimo wore a doubtful expression. I think you might have lost your mind, Jason. Klimo was amazed at how the words just rushed out of his lips. Jason waved his hand, dismissing the notion. Pfft, so what? It doesn't matter. Once we proceed out of this hell, I can just fix my mind with a snap of my toes. Shouldn't we make a plan and strategy? Work our way to that tower? Jason smiled. He rushed over to the rock to move it out of place, then scrambled back into the crawl space. Better keep up with me or you'll get lost for sure. I made one hell of a maze here. Klimo swiftly followed suit, refusing to allow Jason to be more than a foot ahead of himself. As they moved on their hands and knees through Jason's labyrinth, Jason was actually humming, I have never heard this guy sing, let alone hum. They are going to torture us for eternity. Jason extended his back to Klimo, letting him know they were stopping. Klimo, Jason whispered, pausing for his friend to acknowledge his voice. Yes? You did not ask me how I escaped while you were captured. Why does that matter at this point? Klimo asked. I spent my first year of training without any powers. I traveled to amazing places and learned a great deal of things. I was even held prisoner at one point and tortured for weeks or months by dark elves. I have always regretted that part of my training, viewing it as a waste of time, which would have been better spent focusing on my psychic talents instead. Here, though, that portion of my long 25-year period of training has truly paid off. I would have been captured along with you. It was just a thought I had. Whatever you're planning, Jason, if it doesn't work, we will be their playthings for the rest of eternity. You know that, right? Jason did not respond to the question. Instead, he budged to the rock before him to peer outside. In a few seconds, we will move outside. When that happens, we have to move quickly out of here and to our feet. We have to look as though we are no different than the other damn souls here. Keep a look of despair on your face. Keep your head down and walk slowly as if it truly does not matter where we go. Do your best to appear exactly as the others. Do you understand? Before Klimo could answer, Jason fully moved the rock. Now! He whispered. The two scrambled outside. Jason exited first and instantly got up, shuffling his feet forward. Klimo moved just as quickly, but his feet movements, being as unpracticed as they were, looked forced more than natural. Without even trying, Klimo saw the men of rank rushing around in every direction, looking for me, no doubt. They shuffled past one of the men that Klimo killed not too long ago. The man did not notice them walk by as he tossed his head, looking around in every direction. The two reached a fence. Jason leaned on the fence, looking out at the tower in the distance. Klimo did the same next to Jason. "What do we do?" Klimo whispered without taking his eyes from the former tower. "We hitch a ride," Jason whispered back. "On what?" Jason nodded his head at the direction of one of the massive demonic winged things roaming around outside of the courtyard. "On one of those." "My God, Jason, you truly have lost it, haven't you? We should go back to your hole and come up with a better plan." "Trust me, we won't." A hint of old confidence, Jason, rose out of his whispered voice. Klimo clung to that, trusting his friend. "All right, what do we do?" "Listen, Klimo." Jason paused to look around. "If I'm wrong and they torture us forever, it won't matter. Here, no psychic power works, no magic works, no divinity, and no death work here. Not even demonic powers work here. If I'm wrong, then we have no way out of here. But if I'm right..." His words were either confidence or desperation. Klimo could not tell which. "This is the only way. We are going to lure that beast to us. When it comes to you, you are going to mount it and command it." "Jason, I cannot command that thing." "Just try it, okay?" Before Klimo could respond, Jason continued. "Listen to me." His whispered voice struck into Klimo. "Think only of the prospect of success and confidence. You must command it with a commanding voice." "Jason, this is a bad plan." "Too bad. Now the only problem we have is how to get him here." "I made one come here when I killed one of the men of rank." Jason looked directly at Klimo. He smiled, then backed off of the fence, turning around and then running to the nearest man of rank. Jason revealed in his hands a shank, which took little to no effort in stabbing into this man, killing him right away. The surrounding prisoners were alarmed by this action. They backed away as quickly as they could, giving Jason plenty of space. In just seconds, the winged beast slammed onto the ground, just a few feet from Jason. Jason smiled as he waved at it. "Any time now, Klimo." Klimo shook his head in disbelief. The former teleporter followed through anyway. The monster's back was already to him. With a great leap and 3 kicks off of the thing's back, Klimo had his arms wrapped around his neck, with his mouth next to its ear. "I command you, take us to the tower." The demon snatched up an unresistant Jason, then took flight towards the tower. Many bystanders were watching, including Red. His jaw dropped from this display. The alternate Klimo was speechless. As they soared through the air, Klimo screamed at Jason, "How in the fuck did that work?" Jason held his smile, feeling excited and hopeful for the first time ever here. The man refused to answer the question. The fiend dropped the two off on a balcony at the top of the tower, then flew away, confused by what it had done. Clemo couldn't take his eyes off of the bearded Jason. He didn't even take in the view around, thus was oblivious to his surroundings. "Nice to finally meet the two of you," came a voice from inside. Clemo jerked his head to the direction of the voice, finally realizing his confusion must wait. Instinctively, he reached for his swords, only to grab nothing. Alarmed, he quickly looked around, taking in his surroundings. The balcony was nicely decorated with flowers of a great variety. Inside, a massive dining table was lavished with a feast. The food was steaming from being fresh. Every delicious food they had ever conceived was before them. Over 3 dozen empty chairs lined both sides of this table that was stretching away from them. On the end closest to them was no chair. On the furthest end was a chair. Sitting on that chair was the devil god himself, Mephistopheles. There were the same glowing rocks here, but in the shape of beautiful statues lining the walls. In between the statues were decorative paintings of exquisite design. Mephisto sat casually, cutting a steak with his delicate fingers, holding the utensils. His skin was red, and he did have small horns protruding from the corners of his forehead. His back hair hung at shoulder length, casually yet well-groomed. His clothing was peculiar in the sense that neither Jason nor Clemo could tell if it was clothing or his natural skin that he wore. It blended too well with what was certainly skin on his hands and face. "You have come a very long way just to kill little old me," he mocked. "Come, sit, eat, relax. We have eternity. I want you more comfortable than you were in that danky old prison I keep down there." Jason lunged forward, snatching the first bit of food he could find and shoving it into his mouth. He did not cease his gorging on the food before him. Clemo stepped forward, disgusted by his comrade. "You knew we would come. How could you have possibly known that? Nothing works here, and yet you knew we would be here precisely now." "Correct," the devil responded, then brought a bite to his mouth. His teeth were ordinary. They were more human-like than demonic. He chewed the bite. "Have you noticed something different about everything recently?" Clemo grabbed 2 of the table knives, then slowly walked closer to the seated devil. "No, what?" "Well," he cut more steak, "you were being tortured a great deal, so I understand if you didn't take note. Well, I suppose I will just tell you then. You killed Beelzebub." "Yes, so?" Clemo gripped the 2 small blades, preparing to strike. He was still some distance from the seated devil. "The Lord of Lies?" Mephisto asked. "Yes, and?" "Think about it." "Yeah, God of Lies, what are you getting at?" Mephisto shook his head, disappointed. "I have no idea how you got this far, and have no clues as to what happened. How many gods are dead because of you two?" "Not enough." Clemo was halfway to this devil. "When deity died, chaos no longer existed. When Guardian died, law ceased existing. Time went with him. Lord of Lies." Clemo stopped walking, realizing what this devil was saying. No one can lie. Mephisto kicked his chair back, jumping up, standing straight with his arms raised high. "Bingo! Holy shit, are you slow?" He walked to the side Clemo was on and began approaching him. Clemo resumed his pace. So now that we established we can't lie, what are you getting at? The devil did not stop, but did shake his head once again. What am I the god of? Murderers. Close! I am the god of killing, death, and yes, murderers. If you actually kill me, what do you think will happen? I don't care. You should. Whatever is so important that the two of you actually made a real decision to go into hell. Jason raised his head with his mouth full and actually paused his eating simply to interject, "To kill." He struggled to speak and chew at the same time. Every. Finally swallowing most of the stuffing in his mouth. Devil and demon! Jason immediately returned to chowing down. Clemo turned around to look at Jason. If we kill him, then we cannot kill anything else. Give a special prize to the slow guy with the knives. Mephisto clapped his slowly, mocking the former teleporter. By now the devil and Clemo were just a few feet from one another. It won't be hard to kill me, boy. Just look how frail and weak I am. He pointed to his body. We are going to kill you. And then you will go kill Ilsensind and Disgrull and Asmodeus. Oh, wait. He pulled out a chair, turned it to face Clemo, then sat down in front of the man with the knives. He pulled open his shirt, or possibly tugged at his skin. Clemo was uncertain. Raising up his two pointer fingers, Mephisto pointed at his heart. Well, go on then. Killing me will end all death. You can't kill me. You need me. A whole lot more than I need you. Yet we saw Despator die, and suffering still exists. I saw that. I also saw how Garrix took his divinity before you even met Despator. How can you kill him if you kill me? Mephisto smiled with a wide grin. Garrix is a powerful one, isn't he? God of fire, chaos, darkness, time, law, torment, greed, and cold. I have no idea how you could even stop him. Garrix won't come here to my realm. None of his powers work. While he is a massive dragon, he would be overcome by my endless supply of devils, like the one that flew you here. However, did you convince him that was a good idea? I told him to do it. Mephisto let go of his chest or shirt. You told him to do it. Jason stood up and was finally done eating. Yes, that's right. Also, thank you for the meal. Holy shit, Jason, Clemo said as he turned back to Jason. Get your shit together. We have a devil god to slay here. But Clemo, he's right. How can we kill the other devil gods if death no longer exists? Jason asked as he moved towards the other two. Jerking his head back to Mephisto, Clemo thrust his knives forward. We'll figure it out later. Mephisto jumped back, dodging it. Clemo continued to thrust at this devil, continued to dodge. There is nothing to figure out. Just give up and serve me forever. Why the fuck would we do that? Clemo screamed as they continued what could be described as a dance. Mephisto laughed. His limber movements dodged the swings with ease, showing that he refused to just give them a win. His whole body correlated in the strangest fashion. He could bend any part of himself with no difficulty, and to no limit, like he was made out of joints. Jason finally caught up. Picking up a chair, he threw it at Mephisto, who was backbending at the waist. With his legs standing straight, the chair crashed into the table, sliding over and spilling food in the process. The three entered a strange series of failed attacks along with successful dodges. Mephisto never made an attempt to counter. Jason picked up a second chair and this time attempted to use it as a melee weapon instead of a projectile. Upon taking his first step, he was tripped by something that was under that chair. Claymore and the devil continued their fight without Jason. They jumped onto the table, moving further along. Jason looked back at what he had tripped over. His eyes lit up with excitement. Really? You hid that thing under a chair of all places? Clemo glanced back to see what Jason was talking about. In his hands was the hell box of the sixth hell. Jason struggled to open it without hesitation. His hands moved around it. Ineffective in his attempts, Clemo returned his full attention back to the devil. Why aren't you attacking back? Because I don't have to. You could summon some devil or even have those ranked men come here and kill us. Why do you just dodge? Oh, you'll see. This devil jumped off of the table, running. Jason still struggled to open the box. Mephistopheles took hold of it. The two tugged at it back and forth. Clemo rushed behind, stabbing into the back of Mephistopheles. This devil god laughed as the knives pushed through his back. He fell to his knees, still holding the box. Jason tugged with all his strength, but it did nothing. As if triggered by the dying Mephistopheles, the box opened. Out poured the smoke-like substance, moving through the air, going around the dying devil into the mouth, nose, ears, eyes, and pores of Clemo. The ceiling cracked as a massive red claw slammed into and impaling that devil. Taking a hold of him, it retracted, leaving just as swiftly as it crashed in. The ceiling was torn open, and Garrix, the Fire Lord, was seen flying away. Divine energy exited the body of Mephisto and entered Garrix. Then the dragon was no longer seen. Clemo fell to his knees. What just happened? Clemo's eyes lit up with magic. He looked at Jason and saw his aura once again. Jason, I can see my... what is happening? You did not kill Mephistopheles, but Garrix had taken his divinity. I think that whatever power is in this place no longer holds this place. I can only guess that the Hellbox had something to do with dispelling this place. How did Mephisto even die? I thought nothing can die here. I do not know, friend. We have to get out of here. Clemo stood up. Extending his arm, he utilized his power to manipulate space. From deep in the prison, his sword vision vanished. Clemo clenched his blade once again. Now we go. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Shemer's Paradise. Before we go in, Jason said, holding Clemo's arm prevented him from walking into the portal to the seventh hell. Ilsenstein is the god of manipulation. We shouldn't believe anything we see. Beelzebub is dead. How can we be deceived? Clemo asked, wearing a puzzled look. Jason said nothing as he let go of his friend's arm. Clemo continued to stare at him. He finally shrugged as his answer. He sighed as he turned around to proceed. The two entered the seventh hell. While expecting a world of fire, pain, and horror, the two saw not the hell they anticipated, but instead a blinding light that slowly dimmed as they adjusted their eyes. Beauty and elegance were before them. Massive pillars were erected upon a beautiful lush green grass. Buildings were composed of these pillars. Going from building to building were some stone paths, artistically designed with a grace of their own in the art of each and every stone. Within those stones, on the ground, were etched in circles. 5 interconnecting circles were carved into the stones. This pyramid design was the symbol of Sabin, the good god of magic. Walking from building to building, for as far as could be seen were angels and archons. Those winged, majestic entities were easily identified. Towers and buildings spanned out. Even with Klimo's magic eyes, he could not see the farthest structure. The sky was clear, holding a bright light that looked like a sun yet gave no heat. Here the temperature was moderate and perfectly comfortable. This place was called Elysium. Neither of these two have been here before. Sabin's realm spanned in every direction. Klimo and Jason looked at each other. Their exchange of glances showed they shared the same thoughts. Is this really Sabin's realm, or is this Ilsenstein's doing? That evil must be vanquished! An angelic figure noticed them. He pointed at them, screaming those words. Every angel and archon nearby within visual range, and possibly farther, immediately turned their full attention to the two mortals. Ilsenstein will not trick me! Klimo screamed as he drew vision into form. The two engaged in combat with their assailants. Jason fired several psychic blasts while sending Klimo telepathic message. We need to get out of here! Klimo swung his swords, combating the angels. They were too distracted to notice one angel in particular floating in the air, his wings holding him in place as he chanted arcane words, words that sounded like gibberish to both psychics. He cast a spell that triggered an effect. Gliding down to the ground, this graceful being stared at the two mortals. You are powerful enough to kill every angel within 1,000 miles. You will not escape this realm. My magic has seen to that. Jason, we are killing angels. We need to stop this. Klimo was blocking more than striking, performing his best to do as little damage to the divine creatures as possible. These graceful figures attacked in diverse groups. Up front were melee combatants that Klimo struggled with. Behind those, in the distance, were scores of spellcasters preparing their magic. Deep in the middle of these spellcasters was one familiar to Jason. Their dark shadow aura, wings void of light, face covered in tentacles, and abominable, sickly skin left Jason with no doubt. Clothrol, my first enemy. Klimo! Jason shouted to his companion. We are being tricked. These cannot be angels. Ilsenstein uses some kind of magic to fool our senses. Keep fighting, my friend. We must kill all of these abominations. Taking in the endless number of opponents, Jason was taken back, seeing the no-win scenario before them. Klimo, we have to leave. Jason sent the telepathic message to his friend. Klimo needed no further order. Using a psychic gift, he attempted to teleport the two out of this realm. His psychic energy fizzled, and nothing happened. We are trapped in this realm, Jason. Then take us somewhere here that they aren't, so we can formulate our next move. The next psychic teleportation Klimo performed was successful, and the two vanished. The image of Clothrol faded just before they left. Random teleports are risky powers to utilize. Klimo was no stranger to this. The emergency teleport could not be denied, but its cost was blood. The master teleporter has lost an arm, eye, finger, toe, several organs, part of his face, and, on one occasion, one of his testicles. He is all too familiar with the risk of this power, yet here he was doing it once again. Even with all of the magic cast by more than just the single angel to prevent their escape, Klimo's power slipped through. Their bodies hurled from one end of the room and into a wall, slamming uncontrollably. A crunch sound was heard from Klimo as several of his bones snapped on impact. The weary teleported struggled to his feet through the pain. Jason was already standing, his eyes closed, concentrating on manifesting powers Klimo could not guess. He remained quiet, refusing to disturb the superior psychic in whatever he was doing. Jason opened his eyes after a moment. We should be safe here for a while. I manifested every hiding power I could manage. Not only are we hidden from magic, psionic, and divine scrying, instead of a dark area of detection around us, I have replaced the aura here with a mask over a mile radius that is a duplicate of what it was prior to our entrance here. Jason, I have no idea what that means. It means we have some time. Ilsenstein is a god. Eventually he will find us. Take the breather, my friend. Jason followed his body to fall into a chair. relaxing for the first time since their arrival in hell. Clemo continued to stand. Relaxing was the furthest thing from his mind. He did, however, take this time to examine his friend closely. There was a look of madness in Jason's eyes. Some kind of delirium or look of insanity was highly evident. Jason? Jason sharply turned his attention to his compatriot. Jason, you said on the previous hell that you could fix your mind. You ate people. You dug for months. You lost your mind as I was being killed over and over again. I came to your aid the first chance I got. Clemo shook his head, raising his hand to calm his friend. That's not what I'm getting at. You did what you had to do. You still have that look in your eyes. Have I acted irrationally or incompetent? No, but what? We have a mission to complete. The destruction of every devil. Jason, you are not well. I'm fine. We have too many problems to focus on. Exactly. You cannot be like this if we are to win. Jason, you can do anything. Why wouldn't you want your mind to be as sharp as possible? Jason sighed, admitting the truth. You're right, but I cannot fix myself. I must stay focused here or else we will die. I can watch over you while you do what you need to. Jason shook his head. It isn't that simple, my friend. Well, we can't proceed until you are you again. How do we repair your psyche? Jason pondered for a short moment, thinking, well, I could fix this psychic damage, but then I wouldn't be able to keep us hidden. However, you could. Anything, Jason. What do you need me to do? This is probably the most dangerous thing you have ever or will ever do, Clemo. I could bring you into my mind, and you could undo the scars that linger within there. Why would that be dangerous? My psychic defenses would perceive you as a threat. The vile things in my head would also combat you. I've never done psychic combat before. I know. You could adopt my scars, or worse, enter a vegetative state, or you could have your mind wiped. Your senses could be forever damaged, leaving you blind, or even some of your automatic mental functions, such as your heart beating or breathing, could be disrupted, and you would die. Clemo winced. Now you understand. What do we do? Clemo shook off the fear, stepping forward. I go in there. He pointed at Jason's head. And do what I have to do. Jason held up his hand. Again, I remind you that this is literally the most dangerous thing you could ever possibly do. Before I go in, I need to know how I controlled that demon. How did you even suspect it? Well, Clemo, I have suspected it for some time now. Remember killing Jarius when you battled Thossoth? Yes, why does that matter? Something merged with you upon his death. Something exited him and entered you. I can only guess as to what that was. I spent a great deal of time studying you with the help of Beelzebub. Yes, some of what you saw was not a lie. My best guess is that you have within you the power of every hell box that has been opened. With that, you can command demons. Clemo frowned. Why wouldn't you tell me sooner? Jason shook his head. Aside from the lack of opportunity, that knowledge is not a comforting thought for you, I would imagine. Clemo eyed his friend with skepticism. There is something you are not telling me. What else is there? I would rather not tell you. What? Jason, I need to know whatever it is. Clemo, we do not know how long this reprieve is. You are not ready for that truth just yet. You need to trust me on this. Please. You aren't going to tell me? Fine. I'm ready to enter your mind. Jason pointed at Clemo, unleashing a beam of psychic energy. Clemo did not resist. He felt his body uncontrollably lay down as darkness overcame him. You will find that teleporting does not work here, a voice said through the darkness. Clemo looked in that direction. A hooded figure stood behind him. Jason, how are you here? He leapt to his feet, facing this person. It doesn't matter. We don't have long here. There are 12 psychic scars to repair. Let's get to work before the subconscious finds us and erases us. Something was off or different about this man that hid their face. The nerfed teleporter was too distracted with the task at hand and how little time they might have to pay attention to it. Still, this mental form of Jason bothered Klimo all the same. They moved through a stone tunnel, passing dozens of crossroads, until finally they entered a room. "This is the first scar." He pointed at a bookshelf within this library of a room. The bookshelf was lined with police tape, closing it off. "This one will be easy. Just remove that stuff and it will grant the real Jason access to some of his locked-away memories." Clemo tore the tape off effortlessly. "Oh, that was easy." "Yeah, but that triggered his subconscious, and the rest aren't going to be so easy. We have to hurry." They ran through more tunnels, rushing into another room. This room looked identical to the Psionics Guild in Babylon that interconnected all the main cities in Corvus. "I didn't think everything would be so physical in his head." "It's not. This is just how your mind is perceiving it." He pointed at a solid blue man-shaped creature approaching them. "Look out! The subconscious!" Klimo pulled out his sword, swinging at it. The man pulled him back. "Fool! You cannot fight like that here." "How do I fight then?" "You can't. You run." Departing past the blue thing, the man ran circles around it, making it chase him. "Fix this room while I have its attention." The room was a mess. Knocked over chairs, holes punched in walls, and trash littered about. Klimo cocked his head in confusion. "You want me to do what now?" "Clean this room, you idiot." The voice sounded familiar, especially the insult attached with it. Klimo had no time and began cleaning the room. The process did not take long. The man grabbed him by the wrist while rushing out of the room. Klimo did not resist. Into another room they went. The blue man was not far behind. In here, though, this room that looked like a small meditation room had only 2 pillows to sit on, had something floating about, spewing gas from pores all over its round, soggy, faceless, limbless body. "You have to stop that thing." "How?" "Be creative." Klimo clutched the gross thing. His hands were wet from this putrid creature he held. Gas continued to ooze out of this hole-covered thing. Klimo felt a kind of ravenous hunger while touching it. The blue man ran into the room. Klimo chucked the creature at the blue man. Catching it without fail, the blue man turned around, leaving. Klimo laughed. The man grabbed Klimo once again, tugging him into yet another room. These strange rooms and odd psychic entities had no end in sight. It was one after the other after the other. Each task was arbitrarily, utterly void of meaning. "All right, we're almost done. The final thing to do when we get to the last room is to take off the blindfold from Jason. This will make him face the psychic damage, but he will be fine." Looking directly at the man, Klimo was fully confused. "Jason? Him? If you aren't Jason, who are you?" "There's no time for this. Get going. Get in there and do it." Klimo rushed into the room, not realizing that the man stayed back. The room was a massive auditorium, with Jason quietly sitting on a chair, silently wearing that blindfold. He reached to remove it, only to be thrown into the wall across the room. Looking at what had thrown him, Klimo saw the empty room was now full of grotesque, man-like creatures, each resembling Jason in one aspect or another. They were all mutated versions of that superior psychic. Some had too many limbs, others too few. Some had queer-shaped faces or bulbous hands. Each and every one was different and wrong. They all stood looking at Klimo. These nightmare versions all moved in unison, approaching the teleporter with a look of madness and vengeance in their eyes. "We will have you too," they all said in unison. They repeated the phrase 2 more times, each time pausing mid-sentence. With each pause, they stopped moving, then moved again when talking. "We will have you too." Klimo attempted to teleport away from these things. The man was right. He could not teleport here. Remembering the man and his words, Klimo looked back at him. Only at that moment was his face clear and visible. He wore the face of Jarius Kane. How? The confusion gripped Klimo as the mutant Jasons seized hold of him. Their arms stretching, each trying to take him and impress their madness upon the teleporter, driving him to a state of dismay he knew that he could not recover from. The man wearing the face of Jarius took this opportunity to rush into the room, past all of the distracted Jasons, reaching the real one and quickly removing the blindfold. Not a second was wasted. The real Jason stood up as his mind pointed at Klimo. Light arced from his palm, striking every mutant, scarred version of himself, destroying them in an instant. Jason! Klimo began, free from the threat of madness. How did Jarius... He was interrupted by the mental form of Jason ejecting his friend from his mind. Thank you, Klimo, Jason said as the real world slowly awakened around him. What just... how? Please explain. I'm better now, thanks to you. I would not have guessed you could schism your mind like that. Well done. But I didn't. I thought that was you until I saw his face. Jason shook his head, his eyes no longer showing madness, but a realization that he had said too much. It doesn't matter. His face hardened with a determined expression. We need to stop Ilsenstein. But that was Jarius Kane. How? How was Jarius in your head? He's dead. I saw him in hell, writhing in his own hell. Jason sighed. I suppose I have to tell you now. Klimo, where did you see his soul? I just told you. In his own personal hell. Which layer of hell was that? Which devil god? The sixth with Beelzebub. So the Lord of Lies showed you Jarius. Yes. Wait. Was that another lie? You tell me, Klimo. Oh, no. I saw him in your head. Jarius Kane is somehow in your head. Jason, I am so sorry that fiend is inside of you. No, Klimo. He is not in my head. Jason, please stop this. Speak straight to me. Tell me exactly what this is. Jason sighed. You want the straight truth and nothing less. So be it. You killed Jarius Kane. The power of the hell boxes and the power as Jarius Kane possessed went into you. His soul went into you also. That is why that demon obeyed you. That is why you saw him in my head, because he is actually in yours. Oh, I thought he was never going to tell you. The voice of Jarius echoed in Klimo's mind. What? Jarius, where are you? He just told you I'm in your head. Try to keep up. Jason, Klimo was interrupted by Jason holding his hand up. I know, my friend. I can hear him too. I'm a telepath. The only thing that surprises me the most is how he managed to stay quiet this long. It wasn't easy. I shared your pain all those times they killed you. Well, get him out of me. I can't. Why not? Jason pointed at Klimo's head. If he were a psychic presence or even magically invading your mind, I could instantly expel him. His very soul is in you. I can't do anything about him or that hellbox power inside of you. Klimo kicked a chair across the room as he fumed with anger. This! Why does it have to be like this? The chair flew with much greater force than Klimo intended. Klimo, don't be a fool. You have no choice. I would rather die than keep you in my head. Your hell would be much worse than my voice in your head. Jason waved his hand. Well, I may not be able to get rid of him. I can, however, shut him up. Klimo, this is the only thing I can do for now. You will not hear his voice unless you will it. Klimo clutched his head, shaking it in disbelief. He's going to go through my memories. He will torture me from the inside out. He will shut off my life functions. What will I do? He can't do any of that. He is just a voice in your head that is muted until you say otherwise. Jason turned away from Klimo, preparing to leave. Besides, you control whatever powers he had, which, as I recall, were a lot. I don't know any spells, Jason. How could I possibly use that? Klimo fell down to the floor. He had more than arcane magic. It's up to you, Clemo, to use that or not. You would have to listen to him if you did want to. We need to focus. Take your mind off of that for now. Easy for you to say. Jason changed the subject. We need to be wary of Garrix as well. Clemo sighed, giving in. I've been meaning to ask you about him. Why hasn't he killed us? He has had plenty of opportunities to do so. I have something that could kill him. Garrix fears this weapon I have. Where is it? What is it? I keep it hidden. I will not risk revealing it until we have the perfect shot to use it. He is afraid of it, but we will strike it if he gets a good enough opportunity. We cannot let our guard down. Clemo walked over to a window to peek outside. The same sort of pillars and buildings were seen as far as even his magical eyes would allow him to see. Ilsenstein has gone through a great deal of trouble to make his demons and servants look like angels. I don't see any tortured souls there. If this truly is some kind of illusion set up by the god of manipulation, then he must have himself disguised as Sabin. That makes sense. Let's go kill fake Sabin. Ilsenstein's magic is powerful. It won't be easy to get to him. The two quietly stepped out of this house. Jason had his psychic ability, cloaking their bodies from all sight. Even Klemo's magical eyes remained hidden from any angel that would see them. Jason pointed in the far distance to a white stone city far past the pillar buildings. Clemo teleported the two there. They reappeared on top of one such building on a balcony. The building itself was well over 100 stories high. It was a square-shaped structure spanning almost a kilometer in both directions from the middle. Clemo chose this specific building due to being the tallest. Looking onto the balcony, they saw a hallway lined with countless doors going both directions. Jason held a finger to his lips, sighing to Clemo to remain silent as he stepped forward. Walking into this hallway, Jason turned to a random door. Opening it gave it a strange, calming sensation. The superior psychic waved his hand, utilizing his psychic talent to end this euphoria coming over him. He refused to drop his guard. With resolve, he stared into this room. It showed not a room, but an outside world full of trees and chirping birds. The sun shone brightly to this sky. The sky was different. It was identical to the material plane sky back on Corvus. He walked in, motioning for his companion to follow. They boldly walked into this serene wilderness. Clemo already had his swords out. The sword fission was quiet, following suit with their silence. They walked past over a dozen trees in this ideal, peaceful nature. Clemo spotted the man first. He pointed at a man lying in a hammock made of straw, napping. Looking back at Jason, only a shrug was offered for an explanation. Clemo vanished, reappearing next to the sleeping man. His swords were raised, ready to end this man's life. Jason reached his hand out. "No, don't!" Alas, the superior psychic was too slow in stopping his friend. The blades have already plunged into him. A gurgling sound was heard from the dead or dying man. While letting out his final sound, his body grew bright as segments of him broke away, floating into the air, until all of his body was nothing but floating bubbles swirling around. They spiraled around Clemo and somehow were absorbed into the teleporter. I have no idea what just happened. Clemo shrugged, wearing a smirkish frown of confusion. I think that was a soul and you absorbed it somehow, Jason said. Ilsenstein's tricks are vast, it would seem. I won't fall for them. We should kill every one of those we come across, Clemo said. Jason shook his head. No, something's not right. Light burst all around the two psychics. A swirling darkness was in the center. The darkness was in the shape of a person with large wings spread out and something on their face drooping down.
She's here! Clothral is here! Jason shouted, recognizing the shape.
With the light dimming, the form of the new arrival was evident and undeniable. She, her, it, that thing Clothral, with their gray, slimy skin and tentacles hanging from their mouth. Her shadow dragon heritage kept darkness around her at all times, even when encompassed by pure light. This powerful psychic creature stared directly at Klimo.
What have you done?
They said through their obscure mouth. Klimo leapt forward, refusing to give a telepath a chance to invade his mind, swinging his swords, beheading the thing with ease.
Ha!
Klimo declared, his triumphant. Ilsenstein's champion is dead, and easily, I must say. Jason shook his head with disbelief. Klimo! Jason pointed at the dead body as it changed before their eyes. We have been fooled. You did not kill Clothral. Our old friend Mark, you have destroyed his soul. He was the emissary of Sabin. The teleporter looked down at what should be Clothral. His eyes widened. He dropped his swords as he could not deny the sight. Mark Johnson's body evaporated, just as the previous soul did. The bubbles vortex into Klimo. His magic eyes darkened. Jason, how could I let this happen? Klimo dropped to his knees. Tears welled up inside of his eyes. Placing his hands over his face, he cried into them. Through his fingers, black tear drops poured through. Jason dropped back from Klimo. Klimo, we are about to be in for the fight of our lives. Klimo did not respond as he continued to weep. Jason scanned the area with a psychic sweep, knowing that what will happen next. He could already sense the incoming teleports from an army of angels and archons. If we stood any chance of using diplomacy with Sabin, we just blew it.
Yes, you did.
A sword's blade sliced next to Jason, barely missing him as he bent backwards, further pushing through the hole in space it just created. The blade fully emerged along with the feminine hand holding it. Their body exited the rip, revealing the Klimo known as Grey. She lunged at Jason, swinging to kill. Their other hand held another sword, both illuminated with their own magic, as she swung violently at the superior psychic, aiming to kill. Jason jumped back, sensing danger behind him as his body hurled backwards. He instinctively jumped, avoiding a short blade swinging just behind. When Jason landed, he extended his hands from left to right, sending a force wave out, pushing the two attackers back. Just prior to teleporting away, he saw the second attacker and was not surprised at their appearance. Twinkle! We're supposed to be allies! Twinkle, the third Klimo in the forest, said nothing, nor reacted to Jason's words. He slipped in between space, teleporting out of sight. Something dug into Jason's mind. He felt two psychic invaders intruding simultaneously, splitting his consciousness into three. Jason continued the physical battle with Twinkle and Grey while engaging a psychic combat with these other two. You killed me. Now I will have the pleasure of killing you. A guttural thought echoed in the psychic plane that the first mental Jason occupied. Desolate surrounded him, spanning endlessly in every direction. Even looking up, empty continued on forever. Did you think we would battle here? What are you doing, if not attacking me? Jason yelled into the void. Sabin is going to kill you. He has already sent the three best Klimo warriors to you. Two won't even make it to his army of angels and archons. Jason walked through the endless desert. I am going to destroy your soul, Clothral. You are trapped here. I am still out there fighting two Klimos and some other psychic invaders. Laughter was the response Thrall gave. I have 1/3 of your attention and power trapped here. I am far more powerful than you.
when we fought all those years ago, Abomination.
The second mental Jason stood in a familiar room. This place resembled the realm Jason had as his godly realm when he was a god not too long ago. This place looked identical to his island plane that floated in an astral sea of psychic creation. He was on the temple, his temple, in the center of the island. Sitting on the throne in the center was the Klimo known as Magic. He sat staring at Jason, waiting for him to make the first move. They locked eyes, both glaring at one another. "Bold move attacking me like this," Jason said. "Your attention is divided too much to win," Magic replied. "If you did this 6 years ago, yes, my powers have greatly grown since then." Magic shook his head without ceasing eye contact. "So have ours. You are terrible at physical combat. You have to deal with the two greatest teleporting sword fighters of all time." "I have my own Klimo to help." "You have a Klimo that is worse than Red. Even now I could see Junior, and that he is becoming the evilest and most vile thing any universe has ever known." Jason frowned. "So you could see it too. I was honestly hoping I was wrong." "How did it happen, Jason? How did one of the Klimos become Cretan?" The mental plane shook at the name being spoken out loud. "Somehow by killing Jarius, he has become Jarius. Somewhere inside of him is Jarius and the power from the Hellboxes. He's more Cretan than Klimo. Make no mistake, Jason, we are going to kill you here and now, but you can at least redeem some of what you have done by helping us kill him. Give up. Your quest has doomed most of the multiverse. Time no longer exists. The only reason we are even here is by the grace of Sabin. You are poison, a creation of Jarius Kane." Jason raised his head. "I will never give up." Magic moved his fingers while mouthing arcane words, already casting a spell to lunge at Jason. Twinkle and Gray flipped the teleporter, moving all around the room, dodging any and every psychic attack Jason threw at him. Every time they got... Gray and Twinkle flipped and teleported, moving all around the room, dodging any and every psychic attack Jason threw at them. Every time they got close enough to swing their weapons, Jason dodged the attacks. He was constantly using the speed of Grotz, just to keep up with their skill. While his body moved like lightning, his mind remained the same, still processing at regular speed. The three were at a standstill, unable to hit one another. Junior Klimo was still hunched down, grieving his actions on killing his friend's soul just a moment ago. He hadn't even noticed his fellow Klimos attacking Jason. Looking up between his fingers, his solid black, yet still glowing eyes saw the fight before him. Lowering his hands revealed trails under his eyes that were a putrid black color. Evil oozed from his very ocular orbs. Tears continued to run down his face. His palm opened up. Fission floated into his hand, with a magnetic pull all of its own. Klimo fully stood erect, his face expressionless and cold, like someone else was at the helm inside of his brain. Vanishing from his position, he reappeared behind Twinkle with his sword raised. Twinkle sensed the enemy behind him. Attempting to teleport across the forest, failed as Junior already had his weaponless hand also raised, ceasing any teleports from his identical foe. Fission swung down, cutting through Twinkle's shoulder, piercing his heart, killing him. His blood splattered and his soul struggling to escape his dead body. The soul of Twinkle scurried through the air, only to be sucked into Junior like the previous two souls he absorbed. Gray's jaw dropped at the sight of her comrade dying from another Klimo. "Vile thing!" she screamed at Junior, teleporting to his location, already swinging her own blades in the process. The younger, black-eyed Klimo parried with Fission, then punched with his weaponless hand straight through her chest. She fell over, dead. Her soul, too, was absorbed just as Twinkle's was.
Once I am done dealing with these Clemos, I will be killing you, Clothrol. You have far bigger problems. What, like Sabin? Ha! Do you believe he will attack you directly? No. He will send his entire army at me first. Good, Clothrol said with satisfaction in her voice. What do you think will happen to the material plane after he loses his divinity? It will be no more. No more humans, no more mortals. Only the 3 remaining hells will exist, and I will destroy those 2. Ilsenstein will enjoy building the multiverse in his image. Can your pathetic human mind conceive of such a beauty? Can I imagine a mortal plane full of abominations like you where everything is madness and food is for your kind? Yes, I can. That isn't beauty, nor is that going to happen. Clothrol chuckled, in a cackling sense. Spells and psychic energy clashed in bright colors and subtle waves around the mental plane Jason and Magic Clemo occupied. Both were considerably drained. My Clemo has joined the fray. He is no longer a Clemo, and you know that. Whatever he is, he has already killed your 2 comrades. You have the opportunity to surrender and leave, Jason said. Magic sent out a wave of spells to counter the incoming psychic energy surrounding his astral form. Leave to where? There are few realms left to go to thanks to you. Jason shrugged, conceding the point. As the 2 countered magic and psychic powers at one another like a ping-pong game, a blackened form materialized in between them within this psychic plane. His eyes were black, and his entire frame was solid darkness, with no distinguishable features. An aura waved out of him, echoing out. He turned his head to Magic. Within the blink of an eye, he was inches from Magic Clemo. Magic could not move or cast any spells. His life force, was drained from the astral projection into this dark titan. Magic attempted to escape by ending his astral form, only to have his very essence seized by the grip of this thing before him. Jason prepared several psychic powers to attack whatever it was, only to stop himself realizing who it was. Clemo? Is that you? Jason called to the dark form. Magic Clemo vanished, having been drained into the creature Jason called Clemo. The mental realm destabilized, with Magic no longer holding it into existence. Both Dark Clemo and Jason were expelled. What just happened? Jason asked his friend. With a deeper voice than he once had, Clemo responded. There are no more Clemos. Then what are you? You have much bigger problems to worry about. He waved his hand, shooting a dark beam at Jason. Jason was unable to evade it. Inside of Jason's mind, Clothrol screamed, pushing her out of the superior psychic's head, returning him back into a singular consciousness. Sabin will attack us soon, Jason said. No, he won't, Dark Clemo replied. Jason cocked his head in confusion. His army will. He will regret doing that. Why is that? Jason asked. The fight will go exactly as I will describe. An endless army of angelic forces will come to us. They will never relent. We will kill every single one that comes our way. Their magic will be inferior to our capabilities. They might have stood a chance if they attacked us at the same time as those 3 Clemos did, but Sabin is a cautious god. Attempting strategy would normally be a good idea. However, this will be his undoing. How so? As if on cue, the army of Sabin arrived, and the 2 entered combat. Clemo sent out waves of dark energy that he could not have summoned before, and what was more, he did it as if he has had countless years of experience handling this new power of his. The powers contained in those hell boxes flowed through him, making a change on the man, confirming exactly what Magic Clemo was saying. He was no longer Clemo. The spirit of Cretan possessed him. While the description was vague, Clemo was accurate in explaining. As you can see, Sabin keeps his distance. We are only dealing with this rabble.
Klimo sent the telepathic message.
Why are we fighting an endless army? Jason sent. Be patient. Soon, we won't have to fight them. You see, we fight them. There is a much larger battle happening. Ilsensign and Sabin. The main difference is Ilsensign is completely focused on Sabin. Sabin will inevitably lose. How do you know all of this? You already know how.
Angels fell from the sky, crashing into their own heaven, disintegrating upon impact. Their wings were scorched and useless. Just as Dark Klimo said, they could not do any real damage to the multiverse's most powerful psychic and the reincarnation of an underpowered Cretan.
What about Garrix?
What about him? Who cares? He won't do anything right now, Klimo said.
Why?
These constant questions are tedious and unnecessary. Why do mortals insist on constant communication? Even after being a mortal, I still find it tedious and pointless. Just wait and watch. As predicted, the angels never relented. Their numbers were infinite, and their power was useless. Neither mortal even came close to being hurt. In the sky, far beyond the attacking angels, were things of grotesque nature and description. Things that would cause one's skin to crawl. Abominations of innumerable sizes, shapes, and unutterable hideousness. The things in the far-off sky lurked and moved, ignoring the angels. Just beyond those things were two colossal figures. One was man-shaped, emanating magic, constantly varying and adapting to the attacking army of abominable things. Attacking him, the other figure floated in the further distance, commanding the army of things to attack this magical god. These were Sabin and Ilsensign. As Jason observed, he saw the power of the god of magic waning, while the power of the god of manipulation was ever increasing. The power of Sabin was being leached into Ilsensign. As they continued, the god of magic was slowly losing size, while the god of confusion grew. Spells were doing less and less from Sabin to the army of Ilsensign, while constantly being destroyed by Sabin, were rapidly gaining progress. The end of the last mortal good god was just moments ahead.
When I tell you, you must accept my teleport. Do not deny it, Jason. If you do not do exactly as I say, when I say it, and how I say it unquestioningly, then you will die. The moment is almost upon us. If you fight me in any way, shape, or form, you will die.
A moment of hesitation and concern entered Jason's mind. The thought of this evil one being trusting unsettled him more than killing good gods. Yet with the god of lies dead, his word could not be deception. With a hefty sigh, Jason admitted he had little to no choice in the matter. He sensed the power of Klimo about to teleport both of them away.
How can you teleport out of this realm with what the angel put up earlier?
Jason's question was met with a mental laugh. Dark Klimo sent Jason an image to explain. The image showed a dam holding water at bay. The water represented teleporting, while the dam represented the teleporting power's hindrance. The water overpowered the dam, crashing over it. This image showed how much more powerful his teleport was than something holding it at bay. Jason and Dark Klimo vanished. Everything was convoluted. Up felt down, down felt up. Direction was scattered by every sense, making nothing feel right. Whatever place they were in had nothing the way it should be. Madness seeped into Jason's brain. His psyche was powerful enough to hold it at bay, but he still felt it constantly gnawing at him from every direction. The air was liquid as he attempted to move his body forward. Sense of vertigo overtook him. Jason fell to his knees. He clung to the ground, which was like air, yet he stood on it all the same. Klimo walked forward, either unaffected by those sensations or ignoring them entirely. Jason shifted his powers, attempting to adapt, only discovered that every countermeasure only made things worse. Klimo approached something that excited his face. He struggled to move everything into focus, but only saw Klimo walking through air that looked like paint. Klimo bent down to pick something up, holding a smile larger than he has ever held. Only 2 more to go after this one. Klimo's words sounded maddening, Jason. This place plays tricks on his very senses. Klimo held the hell box of the 7th hell. It opened by itself. The dark swirling power smoked out of the box and into the body of Klimo. What monster am I creating? Jason asked himself while straining to move properly here. Klimo breathed deeply into of this power. He reveled in a feeling ever stronger from it. Whatever man Klimo was, that man was gone. Only this demonic form existed with black eyes and powers that defied logic itself. Jason glared at him, knowing nothing was right, knowing that it was too late to back down. He must continue this path. Klimo turned to Jason. The dark eyes stared at the superior psychic. We have so much work to do. I can sense your hatred of what I am becoming. Nothing can stop Cretan's return. I am almost me again. His voice was not only deeper, but 2 voices were heard speaking at the same time. One was Klimo's voice, while the other was Jarius Kane's. Throughout his antiquated place, portals opened up, ripping space apart all around these 2. The angels and archons of Sabin rushed out to attack. Klimo held his hand up to have Jason relax. His demeanor was confident. Flicking his wrist in a relaxed fashion caused every angelic being to burst into flame upon exiting their respective portal. Klimo smiled an insidious smile. Yes, just 2 more and it is done. Ilsenstein is going to kill Sabin. How will we stop him when that happens? Jason asked. I'm not worried about him, Klimo said. Jason opened his mouth to speak again, but was cut off by the demonic teleporter. As for Garrix, I'm not worried about him either. Garrix is more powerful than both of us combined. Klimo shrugged indifferently. True, but you have the means of killing him. The Fire Lord fears you. Jason recalled the sword of Katar. He could summon any time he desired. The sword once killed Garrix. It can kill him again regardless of how much divine power he gathered. It is time to go, Klimo said, utilizing his psychic power. Both Jason and himself vanished. End of Chapter 7. Chapter 8. Discroll. The right-hand man of Asmodeus was probably the weakest of the 9 devil gods. He was most known for bossing around converted demons. Well, demons were wild, chaotic creatures. They were on occasion recruited and then controlled by devils. Focus was the prime example of this. Discroll was the god of betrayal. The good gods, back when they existed, made betrayal the 2nd worst offense a mortal could perform. From those that broke promises and oaths, all the way to those that committed betrayal that caused a kingdom to fall to ruin, were forever damned to be here in the 8th hell. This particular hell consisted primarily of the traitors, reliving their fallen moment over and over again in an unending loop. Here, within the massive endless cavern that was the 8th hell, the damned souls wandered in the fog of constantly reliving their betrayal. The fog itself was an unbreakable magic held by the power of Discroll. Jason and Klimo warped into this place. Deep within the labyrinth they floated. Jason utilized his psionics, while Klimo used the power of his dark gifts to propel their bodies through the air. Touching the ground, Klimo insisted would make them vulnerable or more susceptible to the fog's effects. The superior psychic realized rather soon within this horrid place that his psychic powers could not locate anything and that his ability to navigate here did not work. Clemo shrugged off the notion without a care. As they glided forward, looking down, the damned were seen walking aimlessly. Some were shouting, while others slid their feet across the ground. Many were sitting on the ground, curled into a ball, rocking back and forth. Clemo showed no care or concern for them. When we first arrived in hell, you felt the need to save these damned souls. Now you could not care less for them. And? Clemo asked. Are you even Clemo anymore? Are you Jarius or Cretan or something else? I am 3/4 Cretan, he answered with no emotion. I have searched some of your memories when you were Jarius under my control. What do you plan on doing if you succeed in killing the last gods and you are restored? If I succeed? He chuckled, considering the notion ludicrous. Jason winced at his confidence, finding it disturbing. Conversation with this monster was something Jason officially considered needless. The two traveled for hours without another spoken word or even telepathic thought. Reaching an open corridor, the two vanished, being whisked away. The two warped into the eighth hell. Their bodies floated, propelling out by their own power. When we first arrived in hell, you felt the need to save these damn souls. Now you could care less for them. And? Are you even Clemo anymore? Are you Jarius or Cretan or something else? I am 3... Clemo stopped in midair. Something isn't right. 3 what? Jason asked. Clemo shook his head. 3/4 Cretan. He shrugged, shaking the deja vu off of himself. I have searched some of your memories when you were Jarius under my control. What do you plan on doing if you succeed in killing the last gods and you are restored? If we succeed? He chuckled, considering the notion ludicrous. Jason winced. The two traveled for hours without another spoken word or even telepathic thought. Reaching an open door, the two vanished, being whisked away. The two warped into the eighth hell. Their bodies floated, propelled by their own power. When we first arrived in hell, you felt the need to save those damn souls. Now you could not care less for them. And? Clemo felt the same deja vu, but said nothing. Are you even Clemo anymore? Are you Jarius or Cretan or something else? I am 3... Clemo stopped in midair. Something isn't right. 3 what? Jason asked. Clemo shook his head. 3/4 Cretan. He glared into empty space, pondering this feeling of repetition. I have searched some of your memories when you were Jarius under my control. What do you plan on doing if we succeed in killing the last gods and you are restored? If we succeed? He chuckled, considering the notion ludicrous. Jason winced. The two traveled for hours without another spoken word or even telepathic thought. Reaching an open corridor, Clemo paused before proceeding. The two vanished, being whisked away. The two warped into the eighth hell. Their bodies floated, propelled by their own power. When we first arrived in hell... Clemo spun around, covering Jason's mouth, shutting him up. Something is wrong. Clemo glared, looking around with his hand still covering Jason's mouth. He examined the surroundings. Koresh! He cast a spell. Magic surrounded him and Jason, allowed him to see beyond what his magical eyes perceived. He slowly removed his hand. Are you even Clemo anymore? Are you Jarius or Cretan or something else? You have already asked me this before. No, I haven't, Jason asked. Clemo shook his head. Yes, you have. This fog is doing something to us. I have searched some of your memories when you were Jarius under my control. What do you plan on doing if we succeed in killing the last gods and you are restored? If we succeed. He chuckled, considering the notion ludicrous. He felt it again. The magic revealed his suspicions. Jason winced. The two traveled for hours without another spoken word, or even telepathic thought. Reaching an open corridor, Klimo paused before proceeding. Jason attempted to move forward. Klimo grabbed him by the arm. Wait. Not that way. This is a tunnel. It is the only way we can go. Jason showed his annoyance. You are smarter than this, Jason. Explain what you're talking about. Jason shook off his arm. The fog is putting us into an endless loop of time. Jason cocked his head. Really? Huh. He places his hand on his chin, smiling. Do you have any idea how many times I have done that to others? I don't care. Now that you know, protect yourself from it. Jason shook his head again, then concentrated on manifesting his psychic power. He opened his eyes. We've been here for a long time. How long? Klimo asked. I know we can only recall a few hours, but my internal chronometer cannot be read. This fog blocks even that. We could have been here anywhere between a couple days to 100 years. There's no way to tell. In theory, we could have had this conversation 100 times. My magic prevents further infection from this fog. However, if the magic is undone, somehow we would start over. We have to be careful. One anti-magic field or forced teleport or even a wrong turn here could reset us. So where do we go and how do we get there? Jason asked. We have wandered about these halls for hours, days, or years. We will not do that anymore, Dark Klimo said. Then what do we do? I have one idea, but it is a bad one. Jason frowned. A bad idea from this guy? A good idea from this guy is destroying good gods. What the hell is a bad idea from him? This body can emergency teleport. I know. Last time you lost your arm. Are you sure you want to try that? I do not believe we have tried that here in this fog, Klimo said. How do you figure that? I am uninjured. No massive wound, scar, or missing body parts. Jason shrugged. We have attempted less intelligent options in the past. Klimo concentrated on his desired location, trying to push his psyche past the fog, past the damned souls, and past the rest of the eighth hell to his goal, to the hellbox. The two vanished. Sitting on a throne made out of damned souls, each petrified, frozen in place, they were all curved, different, positioned and pressed together, squeezed and compressed to form the throne of Discroll. On this morbid thing, the red-scaled, horned, muscular, clawed, winged, and angry creature god sat. Floating before him were 3 scrying portals. The first showed Garrix, the second showed Ilsensign, and the third was the one true god, Discroll, Asmodeus himself. Those 3 powerful gods stared at the Red Devil impatiently. They waited for Discroll to pick a new higher god. Either continue to serve Asmodeus or side with one of the other 2. There was no safe decision for the god of betrayal and loyalty. Picking the wrong god here and now would result in his certain death. These 4 gods were all that remained of divinity in all the multiverse. Discroll was careful not to look Garrix directly in the eyes. Even as a god, his soul could be sucked out by that tremendous power. Garrix, you have the power of most gods. You are most likely to succeed. You would probably be the quickest to destroy me the moment anything I did was not perfect, he said, still avoiding his gaze. He looked directly into the middle portal. However, Ilsensign has the divine power of both magic and psionics. His limitations are impossible to know. You would probably trick me into giving you every ounce of power I have. Turning to the third portal, he then addressed Asmodeus. Then there is the great Asmodeus. I have served you longer than any other. You have always rewarded me fairly. He glared at the god of the ninth hell. You have also always swiftly punished me unfairly on a whim. Squirrel stood up, beginning to pace back and forth. He sighed. All of you are quite the formidable gods that I would not want to be enemies with, and yet I am now forced to choose which two I will be enemies with. Garrix huffed smoke from his nostrils, showing impatience. You have very little time to decide, little god. You forget I am god of the fog. He stood taller, holding his body with pride. I have those two pesky mortals trapped right now as we speak. I have as long as I want. You have 10 seconds to choose, Ilsenstein said. Discroll laughed. Or what? Asmodeus was just a shadow on the scrying portal. He refused to show his image. Or nothing. We will simply leave you to your fate. My former master, whatever do you mean? The scroll grinned, highly confident. A scream was heard on the other side of the room. The scroll darted his eyes over to the disturbance. On the floor lay Clemo, clutching his groin in pain. The emergency teleport had taken his genitals. As Jason stood next to him, ready to manifest several psychic powers to combat the scroll with. Time's up. They are going to kill you, Asmodeus said. Then his hidden image vanished. Ilsenstein and Garrix followed suit, also ending their images. The scroll has been abandoned. The only devil god here glared at the two psychic invaders. How dare you? You honestly believe you can kill me? You don't even know how to kill me. Clemo was on his side, writhing in agony. Through the pain and with gritted teeth, he coughed out words. Jason, he can die by his own hand only. Jason looked down at Clemo. What? That makes no sense. Only he can kill himself? Clemo slowly moved to stand up. That is not what I said. Figure it out. You are supposed to be the smartest person that ever lived. Enough of this. Die! The scroll snapped his fingers. The entire room ignited into flame, burning the very air itself. Fire could not harm this devil due to his demonic skin. Looking at the two through the fire, both Jason and Clemo remained motionless. The fire did nothing to them as well. The flames dimmed but remained. Would be careless of me if I came all the way through hundreds of abysmal layers and 8 hells just to somehow be vulnerable to fire, Jason said. Clemo smiled and fully stood, shaking his head at the scroll's pathetic attempt. The battle was slow. As expected, this devil sent wave after wave of fiendish creatures to their death. Clemo and Jason moved through them without difficulty, cutting and blasting everything thrown at them. The scroll ran, giving chase into the fog, hoping to elude them in his prized hell. Only Jason followed. Clemo remained in the throne room of the scroll, feigning his pain to be too much to press forward. After the two left, he chuckled, standing upright, shaking off the pain, casting a spell to neutralize it. Clemo was drawn to what he searched for. He knew the hell box was here. Its power called to his very being. You will not be obtaining that, a voice echoed both in the room and in his head. I was curious if one of you would make it easy for me. Though I must be honest, I expected Garrix, not you, Ilsenstein. Clemo turned around to be face to face with the alien god devil himself. Him was an improper term for this abominable deity. In truth, Ilsenstein had no gender, nor any desire to have one. While its body was in the shape of a man, any further comparison ended there. The hair, if hair someone confused it with, was instead a writhing mass of tentacles, having not suction cups but solid, milky fly eyes. The face or front of the head was ever shifting. One moment it was 3-eyed, with 2 mouths. The next it was singular, solid blue eye. Generally, however, the face was typically full of holes, revealing endless space within seemingly burrowing forever into his face. The shoulders were lined with sharp razor barbs that coiled all the way down his arms. These coiled barbs moved on their own accord. They lived and were separate entities that occasionally formed mouths or ocular senses of random variety. The arms were spotted. The spots were moving pictures. The spots themselves did not move, but within them were scenes of alien images flowing and swirling randomly. To look into these spots directly would cause a person to lose their mind within their infinite voids. Klimo knew this and avoided looking at them. The chest was clothed. Ilsenstein wore a sleeveless, buttoned-up brown coat that hung down to his black shoes. In his crab-like, furry, clawed hands, he held Discroll's hellbox. "You should give that to me." "No, Cretan, you will not have this," was the response of the alien god. Jason manipulated his focus on having his psychic power repel the fog's power. His memory remained intact. Rushing forward, he saw Discroll just barely ahead of him. Activating the speedographs did nothing to lessen the gap between himself and this devil. "He is playing with me." Turning a corner, Jason lost sight of Discroll for a fraction of a second. That was all the time this feed needed. Jason rushed into a room filled with hundreds of Discrolls, or images of Discrolls. He could not tell if they were illusions or doppelgangers. They engaged the psychic in melee combat. Illusions wouldn't hit hard. These devils hit with force, cracking his psychic defenses with each blow. For every Discroll that Jason blasted, it seemed two more jumped forward, replacing their lost double. Waves of psychic energy and magic pulsated out of the body of Ilsenstein. Klimo pushed his body forward through these powerful effects. His skin ripped on the edges. His body was being torn apart, and disintegrating powers were at work destroying his armor with each step forward. This powerful gale struck Klimo's skin, ripping pieces of his flesh off, revealing bone and muscle tissue. His focus remained as he still pushed forward. Dark energy rose from his wounds, shielding further damage from the power this god exploited. "I expected a god of magic and mind do more than pathetic attacks. Where is your creativity? I am disappointed in you." Klimo took another step forward, pushing through the wind. Jason sent out a wave, disintegrating every false image. The real one ran to the exit of this room. He resumed, forcing Jason to chase him through corridors of endless fog. Annoyed, Jason pursued. Klimo finally reached his foe. Raising fission to strike, the blade instead flew out of his hand, slicing off his own arm in the process. Klimo looked at the blade. His sword had a mind of its own. It had been with him for years. Their bond was instant the moment they met, and have seen many battles, killed many demons, and always been loyal. Without hesitation, Klimo used his psychic ability to teleport the sword into 100 different locations, shattering it into 100 pieces. The pain from his arm was ignored. Dark energy burst from his wound, shaping into the lost limb. With the dark arm, he grabbed Ilsenstein by the throat. "Nice try with the sword, I admit." "Nice try yourself." A guttural, alien laughter echoed in the air. Ilsenstein stood, both before Klimo and in the back of the room. His spell was executed, causing a loop of time with his fake double and Klimo. The sword shattered, and Klimo grabbed the double by the neck. The scene repeated twice. Ilsenstein was satisfied with the results. He turned to leave, trying to teleport away, only to have nothing happen. His body remained in place. "What?" Klimo punched a hole in the chest of the real one. Ilsenstein turned around, looking at the time loop. Klimo was no longer in it, but directly in front of it. "That won't kill me." "That won't trap me." Klimo began pummeling this alien thing, refusing to relent or give him a chance to strike back. Descroll darted into a second room. It was full of doppelgangers, exactly like the previous one. Did we really just run back into the same room? Are you seriously trying the same thing twice? Yes, and yes! Jason shook his head. He activated a psychic power that caused his body to flash. His eyes grew bright. I can see you. Jason looked directly at the real Descroll. The fakes hurled their bodies, trying to strike the Metamind, only to pass through him like a ghost. Descroll gritted his teeth, frustrated. The devil rushed to the passageway, only to be face to face with Jason. Why do you run when the only thing that can kill you is you? I will kill you! Descroll slammed his fist through Jason, doing nothing but hitting the ground, cracking the floor beneath them. Jason shook his head. Looking around the room, Jason manifested a field around the vicinity. Psychic energy flowed all around, forming balls of light. The balls of light grew and multiplied. 2, then 4, then 8, then 16. On and on, the light spheres increased. They swarmed around the room, seeking out the doppelgangers of Descroll. All at once, these copies were overtaken, hunching over, relinquishing control to the psychic before them. Thank you for making it possible. Jason mocked the god of betrayal. The doppelgangers attacked the original. Descroll fought back, but found himself overwhelmed by his doubles. Klimo lifted up the hell box from the defeated Ilsenstein. He was not dead, but his power was forfeited. Death no longer existed. All at once, divinity returned to him, while at the same time the 8th hell box opened, granting him the power inside. Psychic energy, magical energy, and dark energy swirled around his body. Being lifted into the air, he allowed the power to overtake him. Jason underwent a similar upgrade at the defeat of Descroll. The now shrunken devil god still lived, but was brain dead. Both psychics became gods once again. They exited the 8th hell, entering a realm of their own. With so little multiverse remaining, a new place was forged by their will. However, not having the time to revel in their newly acquired divinity, their godly realm was already being invaded. Portals opened all across the place of divine magic, divine psychic, and divine demonology. The invaders were undead things that numbered in the decillions. Corrupted angels, corrupted archons, demonic dragon hordes, warrior souls, and every other vile thing under the command of Garrix. Jason, we did exactly what Garrix wanted us to do, Klimo said. We are powerful. We can handle this. We are powerful, but not powerful enough. Garrix used us to gather the remaining divinity for him. His plan to destroy us, then have no trouble in dealing with Asmodeus. We have the power of 3 gods, Jason said. He has the power of 9. Garrix, Deity, Guardian, Loth, Despator, Levistus, Thossoth, Beelzebub, and Mephistopheles. Fire, chaos, law, darkness, pain, cold, sex, lies, and death. I have the Sword of Katar. It can still work on him no matter how much god power he has. End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9, Infinity. All he has to do is win a single battle with us, Klimo said. Jace didn't need to ask. He has done these battles before. A fight between gods was different from a fight between mortals, or even a god and a mortal. While these contests were happening at the same time, the 3 gods sat at a large table. Garrix, the colossal red dragon with solid black eyes, wore a wide grin. He was outnumbered 2 to 1, but to him his opponents might as well be flies. Klimo adopted several physical attributes that Ilsenstein once wore. His hair was that of the alien creature as well as the living barbs on his shoulders and arms. Klimo had 6 arms. Every arm wore the living barbs. Jason had red scaly skin and horns on top of his hairless head. Words between these three served no function for now. A neutral location was created from the dust of space, forming an entire world that spanned 4,000 miles in circumference. The first battle had the three gods call forth their champions. Using their divine power, they have their selected champions materialize here from the ash and dust. The first battle had the three gods call forth their champions. Lazan, the voice of Garrix echoed in the mind of the dragon man that lived once again. I have given you a second chance at life. Serve me now, and as you did before, and you will be well rewarded. Fail me now, and you will die forgotten. Prove your worth to me. Lazan looked at the scaled hands. They burned hot with fire that he realized he could summon, not just with his breath, but with his very touch. The knowledge of how to use the Fire Lord's gift was etched onto his brain as if he had been using it for years. A thin ring of fire encircled around the top of his draconic head. His body felt stronger. He confirmed this by stomping his foot, cracking the rock just under him. Lazan's maw smiled, revealing his sharper and longer teeth. He looked out at his two opponents. The three stood 40 meters apart in a triangle. The second champion, chosen by none other than Jason, was his newly resurrected champion, one Alvaro Alisto. That powerful psychic sat with his legs crossed in a meditative state, floating 3 feet in the air. His dark skin was covered with tattoos across his entire body that glowed their psychic energy. They glowed brighter than before. The god Jason enhanced his champion, allowing him to eternally be in a state that only the metamind could know. The font of power flowed through Alvaro, granting him an endless stream of psychic energy. Without the downfall of exhaustion to pull him into unconsciousness, as this powerful effect was known to cause. The third and final champion of the gods was Klimo's champion. Jason would have guessed Klimo would pick one of the many Klimos that dwelled within the multiverse. The man stood wearing wizard robes. Magical rings were on both hands. The left ring had a white pearl that swirled with tiny solid black eyes. A demon lord was inside of that pearl. The other ring was solid red. Demonic energy pulsated from this ring, flowing across his arm, granting mysterious powers of another demon lord. Floating in front of this individual was a rune-covered spellbook turned to a set page of their desire. Magic was memorized by this arcane master who dedicated over 100 different spells to memory. His normal human eyes focused on this memorization process, dedicated as much from that rune-covered glowing book to his memory as he could muster. On his back was a bow that glowed from its own magic. Floating just past this book vertically was a facsimile of the Godslayer sword. Magic flowed from the book as a vortex into that sword. His lips chanted spells to empower both himself and this false blade. The man was Jarius Kane, alive once more. Klimo admitted to himself the irony of being his champion when he was a god, now to have the reverse. The three champions were allotted an endless amount of time to prepare for this battle. They were each inside of their own time that functioned within them individually how they desired. Jarius could take weeks, months, or even years to devote spells to his memory, and to the other two no time would pass. They stepped out of their respective circles. Alvaro took one look at Jarius and shrugged. Both men turned to their opponent, whom they must defeat together. Lazan wasted no time in unleashing some of his fire. Bursting out in every direction, the barren landscape was scorched from the initial attack of the Dragon Man. The other two were caught off guard as their fire immunity, both psionic and magical, were penetrated and useless against the true flame of Garrix. Alvaro felt the fire burn his skin. His psychic power healed him instantly, but the pain could not be avoided. Jarius conjured a magical shield up, taking the flame. The neon ghostly floating shield cracked from the power. The mage's face glared, refusing to break his concentration. The shield shattered, causing the wizard to wave his hand, vanishing. He retained his psychic powers, thus teleporting to the sky, where his arcane power held him. Another wave of fire was seen pulsating out, leaving a gap of just a few meters of space in between. Occupying this space, Jarius summoned his false Godslayer sword, causing it to multiply into over a dozen more that materialized just in front of him. With a wave of his hand, they were sent to stab into the Dragon Man. Those blades were consumed by fire, disintegrating on contact. Jarius gritted his teeth, annoyed by the sight. Alvaro Alisto phased his body to avoid the fire. This tactic proved useless as the fire still burned him, even in an ethereal form. An endless supply of psychic energy filled him with confidence, even as this god fire burned his replicating flesh. Jarius fired an eldritch blast, thus gaining the attention of Lazan. Lazan, with lightning speed, moved to the vibrant Jarius as the two entered a melee. Alvaro rushed to join.
"No, fool!"
Jarius sent the psychic message.
"You're a psychic. Start acting like get in his head."
Needing no further instruction, and surprised that he required that much, the dark-skinned psychic attacked the Dragon Man's sensitive mind. Making psychic contact was easy, too easy. Garrix fortified this servant of his with phenomenal powers, yet his mind was unguarded. Alvaro disconnected neurons like switches within his brain, causing full shutdown of the central nervous system within seconds. Lazan fell to his knees, clutching his head in agony. The battle was over. Garrix huffed smoke, annoyed at the losing of the first battle. With 16 more, he was not worried whatsoever, as he needed a singular win, and these two would-be new gods would be forgotten just like every other one. The second battle consisted of Climo and Jason battling the undead minions of Garrix. These minions originally belonged to Orcus, then Jarius, and now they fight for Garrix. This fight was cut and dry. They fight in the world of Titanus. Time here only functioned for this battle. The undead flowed out of countless portals, zombies, skeletons, ghouls, wights, wraiths, and even undead dragons of the same variety never relented or tired. With decillions of undead, this battle waged for thousands of years. While very little effort was required from new gods, it was one of many diversions splitting their attention. Climo shook his head, annoyed by this endless fight. "I'm not doing this," the teleporting god said. Looking up into the endless sky, someone was seen watching from far away. Someone Climo knew from distant Cretan memories. Someone that he had a score to settle with. Jason chuckled. "We don't exactly have much choice here." The red god of magic and more shook his head. "Sure I do. Watch." Magical energy swirled from his mind, connecting with psychic energy. "With these two powers, I can manifest anything." "You are going to destroy this world, aren't you?" Jason asked. "If you do that, it will considerably drain you." "Fighting like this over several thousands of years will drain us more." Jason attempted to argue more. Climo ignored him, combusting the entire area in an explosion that ended this insane fight. The third battle took place in their new godly realm. Here, they were physically assaulted by waves of dragons, more undead, corrupted angels, demons of shadow, and every fiend 6 hells could produce. This battle was far more taxing than the second one. Most of the opponents here were not so mindless. While the fight was more versatile, it differed very little from the second one. This was yet another diversion for their attention. Our forces will be destroyed from this fight. Even if we win, we will have nothing but ourselves remaining, Jason said. That's fine. This is our realm, and we cannot do what you did on Titanus. That's fine, Clemo said. Their forces were being overrun with ease from the Fire Lord's army. Within minutes, there were no more followers of Jason and Clemo. Before them were those hordes, those things creeping ever closer. Clemo and Jason summoned their champions to their sides to fight with them. Alvaro Listo and Jarius Kane appeared. There was no confusion or exchange of words. The two jumped into action, defending their gods. Clemo looked up once again to see that same distant familiar foe of Cretan. The memories burned inside of him. Soon, I will be there. The moment Cretan is returned, I will be there with you. There will be no universe resetting this time, old one. The dark energy exited Clemo, splashing ahead of the four fighting. The darkness swarmed, spilling as a wave engulfed every invader. This victory was also too easy. Garrix watched these four lay waste to his own armies. The dragon god was not surprised that they could defend their own godly realm. He shook off this third loss uncaring. Each of their 8 hells were fully included. The first hell and fourth battle, the new gods plowed through the endless unaccomplished as their souls were hurled at them in a catapult fashion. Every soul exploded on impact upon the two. Each hit further drained them. Their power was mighty and reserved, were deep, but every attack was that much more of their attention. Again, Clemo looked up, glaring at his ancient silent foe. Whatever powers Cretan has or had were awakening. They were nowhere near their former glory from the previous universe, especially with the final Hellbox needed to restore such a thing. These battles were just a distraction. They could only be won with patience. The second hell, fifth battle, included the well-known torture. The new gods were bombarded with every conceivable torment that the fiends of the second hell could unleash. This was not so much of a fight as it was a test of mettle, endurance, and patience for Jason and Clemo. Even here, Clemo looked at Cretan's old foe, far above them in a distance too far for mortal eyes to see. Yet for a god, that old foe was there watching. His mere presence awakened old hate that flowed through him, taking over with each passing moment. Something about this power made the pain of the second hell not durable, but overcomable. As Jason fell here, he continued to fight in the other battles. Clemo endured alone, but endured non-stop. The third hell, sixth battle, had the two gods stuck frozen in the unbreakable ice, left to rot for an eternity. All that was required was that they never give up. Eternal solitary confinement in the cold wasteland was utilized to drive them insane and break their spirit. Jason's spirit broke. Clemo, however, held on, wincing through his eternal struggle. The thought of Cretan's old foe lingered in him. The fourth hell, seventh battle, was not painful or horrid, as one might expect, but filled with the tantalizing pleasures of the flesh. They were not suffering here as Thothos once made them. Instead, Garrix was having them orgasm with exquisite delight. The hope of the Fire Lord was to have them surrender to this. While they would forever be in sexual ecstasy, they would forfeit their divinity, and Garrix would win. The fifth hell, eighth battle, was psychological. Their lives were placed before them, showing in an endless loop all of the different possibilities, revealing alternates over again and again, switching out what they knew of as reality with a false life in an attempt to make them question their very own existence. The sixth hell, ninth battle, they were trapped in cells just like before and killed every single day, only to come back again and again. The seventh hell, 10th battle, the tides were turned. Garrix must trek across the antiquated scenery. That was living madness. Could win this, but it would not alter the outcome for this one of three that the two new gods were on the offensive. Upon the eighth hell, 11th battle, Garrix must move through the mind fog that was Discrolls, now under the control of Jason. The mind of Garrix was constantly being invaded, always bombarded with attempts of erasing the mind of this god. In the end of this battle, Garrix yielded, eventually succumbing to this madness. The Fire Lord winced at yet another loss. The idea of actually losing to these two occurred to him for the first time. Garrix roared in frustration. "This doesn't matter. You still are weak. The Hell's battle won't defeat you, but they are hindering you. You cannot possibly win." "If that were true, Garrix, you wouldn't need to declare it," Jason said with a flat tone. The first heaven, 12th battle, took place in a realm that was once deities. Jason and Klimo were fighting in a world of divine chaos. They were attacked by the remaining forces of chaos and good that were bent to the will of Garrix. This was not a physical or even psychic battle. This was a rush of soul-twisting that delved deep inside of their very being. Inside here, Klimo and Jason were fully exposed. Within Klimo was that terrible darkness known as Cretan, creeping all around his soul, replacing what little of Klimo there was with the infectious taint. This had an adverse effect for Garrix. Instead of ripping them apart, it unleashed more of that vile ancient god of gods from Klimo, thus granting another easy victory. The second heaven, 13th battle, was that of law and good. Once Guardian's realm, now another place dominated by Garrix. These organized divine forces pushed their might upon the new gods. Here the power of Cretan did nothing. It was Jason that made use of it. All the while his divine powers were massive. They were finite compared to these things of law and good. What made the difference for Jason was his natural psychic abilities that had been growing exponentially his entire life. The third heaven, 14th battle, was taking place in the realm of magic. Sabin's heaven still thrived under the control of Klimo. Garrix battled magical forces. Jarius Kane was here as well. This wizard proved formidable. Garrix, with his mighty fire and draconic body and so much more, utilized none of that here. He relied solely on magical spells, which he was magnificent with, especially as a god. However, one Jarius Kane was superior in this aspect, having access to the full power that was once Sabin's. 200 layers of the abyss, 15th battle, of pure darkness mazed around Klimo and Jason. Thanks to this battle, they could not use their eyes within any further battles. This, along with the power of the hells Garrix bombarded upon them, leaving very little focus for these two gods. The city of Klimo, 16th battle, was encased in an inescapable field that not even an emergency teleport could exit. Jason and Klimo battled every remaining Klimo, which was under the control of Garrix. Their senses were dulled here, having very little left to rely upon. Even the power of Cretan had little to offer these two. Here their physical bodies were drained to fatigue, yet they prevailed, winning here as well. The 17th battle was on a material plane. Both Klimo and Jason were separated here, but each fought Garrix, mind against mind. Klimo was useless, having no capabilities left to fight this fight. Jason, however, devoted the remaining amount of psychic energy he had to win this. Through this, and this alone, they succeeded in surviving to the final battle with Garrix. 3 weakened and drained gods stood before one another. Garrix had only his physical form to fight with. His divinity armies, fire breath, and magic were expended with the other battles. Jason cannot use his greatest power, that of his mind. All of that was used up and focused on the other battles. Most of the power of the scroll was gone. Jason felt almost mortal again. In his hands, he held the one thing that could kill Garrix, the sword of Katar. Garrix had his dark soul sucking eyes on that sword. Jason was still blind, making the eyes of Garrix useless upon him. Clemo had but one thing left to aid him. That was a fraction of his psychic energy. No magic could aid him, no Cretan power at his disposal, and no other divine blessing. Just his old powers remained. Clemo was also still blind. Yet even through his inability to see, part of him felt that old god of gods watching him. That thought burned through his soul. Far up above, he watched this final showdown. Clemo, I'm no good with a sword. You should do this, Jason called out to his comrade. No longer cocky, Garrix refused to take any more chances. He turned his body, swinging his tail at Jason, knocking the sword away. Having a massive body that maneuvered to the weapon with speed helped. Being able to see where the sword was helped more. Garrix stomped his foot on the blade, shattering it. He smiled and looked back at Jason and Clemo. Jason stared in surprise at the direction of Garrix with his mouth open. The psychic had no words to form to express his devastated situation. Clemo was staring up. While he could not see the Ancient One, his face stared as if he could. He looked down angry, shaking his head. Really, Asmodeus, are you honestly going to let it end like this? Garrix moved his body towards Clemo, slowly and cautiously at first, but as he saw the teleporter make no move, he picked up speed. Clemo felt the ground shaking as the massive dragon trampled closer. You know, he is just going to kill you after he kills me. He ceased shouting, sighed, then vanished, teleporting to where Garrix just sped from. Garrix slammed his body into the ground, unharmed but aggravated at the humiliation. I can't see you, but it is really obvious where you are. The Fire Lord spun his body again, scrambling to reach Clemo. I don't care. Eventually I will get you. You can only teleport so many times. I get it, Clemo said, not to Garrix. You want some kind of deal, don't you? Well, my child, you already know I won't settle for anything less than my hellbox. You have, and your divinity. Again, Clemo teleported away to where Garrix was just prior to the dragon reaching. Jason was on his knees giving up, and he could do nothing. Garrix ignored him. The only remaining threat was that annoying teleporter. Clemo continued talking to the last devil god, knowing that his words were heard. You know Garrix is just going to kill you and take your divinity anyways. Give me what I want. Give me what belongs to me, and you will never see me again. You know I tell the truth, Asmodeus. Clemo and Garrix continued their tumble. Clemo sighed. Clever as always, god of blasphemy. Clemo imagined the argument and back and forth between himself and Asmodeus. The demands both would make to one another. In the end, neither would concede to what the other had in mind. Cretan wanted all the divinity, just like Garrix, even though siding with Clemo and Jason would allow Asmodeus to live. It would leave him drained of all and any and all divinity. Siding with Garrix would prove inevitably get him killed. To Cretan, the choice was clear and simple. Asmodeus knew better. The god of blasphemy refused to respond until he was met with something that benefited himself. Clemo smiled. Think about it. This universe, however in shambles it is in, would be yours. He waited. There was still no response. Fine. I will offer you a trade. In exchange for my Hellbox and your divinity, you will have both Garrix and Jason. Garrix, forever in a glass case to gaze upon. As for Jason, we both know you don't need him in a box to keep him under control. You already have the means of doing that.
Our deal is struck,
Came the mental agreement of Asmodeus. Clemo felt the box in his hand. Without even hesitating, he ripped it open, breaking the seal. The black, smoky energy weaved out in strands, wrapping around the teleporter. However, instead of entering him, as the other energies from the Hellbox did, those previous energy exited every orifice and pore of Clemo, forcing their way out of his mind, body, and soul. The 9 energies of Cretan met, combining into a singular stream that bubbled and boiled, recombining into the ancient, long-dead form. Cretan's last physical form looked strikingly similar to the red Clemo with the 6 arms. Maybe Jarius and Clemo had been linked together long before the essence of a Cretan went from the evil wizard to the teleporting swordsman. There was no way to know for sure. Their journey together did not end when Clemo killed him. Now, however, his body was being torn asunder from those powers still exiting him. The eyes were the first thing to rip apart. The popping sound echoed, reaching both Garrix and Jason, who stood doing nothing. There was nothing they could do. Clemo's flesh on his arms spiraled off, layer by layer, until bone was revealed. The flesh disintegrated shortly after leaving his body. All the while, his body lifted from the ground. The dark energy still flowed out of his bones from newly formed holes and broken in twine from this process. Eventually, all that was left was his skull. Everything else vanished into dust, and that terrible darkness that stranded together was still pulling itself together. The new form of Cretan remained in a gaseous state of a cloud. Finally, only the sizzling skull of Clemo was all that remained of the teleporting swordsman. It fell to the ground, dead and motionless, never to breathe life again. Cretan in his gaseous state turned his attention to Garrix and Jason. The father of all demons engulfed them faster than the speed of Garrix, encompassing their bodies and doing with them what he will. Their divinity was stripped, their godly realms were liquidated, and the 18-stage fight was over instantly. Jason's eyesight returned, but his divinity was once again gone. Only his natural psychic power remained. He vanished. Garrix couldn't even get a word in. He vanished, never to get another word in. Cretan moved his attention to the one he truly wanted destroyed, that ancient foe that watched from a place that only gods compared to gods could even perceive. The place beyond all mortals and immortals alike. Cretan is one. He obtained every ounce of divinity this multiverse had. The power of the 13 gods flowed through him. All of that was still minuscule when compared to the realms he was about to embark upon. The things that were far beyond normal perception. He has risen. This is where his story ends. End of Chapter 9. Epilogue. Jason opened his eyes. "Ah, you're awake," a voice said. Jason looked up. Scanning his surroundings quickly, he sat at an oval table. This ordinary table had a total of 6 chairs. 4 were empty. Beyond the table was nothing but blackness, darkness, or perhaps nothingness. On the table, just in front of himself, was a small plate with a teacup filled with presumably tea. Just beyond that was a candelabra. Past the candelabra was a teapot and tea set. In the center of the table was a glass cube with a miniature Garrix frozen inside. On the other side of the table was the exact same thing. Sitting across from Jason was the only other person. They sat, but they were visibly tall, even while on a chair. Their red skin and tiny horns gave little doubt as to who this person was. They held a saucer with one hand and a teacup with the other raised to their lips. Their long fingers gripped the handle delicately. They wore casual yet loose clothing that was a cross between a suit and robes. The look of this puzzling attire somehow actually fit snug on this devil. Asmodeus! Jason glared at the last devil. Asmodeus leaned forward. You still have your psychic powers, Jason. You could destroy me, though I would put up a fight. You would inevitably win. My friend Klimo's been killed. You gave him the final hell box, didn't you? The one that undid him. Asmodeus moved the teacup up to sip again, but spoke first. Your friend was dead the moment he killed Jarius, allowing the essence of Cretan to enter him. You already know this. Jason frowned, admitting the truth. Well, everything is gone, isn't it? The gods, the realms, the material plane, the 9 hells, the 666 layers of the abyss, even the astral plane. He looked up to Asmodeus, hoping that maybe there was a shred of universe left. The 4 of us are all that remains. Cretan is gone. We have no way to follow. 4? I only see myself and you. Asmodeus grinned, putting the saucer and teacup on the table. With his long, slender, pointy finger, he pointed at the glass cube containing a motionless Garrix. That's 3. Asmodeus leaned back. I have a gift for you. Jason prepared a variety of psychic powers for the battle. His psychic defenses went up, his mental shield to prevent invasion, his eyes lit up to reveal any and all illusions. Several anti-magic powers sparked at the tip of his fingers, ready to ignite any surprise this devil might employ. His skin hardened for physical protection. Even a psychic field surrounded his body. Asmodeus laughed. I knew long ago that it would just be me and you. I must say I was truly surprised when I learned that Cretan had survived the previous universe and actually created you. I shouldn't be surprised, though. He always finds a way. Asmodeus paused to examine Jason. Jason was ready to attack. Before you obliterate me to dust, you really should see this. Asmodeus snapped his fingers. Jason reacted by jumping up from his chair, preparing to dodge and attack. Appearing floating just above the center of the table was an inanimate little girl. She has her body back. To her, no time has passed. Getting this soul after she died was no easy task. It cost me more than any soul has ever cost me. Jason's eyes widened with shock. He couldn't believe she was here. He fell into his chair, almost falling to the floor, never taking his eyes off of the little girl. Jaina. Jason lost concentration as most of his powers. He did not fully drop his guard. The defenses remained, but his attack fizzled into nothing. This is a trick! Jason ripped his eyes away from the sight of Jaina to look directly at Asmodeus. There is no tricking you. You manifested a power that would reveal that. Asmodeus picked up his teacup and sipped. This is your sister. Jason floated from his chair, moving slowly into the air. His legs bent slightly when he had room. He reached to touch the long-dead little sister of his, the one that died so very long ago. He pulled his hand back prior to making contact with her cheek. Why would you do this? Insurance. I knew that you wouldn't have stopped, especially with Cretan at your side. My crystalline monster couldn't even stop you, and that thing was designed specifically to destroy psychics. The devil casually stood up. So you have your sister back. Look around, Jason. Jason looked from left to right at the nothingness that surrounded this table. Yes, this is it. What you see before you, this is all that remains. We have no divinity, but in a way we are the gods. We can create a new universe in any way we want. Jason shot his eyes at Asmodeus in a glare. You believe that by preserving her soul that I would let you live? The devil shrugged his shoulders. You completely misunderstand. You know so much, and yet you have missed one painstaking detail. By all means, devil, use your silver tongue and convince me that I shouldn't kill you. Cretan created me. Jarius Cain was his reincarnation. He created you. Don't you see? His eyes lit up with excitement as he showed real emotion instead of a casual demeanor. We are brothers. Jason contorted his face with half disgust, attempting to form his words. He failed to find them. Jason was speechless. This isn't some pitiful attempt to keep my life. I have lived longer than the universe that just died. Me, you, and Jaina could create the third universe. We could design it however we wanted. No more demons, no more devils, just like you wanted. You would still exist. The devil waved his hand, dismissing the comment. Of course, there is one stipulation to this magnificent gift of your restored sister. And here it is. Jason held up his hand. Let me guess. You and her are soul-bound or some other method that I can do nothing about. I have to decide between killing off the last devil or keeping my sister alive. Asmodeus sat back down with his hands behind his head, relaxing. I won't even fight you, brother. I don't need to. If you kill me, you will live an eternity of solitude, knowing that you could have saved her. I have the option of sparing her for an eternity of being bound to you. That you do. But if I were going to harm her, I would have done it by now. Asmodeus looked at his now empty cup, then looked at the teapot sitting in front of Jason. Can you pass the tea, please? End of Book 8 of the Second Universe series, Hell.